Some call it the elixir of the gods, others call it hooch. A fancy cocktail might taste good, but it comes at a price: your health. Let's find out what the actual benefits are to giving up alcohol. Seconds after you stop drinking, your liver slowly filters out the toxins and sugars found in the alcohol. The molecule ethanol is what makes you feel drunk. It does this by binding to receptors in your brain. Most notably, ethanol binds to glutamate neurotransmitters, which in turn causes the brain to respond slower to stimuli. Along with glutamate neurotransmitters, there are several other receptors that ethanol binds with that slows brain function. The result of these inhibited receptors is what we call drunkenness. The reversal of this process can take a while, and the hangover that ensues after a heavy night of drinking is a mix of your body trying to get rid of the ethanol and other harmful molecules, along with dehydration. Unfortunately, if enough ethanol builds up in your system, it can kill you. After about an hour, your body has filtered your blood several times and metabolized the drinks you've had. The time it takes your body to break down the alcohol directly correlates to the amount consumed. About an hour after you stop drinking, your body starts to feel tired due to the high amount of energy it uses to remove the alcohol from your blood. And since it takes about 6 hours for your body to completely break down all the ethanol in your system and bring the sugar, water, and other nutrient levels back to normal, the lingering effects of drunkenness will persist. After you've had your last sip of alcohol, your body needs to rest more than usual to recover from your attempts to poison it. Unfortunately, until you get past this stage, it's difficult to have a good night's sleep. In fact, research suggests that alcohol actually increases alpha wave patterns in your brain, which are only supposed to be present while you're awake. This implies that alcohol tricks the brain into thinking the body is awake when it's really trying to sleep. But there is good news. If you manage to not drink for 6 to 12 hours, your body physically starts to change for the better. For one thing, alcohol has been shown to weaken your immune system. This might leave you susceptible to viruses and bacteria that are present at bars and parties. About 24 hours after you stop drinking, however, your immune system returns to normal. This is the first of many changes that will occur from sobriety. If you're a heavy drinker or an alcoholic, another much more noticeable change to your body will occur around 24 hours after you stop drinking. This is when withdrawal really starts to kick in. Your body may still crave the chemical changes that occur when you drink, and therefore you would start to develop symptoms such as the shakes, cold sweats, increased pulse, nausea, and anxiety. These will eventually pass, but the amount of time these withdrawals last is based on each person and how much alcohol they usually consume on a daily basis. Congratulations! If you make it to 3 to 5 days without drinking, the real benefits of sobriety start to kick in. You may find that your blood pressure begins to drop, and you will overall feel less stressed. Doctors often recommend that people with high blood pressure reduce the amount of alcohol they consume. So even if this is not your goal, less than a week after you stop drinking, your body will be grateful for that much-needed break. You also might notice your appetite begins to decrease about a week after you stop consuming alcohol. This is one of the reasons that people tend to lose weight when they quit drinking. The other reason is that on average, each drink you're consuming contains a couple hundred calories. And since the sugars in alcohol don't break down in your body very well, much of it gets stored as fat. If you can give up drinking for an entire week, you may also find your skin looks and feels better. This is because your body is now more hydrated. Not only does alcohol make you pee more often, but it also decreases your antidiuretic hormone levels, which plays a role in allowing your body to reabsorb water. Somewhere around the 7-day mark after you stop drinking, these hormone levels are back to normal and your body is retaining more water. This is good not only for your skin, but for your body overall. Again, it's important to remember that the time between when you stop drinking and start seeing these benefits will vary depending on the person and how much alcohol they previously consumed. A couple of weeks without alcohol, and you might find your cognitive abilities start to improve. This is because the brain, like many parts of your body, is resilient. The damage done to your neural pathway by the ethanol can be reversed. You will never regain memories from when you blacked out while drinking or recover thoughts that were obliterated from overconsumption of alcohol, but many of your neural connections will heal themselves over the coming weeks and months. You'll see even bigger benefits if you quit for more than 1 or 2 weeks. Without the pressure of filtering alcohol, your kidneys will begin to repair themselves. Like the liver, the kidneys filter out toxins. They're not quite as affected by alcohol as the liver is, but overconsumption can definitely cause damage over time. After a couple of weeks of no drinking, the kidneys will heal enough to maintain proper fluid levels, waste excretion, and hormone balances. If enough damage is caused to the kidneys from excessive drinking, you will feel much better once they're healed. The organ that takes the brunt of the damage when you drink is the liver. It's a vital structure, and without it, you can't survive. So about 3 weeks to a month after you completely stop drinking, your liver will begin to thank you. It's around then that the tissue will start to regenerate fully and the liver will repair itself. Without having to worry about alcohol, the liver can focus on breaking down other toxins that are produced by the body, which overall will make you feel healthier. The regeneration of damaged tissue takes time, but it happens much quicker when you stop drinking. A month or two after your last sip of alcohol, your liver will begin working at full power again. Just reducing the amount of alcohol you consume on a weekly basis can be beneficial for your liver. But if you really want to thank this vital organ for all it's done to keep you alive, there is nothing better than giving it a rest from breaking down alcohol. And if liver regeneration wasn't a big enough benefit, there's another major change that will occur to your body after not drinking for around a month or two. I'm sure you've heard that a glass of wine a day can improve the health of your heart. Well, too much drinking can also damage your heart and increase your chances of having a heart attack or a stroke. Around 2 months after you stop drinking, your heart will have repaired most of the damage caused by overconsumption of alcohol. However, the best thing you can do to increase heart strength is to exercise. By reducing or completely stopping your alcohol consumption and exercising more, your heart can become stronger and healthier. Even though this next change doesn't directly impact your body, something amazing happens when you stop drinking for a few months. Your bank account suddenly starts looking healthier too. Having more money could lead to less stress in your life, which would definitely be beneficial to your health. Research has shown that people who drink socially end up spending between $500 to $1,200 on alcohol annually. But if you live in a more expensive city and enjoy going out for drinks frequently, these numbers can be much higher. People who stop drinking have noticed that the money they saved was enough for a down payment on a car or to take the vacation they've always wanted to go on. These are clearly positive impacts on your life that may result in less stress and increased happiness. Interestingly, stress has a very similar effect on the body as alcohol does. It can increase blood pressure, cause heart problems, negatively affect your skin, and cause depression. Months after you stop drinking, your body might feel 100 times better due to a combination of less stress and allowing your organs to repair themselves. One of the most surprising changes to your body after you stop drinking happens without you feeling anything. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has found that alcohol can be a carcinogen. This means that there's a chance the substance can cause cancer. The research suggests that people who consume large amounts of alcohol are at a higher risk for certain types of cancer, which makes sense when you think about it. Since your body technically sees alcohol as a toxin and your liver is responsible for removing that toxin, it's no surprise that people who are heavy drinkers have a high risk of developing liver cancer. Some research also suggests that alcohol can cause an increase of cancer in the esophagus as well. More research needs to be done, but there does seem to be a correlation between heavy alcohol consumption and increased risk of cancer. This means that once you stop drinking, you're actually lowering your chances of your body developing cancer, and this benefit doesn't just persist for a few years, but for the rest of your life. Just to be clear, most doctors and scientists agree that occasionally drinking alcohol poses very minimal health risks. In fact, consuming alcohol in moderation might have some health benefits. However, health problems arise when overconsumption occurs. But to be fair, this is true with almost anything you put into your body. When you stop drinking, your body goes through several changes over time. But even if you only reduce the amount you drink, similar beneficial effects can occur. If you're planning to do something like Sober January or want to cut off alcohol for a bit and see how it goes, just know that you will definitely feel better after the initial shock to your system. However, the health effects that come from long-term sobriety probably won't occur in just a single month. If you want to drink from time to time, that's okay. You can still receive some of the benefits mentioned in this video just by limiting your alcohol consumption to 1 drink or less a day. By reducing alcohol intake, your body can recover and you can live a long and happy life, while also having a glass of hooch every now and then. Blinking. By the time I finish this sentence, you'll have blinked at least once. It's something we do without thinking, and good thing too because we do it so often. But what if you stopped blinking forever? The consequences can be absolutely shocking. In 1 hour, you're going to blink between 900 and 1,200 times. In a single day, you'll blink between 14,400 and 19,200 times. In a week, that's 100,800 to 134,400 times. And in a year, it's a whopping 5.2 million to 7.1 million blinks, giving your eyelids a real workout. Every time you blink, your brain is taking a micro rest to process information. Blinking is super important, which is why when you stop, things can go bad really quick. 1 minute. At first, you'll feel fine, and most of you have had a good old-fashioned staring contest at least once in your life, so you're pretty familiar with what it feels like to go about a minute without blinking. What's actually going on in your eyeball might surprise you though. Within 30 seconds, that thin layer of moisture in your eye has begun to evaporate. This is a layer of water moisture that's delivered straight to your cornea through the process of blinking. You might have noticed, but your cornea doesn't have any blood vessels, and the only way it can receive water to keep it hydrated is through blinking. That's why after 30 seconds, your eyes begin to feel awfully dry. You'll begin to feel some slight pain or discomfort. This is your cornea starting the process of dehydration. And if you thought dehydration of your general body was bad, it's even worse with your eyes. Generally, when you're suffering from actual dehydration, you don't notice it much in your eyes until the symptoms become extreme. at which point you'll feel like your eyes are slightly bugging out. More on this later. Making your eyes mildly uncomfortable. This is because, like your brain, your body considers your eyes to be of vital importance to your survival and prioritizes delivering what little water is available in your body to them. After all, if you can't see, your odds of survival have just plummeted dramatically. Remember how we told you the cornea has no blood vessels? Well, blinking does more than just deliver water, and by the end of your first minute without blinking, you've already interrupted the vital process of delivering much-needed nutrients to the cornea tissue. Basically, you've started starving your eyeballs. 2 minutes. When you enter your second minute, you'll start to notice your eyes getting bloodshot. That's a direct effect of your corneas drying out as your body tries to pump more moisture to the eyes in any way it can. The lack of moisture by now will have dried out your corneas so much that you'll notice greatly increased pain and discomfort. After 2 minutes of not blinking, you now created a dangerous bacterial condition in your eye. Each blink helps not just moisturize the surface of the eye, but sweep away debris and cover the eyeball in mucus secretions that help fight and prevent infection. Now, any debris that lands in your eye, including airborne germs, mold, and other nasty things, are going to stay there. In the case of numerous types of bacteria, they'll soon start reproducing out of control, making your no blinking situation even worse over time. 3 minutes. After 3 minutes of no blinking, the average person will be unable to resist the eye's natural response to flood the eye with tears. At this point, your brain is basically mutinying against you, and since you're not going to bother to lubricate your eyes, it's going to instruct the tear ducts in your eyes to do it for you. Your eyes will grow increasingly watery as the tear ducts dump out all available moisture to try to save your eyes. It might help, but only temporarily. 5 minutes. After crying, your eyes are all out of tears, and you're going to need time to restock. This means that the tears that flooded your eyes are going to be evaporated by now. Your eyes are once more unprotected and unmoisturized, and it will be extremely bloodshot at this point. The pain is increasing in intensity, but it's still likely quite tolerable. You'll notice that your vision is starting to become blurry. Your tears are vitally important to the health of your eye, and your refusal or inability to blink has now cut off the cornea from vital sources of oxygen. Your blurry vision is only temporary at this point, but if you continue not blinking, it could be permanent. Even if you just experience regular dry eyes in your life, the possibility for permanent vision loss is very real if you don't seek treatment. 15 minutes. Your eyes are nearly completely dry at this point, causing them to start to swell up in your eye socket. This will lead to an increase in pain, which can be quite intolerable at this point. The pain is not just a symptom of your eyes basically dehydrating and drying out in your skull, but also meant to get your attention. Your brain is trying to tell you that not blinking is a really bad idea, and you really should get some moisture into your eyeballs as soon as humanly possible. 20 minutes. By now, the dryness has begun to affect the protective tissues of the eye. The corneal epithelium is a layer of tissue that covers the front of the cornea. If you've had LASIK surgery, then this is the part of the protective tissue that is neatly sliced away to give the laser direct access to the cornea itself. Normally, the corneal epithelium helps prevent your tears from getting into the cornea and bringing along with them all sorts of nasty stuff that's on the surface of your eyeball, like dust, insects, and other debris. But it also helps protect the cornea from bacterial infection by acting as a physical barrier. Without it being regularly hydrated, though, the layer of tissue is going to become tougher and get increasingly cloudier. For now, the damage is only temporary, but its effects could be permanent if you continue being unable to blink. The cloudy tissue is going to make your blurry vision even worse. At this point, you're also noticing that your eye is starting to swell, adding to a feeling of pressure along with the pain. 90 minutes. The Guinness Book of World Records does not keep any records that could be potentially dangerous or fatal, so therefore it refuses to authenticate any records of longest time without blinking. However, if you've reached 90 minutes without blinking, you've officially tied the man who is believed to hold the current world record for not blinking. Anand Haridas, a teacher from Kannur in India. He used his skills in Trataka, a type of yogic meditation technique, to stare at a fixed point for a whopping 1 hour and 31 minutes. Haridas claims that he began practicing by staring at a black dot on the wall and initially couldn't get past the 5-minute mark due to the pain and heavy tearing up. Eventually, he got to 20 minutes and then, after 3 years of training, broke the 1-hour mark. Setting the world record is great, but if you can get this far, you probably need some yoga meditation techniques of your own because the pain from your dried out eyes is going to be intense. 2 hours. At this point, dehydration has begun to damage the thin tissue of the surface of the eye and your inner eyelids, known as conjunctiva. This tissue helps protect the eye during normal operation, but by denying it the much-needed hydration it requires, you've started the process of dehydrating some of the most delicate tissue in your body. The damage is still not permanent, but soon it will be, and will lead to serious vision loss. 4 hours. Your cornea has been starved of water for so long that the damage has begun to spread into the deeper tissues. Dehydration has compromised the function of the cornea, and as the tissues shrink from dehydration, your vision becomes even worse. Despite this shrinkage though, your eyes are actually swelling as the body tries to pump more blood to them, causing extreme discomfort and growing pain as your eyes literally begin to feel like they're going to pop out of your head. 8 hours. You haven't blinked in 8 hours, and your eye hasn't been able to remove all the random bits of debris that floats around in the environment around you. With nowhere to go, all that dust and debris sticks to the outer layer of your eye and accumulates, leading to the growth of black dots in your vision. The longer you go without blinking, the bigger these dark spots will get as more and more junk builds up on the surface of your eye. 12 hours. Your eyes are being dehydrated from the outside in, but your pupils still have a job to do. They compensate for your increasingly worsening vision. They grow larger as they try to gather more light through the increasingly filthy and cloudy surface of the eye. You might gain a temporary increase in vision, but it'll be short-lived. At this point, you're causing permanent damage to your eyes as they are literally dying of thirst. 24 hours. The extreme pain and discomfort will make it impossible to sleep. No matter how hard your brain wants to take a break and shut things down, eventually you might get used to having your eyes open and sleep much in the same way some people do with their own eyes open, but those people still blink from time to time. Because you're not blinking, not only do your eyes become even more swollen, but infection will have set in as bacteria replicate out of control on the surface of your eye. 2 days. Your vision has deteriorated so badly that at this point you're suffering from double vision. Unfortunately, all that means is that you're seeing two equally bad pictures because your vision is still extremely blurry and clouded by black clouds of debris. You could experience as much as a 30% vision loss at this point, simply from the amount of debris and bacteria replicating out of control on the surface of your eyeball. 3 days. By the 3rd day, we have some good news. You no longer feel the horrible pain from your eyes. The bad news is the reason you're not feeling any pain is because your eyes are dying. Vision loss at this point is permanent. Even if you begin blinking and washing the debris out of your eyeballs, dehydrated tissues have been starved of water for so long that they have died, now severely impacting the function of the eye. Bacteria, which have been running amok, have also now begun to eat the dying tissue of the eye. And if you see anything at all, it's a dark, cloudy, milky white mess as your dehydrated eyes struggle to continue to function. 6 days. Your vision loss is now permanent and probably total. Bacterial infections have rampaged out of control and even penetrated into the deeper layers of the eye, which are supplied with water through blood vessels. The structural damage to the outer layers is now complete, with the tissues having been completely desiccated. Not only are you permanently blind at this point, but you also have thrown the door open for bacteria to infect the rest of your body. Given the proximity to your brain, the only way to survive the infection at this point is to completely remove the eyes, stopping the infection from getting deeper into your skull. With no eyes though, you at least finally have a reason not to blink anymore. Being isolated at home can be rough on a person, and now many of you viewers know that from firsthand experience. But imagine if you had to spend your entire life in quarantine. Imagine if every day invisible pathogens threatened to take your life away, pathogens that were harmless to other people because they were naturally protected against them. You are a special case indeed, and there will be no contact or cuddles with other people for as long as you live. You'll never feel the touch of another person's skin, not even your own mother's. You're a walking time bomb. The very planet is your predator. The air is pervasive with invisible threats that lay in wait to finish you off. Welcome to the life of a bubble boy. The bubble boy we are talking about was named David Vetter. He was born September 21st, 1971, but he wasn't his mother's first child. That first child died after 7 months, and the reason was because he was born with something called Severe Combined Immunodeficiency, or SCID. We're going to get into details later about what that actually is, but first let's get back to the story of David. After those parents lost their first child to this very rare disease, they were told that if they should have another child, there was a good chance it could also be born with SCID. The couple already had a healthy girl, and so they thought they'd go ahead and try to have another baby. As soon as baby David came out of his mother, he entered the world of isolation. He was under attack from the moment he was delivered, and so had to be confined inside a specially made cocoon bed that had been sterilized. This was now David's world, although in the years to come, that cocoon would get larger, of course. If David had not been cocooned, within months his body would have become infected by various diseases, and those would overwhelm and kill him. The outcome wasn't good for SCID kids. But David didn't give up the ghost easily. He grew up and was able to walk and talk, but his entire life would be inside a chamber. He was never hugged like all children should be. He didn't get to go out and play or go to school, so you might just be wondering how he survived when he could have no contact with the outside world. How did the poor guy even eat? Okay, so first a 101 on what David had and why he had to literally live in a bubble. Severe combined immunodeficiency. What's that? It doesn't sound too good. As you can probably guess, it means that a person is born with virtually no immunity to anything. You see, you guys watching the show might not know that inside of you there is a battle going on. You have soldiers on your side fighting for you all the time, night and day, 24/7, until the day you bite the dust. This immune defense system of yours is your heavenly protector, your biological knight in shining armor, because when it detects foreign agents, let's call them enemies, it defends you against them. These invading pathogens are detected as the enemy, and so your immune system responds. And this is happening all the time, but sometimes your defense system has to put up a fight, and you might feel quite ill. Sometimes you didn't win the battle, and that's you, gone, dead, you've pooped your clogs, as the British might say. That's why some folks with compromised immune systems might not fight off infections very well. We're speaking in layman's terms here, of course, because this is a show not about biology, it's a show about David. You see, David wasn't born with this built-in defense system that you have. He wasn't what you just might call a sickly child. He was virtually under attack from everything that existed in the world. He didn't have a compromised immune system. His entire army was MIA. Our world, you see, is full of microorganisms, and some of those can hurt us, organisms we call pathogens. That word basically means disease-producing. They are everywhere, and you are completely fudged if you can't fight them at all. That's why David had to live in a bubble. But how did that go? Well, all the time David was in his bubble, his parents hoped and prayed he could have a bone marrow transplant, but he needed the perfect match. Getting that wasn't easy, so he had to maintain his life in the bubble. His sister was his great hope at first, since it was thought her bone marrow would be the right fit, but unfortunately it wasn't. You see, if a transplant is successful, the body will produce white blood cells, and then the immune system will kick in. So David just had to wait. Meanwhile, this is how life in the bubble was. He needed to eat and drink, of course, but anything sent into that bubble had to be sterilized. You might ask, how do you sterilize a cheese and ham sandwich? Well, there were holes in the bubble, so as a kid, nurses could wear gloves and spoon-feed him. He ate only food from jars and cans, and that food had to be sterilized. Everything that went in the chamber had to be sterilized. There were no sandwiches, unfortunately. The process of sterilization didn't just involve wiping stuff down with alcohol or detergent, but putting all the items in a special chamber, then pumping that chamber with ethylene oxide gas at a high temperature. The item would then be aerated for 1 to 7 days, and then it could be put into David's bubble. So he had food, he had toys, he had TVs and books, you name it, but all those things had to go through this sterilization process. And the guy had to breathe, of course, so air was pumped into the bubble. The problem with that was the generator was really noisy, so talking to David could be hard, not to mention how he must have felt with that constant noise in his life. In time, he did at least get amplifiers to make communication easier. His parents gave him an education. They showed him love, but in a non-contact kind of way. His sister even slept next to the bubble, so David always had company. He'd even fight with her at times, as siblings do. One time he reached out of his bubble with his gloves on and tried to punch her. He was too slow to make contact, something that irked the confined child. It was hard for the boy. He couldn't go out and play like the other kids. There was one instance when his sister announced that he was going to get a burger from the local fast food place, and David shouted, "I want to go!" And then he thought for a while and said, "No, I don't." He spent a lot of time at a hospital and a lot of time at home, so you might be wondering just how he got from place to place. His bubble was too big for a car or a van, and just a short trip outside the bubble would have killed him. Well, he had a transport bubble, and even went to the movie theater in it once and watched Return of the Jedi. Better still, when David was 6, NASA made him a kind of spacesuit, albeit one connected to his bubble with a tube. He got to walk about a bit and feel a little more like a human. But it seems he didn't quite like it, and after about 7 times in the suit, he just said he didn't want to wear it anymore. As he got older, of course, he matured in his mind. At 11 years old, he was no longer a little kid, but a big kid. And seeing as he was always on TV, he became aware that he was a bit of a star. Was that a good thing, though? Some people think it wasn't, because his life was a bit like The Truman Show. In fact, while he always smiled for the cameras, we know that sometimes he went into fits of rages when they were turned off. He didn't want to be a goldfish in a bowl, a kind of weird roadside attraction for millions of Americans. The kid matured and he wanted out, but there was no way out. Why, he would think, has life dealt me such an awful hand? We should say there had been boys in bubbles in the past, but never had someone got so old in a bubble. The bubble was no place for a teenager, and so when David was 12, he finally was given that bone marrow transplant he so direly needed. The doctors decided to try a new technique and give him a bone marrow transplant that wasn't a perfect match. His beloved sister was the donor, and in October it happened. For 4 months, David seemed okay, although still in his bubble. Things quickly went wrong though, because his sister had passed a virus onto him, the Epstein-Barr virus. Most of you have this virus in you, but it lies dormant. At the time, the doctor couldn't screen her for the virus. It attacked David and he couldn't fight it. Infections overwhelmed his body, and he ended up falling very ill from a cancer of the lymphatic system. He spent 2 weeks in the hospital and finally freed from his bubble, experiencing the real world, touching the skin of his family, able to breathe real air, to finally live without the hum of a machine in the background. He actually asked for a Coke, something that couldn't be sterilized for his bubble life, but the doctors refused him on the grounds that it wouldn't help his condition. But he kissed his mother for the first time in his life. She would sit down beside him and comb his hair, an experience that was both sad and wonderful. He was out of his prison, but fading fast. He was truly alive at least, but not long for this world. The slings and arrows of outrageous fortune had finally done him in. On February 22, 1984, he was still conscious, but he knew his time was coming. He made jokes that morning, but as if an angel had whispered in his ear, he winked at his doctor, closed his eyes, and slipped into unconsciousness. If you believe this kind of thing, his bubble is now the infinite majesty of the universe. He's no longer confined, but immortal, and forever loved by those whose feelings he touched. This writer doesn't mind admitting it, but he's feeling a bit choked up right now. The year is 2021, and though the rollout of 5G technology has been slow, your town finally got the all-new fancy antennas and cell phone towers installed that will make it possible for phones to connect to the 5G network. Excited to try out lightning-fast internet anywhere you go, you pull out your phone and hop on YouTube to watch another episode of your favorite informative online show. But as your phone connects to the 5G network, your nose suddenly starts bleeding, your hands shake and your vision gets blurry, then suddenly your head pops like an overripe melon, or that one scene from Scanners. You're dead now, and it's all because you just had to have 5G cell service on your phone. Clearly, the previous scenario is hyperbole, but as 5G technology comes closer to being an international reality, people all across the world are having some very real fears about what this new tech will do to the human body. First though, what is 5G and how is it going to change the way we communicate? 5G is the latest development in wireless information transfer technology. The G in 5G stands for generation, so this is the 5th generation of cellular technology, which is impressive since the tech has only really been around a few decades. 5G is poised to change humanity in a very big way, and in fact may be the single biggest revolution in human culture since the global adoption of the internet. That's because 5G technology will allow information transfer rates as high as a stunning 20 gigabytes per second, which is faster than most wired connections. More bandwidth and improved antenna technology will make it possible to share more data faster anywhere within network coverage. We could see latency drop to as low as 1 millisecond, meaning that for the first time, wireless augmented reality technology could become a real thing. This means that you could play virtual reality games anywhere that you have coverage, but it will also allow for things like remote surgery in more places. The military is already looking out to applications of 5G technology and dream of a heads-up display system that will let soldiers share real-time data across the battlefield, or let ground combat drone operators control the battlefield robots alongside human soldiers in real time. Needless to say, the ability to stream so much data so quickly anywhere with coverage could be revolutionary. 5G works differently from 4G by replacing the large high-powered cell towers with many more cell stations spread out across a city. This is one disadvantage of 5G tech. In testing, users reported dropping out of service when more than 2 blocks away from a tower. So telecommunications companies are going to have to invest heftily into outfitting each city with thousands of new antennas. Luckily, these antennas are far smaller than normal cell towers and can be inconspicuously worked into light poles or roofs on buildings. The reason for the change from large, powerful cell towers to a swarm of smaller antennas is because 5G operates at a much higher frequency than 4G coverage, operating between 30 and 300 gigahertz. This means that the electromagnetic waves 5G uses for communication are much smaller than those used for regular cell service, and are thus much more prone to interference and have far shorter ranges. Right now, companies in the US, Japan, South Korea, and China are building for the first 5G networks, and it's estimated that a full rollout of the technology will cost billions of dollars and take until well into the 2030s. However, the benefits far outweigh the steep price, or even the wait, and 5G promises to make a truly interconnected world a reality. But with every new technology comes fear from the public sector, and now some people are opposing the rollout of 5G technology on the grounds that it's dangerous to human health. The reason for the fear behind 5G largely comes from the very high frequencies that the technology uses to transmit data. 5G operates at the same frequency that microwaves do, and sadly, a general lack of scientific knowledge has led many people around the world to fear that 5G could literally cook your brain. As many scientists have pointed out though, it's not the wavelength that makes microwaves cook food so effectively, but the power that the microwave puts out. The average microwave puts out 700 watts of power, while a cell phone barely puts out a single watt. Furthermore, microwaves concentrate all of that energy into a very confined space, while your cell phone spits out its energy all over the environment. A woman in New Zealand made headlines after starting an online petition to ban the rollout of 5G technology, fearful of the effects the network would have on the human body. As is so often the case, the woman first grew concerned when she read a Facebook post about the dangers of 5G technology, and since Facebook is world-renowned as a trusted, peer-reviewed authority on all scientific matters, she immediately launched an online petition asking her local government to stop the rollout of 5G technology in her city. According to the woman, she feared what the effects of 5G exposure 24 hours a day would do to the human body. She is hardly alone, however, in fearing the rollout of 5G technology, and in April of this year, a test rollout was halted in Brussels, Belgium, after citizens became concerned over the extra radiation in the environment. This forced local government to enact anti-radiation laws, which we wish them good luck in enforcing, as we are literally bathed in electromagnetic radiation every day. In fact, we have bad news for Brussels, because every time their citizens enjoy a sunny day, they're being blasted by electromagnetic radiation. Time to ban the sun, Belgium. Except don't think hiding indoors will save you, because those light bulbs in your home, bam, basically drowning you in electromagnetic radiation. The culprit here, as it so often is an ignorance of science and scientific terms. Radiation is used to describe every single electromagnetic emission in the universe, and these include everything from the sun's warm light to your light bulb, or the waves that carry your favorite radio tunes to your car's radio. The difference between benign and harmful radiation is whether it's ionizing or not. That is, whether it's strong enough to remove electrons from their orbit around an atom, thus causing the atom to become charged or ionized. The split between ionizing and non-ionizing radiation occurs in the ultraviolet range, and rest assured 5G technology falls far short of this point. Now, non-ionizing radiation can still be dangerous, as it still generates heat and thus destroys living tissue. But once more, we have to consider the power that the radiation transmitted at. As we mentioned before, your cell phone simply doesn't have the oomph to hurt you or your neighbors. For fun, we looked at some of the more popular conspiracy theories surrounding 5G technology, because on the internet, ignorance is in no short supply. One of our favorites was that 5G technology was being used as a form of global population control, which we assume means that all previous methods attempted were complete failures. Everything from GMO crops to vaccines to chemtrails to dog farts have been claimed by conspiracy theorists at some point or another as being forms of population control. And yet humanity continues growing despite our apparent best efforts to prevent this. Either way, this means that these conspiracy theories are nonsense, or the government is really bad at its job. Another favorite theory is the autism theory, because apparently blaming the mercury in vaccines for causing autism is slowly going out of style, so it's time to blame cell phones. First of all, the original mercury used in vaccines never caused autism because the dose was so small and the body couldn't physically absorb it, and the new version of mercury they use is now even less harmful. Plus, you can always get a mercury-free vaccine if you happen to be scared of nonsense. But your cell phone's causing autism? Well, we're not quite sure how that's supposed to work, as the EM waves given off by radiation are so weak, and scientists have confirmed that electromagnetic radiation is at least 99% free of mercury. Another theory put forth is that 5G technology uses high-frequency waves that are capable of boiling water, and thus this is going to be used to make everyone on Earth sterile. This theory is, of course, half right, as yes, 5G technology uses the same high-frequency waves as your microwave puts out, but as we've mentioned twice now, and really can't stress enough, it's not just frequency you have to worry about, but power output. Besides, we have it on good authority that the Zeta Reticuli reptilians who secretly rule the government have no interest in turning humanity sterile, as it would dramatically lower their delicious human brain supply. As we're not sure how boiling water in the human body would make you sterile. If it were possible, it would just make you dead, which, on second thought, we'd have to admit is a pretty good way of making people stop having babies. It's clear that some people are fearful of 5G technology in no small part thanks to a general ignorance of science and the fear associated with the word radiation. The best cure for this fear is to get informed, just like you've been. Although you are a pretty smart cookie. You subscribe to the infographic show after all. So if you want to help fight scientific ignorance, tell a friend the difference between harmful and non-harmful radiation, or just share this video. It's been a long time since you worked out. You had every intention of getting off your computer chair, going to the gym, but those infographic show videos are just so darn interesting. However, after we tell you what exactly exercising does to your body, you'll have all the motivation you need. First, there will be a little pain as your body tears itself apart, but over time your muscles will repair and you'll get stronger, happier, and healthier. But make sure you stay with us all the way to the end of the video because too much exercise can be a matter of life or death. You definitely want to know how much is too much and what detrimental effects over-exercising can have on your body. We're going to start with day 1 of working out. Whether it's been a few months since you've gone to the gym or a few years, the day you start exercising is the day your body starts to transform into the best version of itself. But this will be a long process full of ups and downs. In order to understand what's about to happen to your muscles and cells, we'll need to know what exercise does to your body. You step into the gym and take a deep breath of air filled with the smells of sweat and rubber mats. You scan the room to find an area that isn't near anyone else so you have all the space you need. You pick up some different sized weights and get to work. In between exercises, you do a little cardio. As you begin to sweat, there is a slight burn in the muscles being used, but this is normal and important process that will make you stronger. Your body shifts the flow of blood from areas like your digestive system to your skeletal muscles. Signals from the brain and hormones from your endocrine system tell your body to start converting stored sugars in fat and carbohydrates to glucose for energy production. As your muscles are put under strain, they release lactic acid that builds up and drops the pH in that area of the body. This causes cramps and muscle fatigue, which cues your mind that you can't do any more reps and it's time for a break. Don't worry though, after a little rest, your body will metabolize the lactic acid and you'll be able to continue your workout. Your brain begins creating neurotransmitters like dopamine and serotonin that allows it to make more connections between brain cells, which aids in the movement of body parts. Without these increased connections, you'd be falling all over yourself as you tried to do burpees or jump rope. Working out takes a lot of coordination, and it's for this reason that the brain becomes incredibly active during exercise. The harder you exercise, the faster your heart starts beating as a result of rising adrenaline levels in your body. At the same time, the capillaries in all your muscles expand, allowing for greater blood flow. This allows nutrients and oxygen to reach your cells where energy production is in overdrive. The muscles in your midsection, which allow you to breathe by causing your diaphragm to expand and contract, work even harder to bring more oxygen into your lungs. As your cells generate more and more energy and your muscles work harder than they have in a long time, your body temperature increases. Your sweat glands release fluid to help it cool down and maintain homeostasis. This is one of the reasons why you feel so thirsty as you exercise. Sweat causes the body to lose water, which can lead to dehydration. So it's important to replenish your H2O supply by drinking water throughout your workout routine. You're hoping that by the time you're done, you'll be ripped. But that's not how it works. After an hour of working out, you collapse from exhaustion. As you lay on the floor, your breathing begins to slow and your heart rate decreases. You try to stand up, but you can't move. Your body's still metabolizing the lactic acid that's built up in your muscles. But if you think you're sore now, just wait until the next day. When you finally manage to get your muscles working again and stand up, you realize you now feel dizzy, and your reaction time is a little slow. This is natural, as the body is still trying to return its numerous functions from a high state of stress and awareness to normal levels. It takes a toll not only on the cardiovascular system, but on your nervous system as well. The heightened amount of dopamine and serotonin in your bloodstream gets used up, and fewer signals are sent to the rest of the muscles as it's time to relax. Since your last workout, your body's been busy breaking down the fibers and blood vessels in your muscles since they were not being used frequently. This is one of the reasons your muscles shrink in the month after you stop exercising. But your body doesn't just do this to make you feel weak and pathetic. The reason it breaks down muscle fibers is to help conserve energy in parts of the body that aren't being used often. Your body requires a lot of energy just to keep you alive. So anytime energy can be conserved, it takes advantage of the situation. Because of your previous lifestyle that lacked exercise, your body needs to work especially hard to get blood and nutrients where they're needed. as there just aren't many pathways and blood vessels to your muscles as there should be. And this doesn't affect the muscles in your arms and legs. Your heart and lungs have also been working much harder than they have been in a long time. However, even though this first workout session was brutal, everything is about to get easier, and your body will change drastically as the result of repetitive exercise. The downside is that while you were exercising, you were also tearing apart what little muscle fibers you have. They will grow back stronger and your cells will multiply, but this process is going to be painful, take time, and require a lot of energy. When you go to bed the night after your first exercise session, you might find that you fall asleep faster and sleep better than you have in a long time. This is because your body does a lot of repairs while you sleep. While energy levels are low for the parts of the body that allow you to move and remain alert, your body can focus on using its energy to repair itself. While you're fast asleep, your cells are hard at work dividing, improving fluid distribution, and restructuring your muscle fibers to aid in growth and strength. When you wake up the next day, you stare at the ceiling and pray for death, as everything aches. It's natural, and it means your body's doing what it's supposed to by fixing itself while also building up your muscles. You won't see any physical changes to your body, but you will definitely feel them as aches and pains. But you're strong, you could power through it. The damage and new growth to your body happens at the microscopic level. You're likely going to be sore for several days, and the way to reduce the pain is probably not what you're expecting. You will definitely need to rest your body, but it's also important that you continue to push through the discomfort and exercise again. By keeping your muscles active, you will provide them with more blood flow and nutrients. This will aid in the restoration process. You'll also need to stretch before and after every workout session to make sure you aren't just damaging your muscles, but making them more pliable and flexible. This will help them grow and allow for a wider range of motion. If you're in severe pain and can't move after a day of exercising, you did too much and went too hard. Give your body time to recover, then try again with a less intense workout regimen once you feel better. Even after a day of exercise, your body's resting metabolic rate will increase slightly. This is because it's using more energy than normal to repair damaged muscle cells. In order to get the energy it needs, your body will pull from any stores of fats that can be broken down to produce glucose. Some studies have found that 45 minutes of intense exercise can increase your metabolism by up to 40% for 14 hours after you finish working out. But there's something incredibly unexpected that'll happen after you start exercising. Even though your body requires more energy to repair your muscles, you will actually feel a drop in your appetite. It seems counterintuitive, but it's the increase of certain hormones that help the body recover that causes appetite suppression as a side effect. This doesn't mean you won't feel hungry at all, it just means you might not eat as much as you normally do. This is great if you're trying to lose weight, which is why most medical professionals recommend supplementing almost all diets with exercise. The soreness, faster metabolism, and suppressed appetite will continue through your first week of exercising. But what happens after that? When can you expect to see a six-pack and biceps of steel? 1 week after you start working out, your body will begin to feel better overall. If you're still waking up with pain after an exercise session, it might mean you need to slow down just a bit. But after a full week of this new exercise-filled lifestyle, most of the pains and aches should subside. Not only are your muscles growing at this point, but your brain is changing as well. Researchers have found that your body releases endorphin hormones which send pleasure signals to your brain when you work out. This fundamentally changes the way you think about exercising. After a week of consistently actively working out, your brain might begin to connect the activity with receiving endorphins. This is one reason why people who exercise regularly report feeling happier after they complete their workout. But the longer you keep up your exercise routine, the more beneficial physical and mental health effects will develop, as you will later find out in this video. Unfortunately, after a week of exercising, it's unlikely you'll see any noticeable physical changes to your body. This is where people start to falter in their exercise routine. It is a difficult mental hurdle to overcome, but the long-term benefits will definitely make it worth it. Since you've been working so hard, it's only natural to want to see results. But it's just too soon for your body to have repaired and built up enough muscle for the change to be visible. However, you will feel more rested due to getting a better night's sleep, and you probably have lost a pound or two, but you were expecting more noticeable results. As long as you can push past the disappointment and finish out the first few weeks of exercising, the next things that happen to your body will most definitely be noticeable. After 1 month of going from a sedentary lifestyle to exercising consistently, you'll notice that your strength and stamina have improved. You might not be at your final goal yet, but you've come a long way from that first workout session. There are now more muscle cells and fibers throughout your body, which will not only make your muscles more defined, but you're probably doing more reps, lifting heavier weights, and able to lengthen your cardio routine. You'll also notice that your body takes less time to recover after workout. This is because not only are your skeletal muscles getting bigger, but your heart has become stronger as well. It allows for more blood and oxygen and nutrients to be pumped around your body more efficiently. And something even crazier is happening at the cellular level. The mitochondria are the powerhouses of the cell. It's these organelles that turn sugar and oxygen into energy. As more cells are created to allow your muscles to grow, more mitochondria are being produced in each cell. The more mitochondria you have, the more energy can be produced. This will aid in your exercise routine, as well as the growing of new cells and repairing of damaged muscle cells. Just by exercising regularly for a week, your body will feel less tired in general because your cells are more actively converting sugars to energy. Most of the strength gains you feel during your first few weeks of working out are a result of your brain being able to use your muscles more efficiently. Now that you've built up more fibers in your muscles and your brain knows what to expect during an exercise session, your balance and ability to complete your routines becomes almost second nature. Your muscles are definitely getting stronger. But up until that first month of working out consistently, it's mostly your brain using what you have more efficiently that makes each session easier. Your muscles are now able to store carbohydrates and use them as a source of energy when needed. With each good night's rest after working out for the past month, your body has grown more and more muscle fibers and blood vessels that allow for better blood flow. This increased blood flow is not just happening in your skeletal muscles, but in all parts of your body. This means your heart is pumping blood more efficiently and able to recover more quickly after an intense workout. You might also find that your resting heart rate is lower than it was before you started your new exercise routine, which can improve blood pressure and reduce stress levels. Life is good now. Your body's definitely running more efficiently, and you're starting to notice a little bit of toning in your muscles. But there's another less attractive side effect that you notice when you work out as well. You seem to be sweating more than normal. This is actually a good thing. It means your body's become better at regulating your internal temperature. The excess sweat is your body's way of thermoregulating itself, so you can go harder for longer. So embrace that salty taste of sweat as it drips from your face. It's all part of your body's plan to keep you healthy and make you stronger. 3 months after you start exercising, you'll finally see the physical changes you've been waiting for. Your muscles are now more defined. The amount of stored fat you have has been reduced as your body breaks it down to repurpose the molecules into making more muscle cells and energy. Depending on what your goal is, you might actually gain weight. If you wanted to build muscle and you were already at a healthy weight, you might put on a few pounds. As the larger your muscles become, the more you'll weigh. Also, at this point, your brain has been programmed to look forward to and even crave your workout sessions. The positive reinforcement that comes with the endorphins released during exercise has become a normal part of your day. And if you don't work out, you oftentimes don't feel as good. This is because your brain and body still expect the influx of hormones that comes with exercising. 1 year after you started working out, you might barely recognize yourself. You may have started an exercise routine before, but never made it this far. A year is a long time to keep up with exercising, as life can throw a wrench in your plans, but you've done it, and your body thanks you. Your muscle strength and endurance are much higher. On top of being stronger, you'll likely be more flexible and have less back and joint pain. This is because with regular exercise, your muscle fibers have become more elastic and stronger. Exercising also has a positive impact on bone growth, which is one of the reasons your joints also feel better as well. But the best part about making it this far are the things you can't see. Since your heart is stronger and more healthy, you've reduced your risk of developing heart disease and stroke. Also, since you've been maintaining a healthy weight, you're less likely to become obese or develop diseases such as type 2 diabetes. Even if you have a cheat meal every now and then, your body can handle the extra nutrients and just uses them as fuel during your next workout sessions. You shouldn't be eating fast food all the time, but a year's worth of exercise does mean you are likely able to eat more than you used to if you want to maintain a healthy weight. Research also shows that exercising regularly reduces the symptoms of stress, depression, and anxiety. This most likely has to do with an increase in certain pleasure hormones that happens as a result of working out. Also, some studies have provided evidence that exercising regularly over several years can actually cause the brain's hippocampus to grow in size. So not only are your skeletal muscles getting bigger, but your brain might be as well. However, can too much of a good thing be bad for you? Or in other words, can you over-exercise? The answer to that question is yes. So, how much is too much and what can happen? Everyone is different, so the amount of exercise one person can handle might be very different than what you can handle. It's okay. It just means you need to listen to what your body's telling you. If you collapse and can't move for hours after a workout, that might mean you've overdone it. Likewise, if you're always in pain or aching after your workout, even months into exercising, it means something is wrong and you should modify your routine. But what happens to your body when you exercise too much? If you push your muscles too hard for too long, you can develop chronic muscle fatigue. your body will feel heavy and your heart will have trouble recovering and returning to its normal rhythm. This is dangerous because too much strain on your heart can lead to a heart attack. Overworking your muscles can also lead to a rare condition called rhabdomyolysis. Your muscle fibers begin to break down and leak into your blood. If this continues, the fibers can end up in the heart and kidney, causing these major organs to fail. So in this circumstance, overexercising can actually be fatal. Another side effect of working your body too hard is that your sleep suffers. Your body uses the time you're asleep to repair itself. But if there's too much damage, this can cause pain that keeps you awake. The hormones in your body might become so out of balance that it results in insomnia. If you don't sleep enough, your body can't recover, which exacerbates the problems in the healing process even further. And even when you are asleep, your body might not be able to increase blood flow or produce enough human growth hormone to repair all the damage that it's done. If you found yourself restless at night and not getting enough sleep, it might be time to dial back the exercising a bit. Experts recommend that doing high-intensity training for short periods of time might help reset the body and allow for your sleeping patterns to return to normal. Then you can ramp up your exercise regimen once again while monitoring your body to make sure you don't overdo it. But sleep deprivation from overexercising isn't the only thing throwing your internal balance out of whack. When you exercise the appropriate amount, your body uses up stress hormones such as cortisol and adrenaline that are circulating in your blood. These molecules are necessary for normal life functions. However, by exercising consistently, you're keeping them at low levels, which in turn reduces the amount of anxiety and stress you feel. The problem with overexercising is that it has the reverse effect. With too much exercise, your body is constantly being strained, which means stress hormones are dumped into your bloodstream. This can then cause stress and anxiety levels to increase drastically. Cortisol also plays a role in helping insulin regulate glucose levels in your body. However, when cortisol levels are too high, your liver continuously releases glucose, which could lead to your cells developing insulin resistance. This means glucose levels will be too high in the blood, and your body will begin storing it as fat. If insulin resistance persists, it can lead to type 2 diabetes, and all your hard work will become detrimental to your health. On top of all this, it's unlikely that your body will be able to get enough nutrients and generate enough energy to repair all the damage done to your muscles and make you stronger. So, exercising too much actually ends up making you weaker over time. If your body needs more nutrients than you can provide it with, energy production slows and you feel tired and fatigued. Nutrient deficiency connected to overexercising has been linked to numerous other side effects such as hair loss, bone pain, and vision problems. If you're experiencing any of these symptoms, it's time to drastically reduce the amount of exercise you're doing and give your body the time it needs to recover. Oh, and maybe see your doctor. You might also realize that not only does your body hurt from working out, but that you feel like you're getting sick more often. This is because overexercising can reduce the effectiveness of your immune system. This might have something to do with the body using an extreme amount of resources to repair the damage being done to your muscles. According to the Journal of Applied Physiology, your body experiences a period of immunodepression when you work out. This normally isn't a problem, but when you overwork your body, this window lasts much longer than it should, which could leave you vulnerable to infections and disease. The most important thing to know about how overexercising can affect your immune system is that the more times you push your body too hard, the longer the period that your immune system is weakened becomes. If you put yourself through an extreme workout for multiple days in a row, your immune system doesn't have time to recover, which could leave you in danger of becoming sick. Like with the other side effects of overexercising, the damage to your immune system can be reversed. But it's important to recognize that if you're exhibiting symptoms of overexercising like nutrient deficiencies, sleep deprivation, and severe pain, your immune system is also suffering, and you might find yourself with a nasty infection to go along with all those other harmful effects of too much exercise. What it comes down to is that if you're planning to start exercising regularly, you start slow and work your way up to a more difficult routine. The real damage to your body comes from doing too much too quickly. A good way to find your threshold is by starting out with some high-intensity workouts for short periods of time and seeing how your body feels. It's also important to implement some cardio, even if it's just a short jog or speed walking. You never want to go from doing no exercise to lifting hundreds of pounds or trying to run a marathon because your body won't be able to take it. Listen to your body and do what it's telling you. If you work out and the next day you don't feel any soreness at all, you might want to try pushing yourself a little harder. Conversely, if you work out and you can't move the next day because you're in so much pain, you probably overdid it. You should get some rest and give your body the time it needs to recover. Then dial back your workout routine a bit. Make sure you supplement your workout with healthy foods full of nutrients and vitamins to help your body repair the damage and growth of your muscles. Also, remember how important sleep is to the restoration of your body. When you begin your new workout routine, try to get to bed early. And get a good night's rest, since this is when your body carries out most of its repairs. And when you wake up sore the next day, just know that it's normal, and you should try to push through it because the more you stretch and use your muscles, the stronger they'll become. It's the summer of 1978. A woman with horrific pustules all over her body is lying in a hospital isolation bed in severe pain. Doctors wearing thick rubber gloves cautiously approach, they being the only people in the world allowed near her. After losing sight in one eye and losing her mind, she dies. The date was September 11th. Soon after, there was a funeral, but no one was allowed to attend. That's because she died from smallpox, a disease that had been long since wiped out in England. How did that happen? The answer is a lab leak. And as you'll see today, similar leaks have caused absolute mayhem in the world, including the deadly anthrax leak now known as biological Chernobyl. That is one utterly terrifying story, and we'll tell you about it in all its gory detail. But first, the woman who died such a lonely death was named Janet Parker, and she was the last person to die from smallpox in the UK. In fact, she was the last in the entire world. Parker was a medical photographer working with the University of Birmingham Medical School. As researchers worked with the smallpox down in the labs, she'd be up in her darkroom developing her photos. The disease might have been eradicated in the country, but that didn't mean research stopped. That's why when she started feeling ill on August 11th of that year, she didn't even consider it being smallpox. She told her doctor that she had a headache, and then when he looked her over, he saw that she had red spots covering parts of her body. His first thought was chickenpox. Not only was smallpox a thing of the past, but Parker had actually been vaccinated against the disease, albeit back in '66. But when her muscles started aching and her spots turned into a horrific rash now covering the soles of her feet, her legs, and elsewhere, doctors knew this was trouble. She was whisked off to the hospital, after which she was given a diagnosis of variola major, which is the worst type of smallpox. The worrying thing was this was a highly contagious disease, and Parker had been near a lot of people in the short time that she was ill. First, her parents went into quarantine, but after an investigation it was thought that about 500 people had been close to her. They were all placed in quarantine and vaccinated, while health specialists fumigated all the places where Parker had been. One of those people was her mother, and in spite of her being vaccinated, she also got the disease. Thankfully, she didn't seem to have a major strain. But then Parker's father died while in hospital quarantine. It was thought he actually died from a heart attack just after seeing his daughter on her deathbed, but an autopsy couldn't be done because of the risk of him having smallpox and infecting someone else. But the question on everyone's mind was, how did she contract the virus in the first place? Surely if she had gotten it, there had to be a leak and someone else might have gotten it. As officials were pondering the question, Parker started getting much worse. She went blind in one eye, and then one day, seemingly not knowing what was happening to her, she tried to clamber out of bed and rip out the drip in her arm. She died soon after. This was so serious that no one could attend her funeral. It was, as the press called it, the loneliest kind of death. But such strict measures had to be taken. In the 20th century, the disease is thought to have killed around 300 million people. But as it's an ancient disease, God knows how many has felled throughout history. The origin of smallpox is unknown, but it's thought to go back around 3,000 years. Pharaoh Ramses V died from it in 1157 BC. In the recent past, when there was an outbreak, something like 20 to 30% of infected people died. Even if the victims survived, they were often blinded or left horribly disfigured. So when it made an appearance in 1978, when it was thought to have been wiped out all over the world, you can be sure people in England and elsewhere were somewhat in a tiz. As one professor later remarked, very, very quickly, national and then international press appeared. This was a major worldwide issue. One of the doctors who was responsible for the lab where it came from wrote a letter saying, "I'm sorry to have misplaced the trust which so many of my friends and colleagues have placed in me and my work." He died soon after, not from smallpox. But was it all his fault? No one really knows. Investigations said it definitely had leaked from the lab somehow. How, they don't know. But the hypothesis was that it could have come through an air vent, gotten onto equipment Parker had touched, or from an actual contaminated person. We guess not many of our viewers were born when this happened, but suffice it to say, the news was about as bad as news gets. In the end, everything turned out all right except for that one tragedy, and of course the tragedy of family members losing a beloved. In 1980, the WHO announced that the disease was gone from the world for good. Maybe. We added the maybe. Prior to that, the last known smallpox lab leak happened in 1971 when scores of people got it while working at a secret facility in the Soviet Union where biological weapons were the name of the game. This became known as the 1971 Aral smallpox incident. A Russian researcher later wrote, on Vozrozhdenia Island in the Aral Sea, the strongest recipes of smallpox were tested. Suddenly, I was informed that there were mysterious cases of mortalities on Aralsk. He said that a young scientist had been aboard a ship and strayed too close to the island and then somehow got the virus. No one exactly knows how. Though she'd been vaccinated, she still got ill. She also took the virus back home where she infected more people. She recovered, but out of 9 folks who were infected, 3 died. One of them was her little brother. 50,000 residents were subsequently vaccinated, and many people had to go into quarantine. Whatever went on in that lab on the island, we may never know. But even though it was abandoned a long time ago, strange things have happened in the water surrounding the island. The BBC reported that tons of dead fish once appeared in the water, while one time 2 fishermen were found dead in their boat. It's thought they contracted the plague. Even more scary, one day 50,000 antelope grazing nearby just dropped down dead. All of them died within the space of an hour. This place has been dubbed Anthrax Island, with the BBC stating, "Over the years, the site flourished into a living nightmare, where anthrax, smallpox, and the plague hung in great clouds over the land. And exotic diseases such as tularemia, brucellosis, and typhus rained down and seeped into the sandy soil." We'll come back to anthrax and a tale straight out of a horror movie, but first, there's probably no disease that scares people as much as the dreaded Ebola virus. That's something we would hope never gets leaked from a lab. Well, it has in the past. While Ebola can be deadly, it doesn't make people look like zombies, as many fake images on the internet seem to suggest. But when you hear that it kills human cells and can make them explode, thereby wreaking havoc on the immune system and making people bleed from the inside, well, that's scary enough without the fake news. This is why people work with it in labs so they can make vaccines. But sometimes things go wrong. Handling viruses, them being invisible and all, isn't like fiddling around with a bunch of Lego bricks. There were news reports in 2009 that a woman working at Bernard Nocht Institute for Tropical Medicine in Hamburg got infected with Ebola by accident. The good news is that she was given a vaccine shortly after, and she was okay except for having a high fever. Her name was never given to the press because, hey, it's not cool to have your name associated with Ebola. It was said that she was working with the virus when she pricked herself with a needle, and we don't know much more than that. When people contract Ebola, they have a 50 to 90% chance of biting the dust. There's no cure yet, so victims just have to hope their immune system kicks into action and does the job it's supposed to. Unfortunately, this didn't happen to a Russian scientist who'd accidentally pricked herself with a needle back in 2004. Her name was Antonina Presniakova. Every effort was made to save her life, but those efforts failed. All the people involved in trying to save her, of course, had to wear protective clothing and then be sent to quarantine. Maybe some of you are now thinking, well, that'll never happen to me. Others might be thinking, didn't COVID come from a lab? The answer to that still remains a mystery, although as we write this, the New York Times has a story doing the rounds with the title, "You Should Be Afraid of the Next Lab Leak." The article said when someone works in one of those high-level labs, the safety protocols are incredibly strict. This is how one guy's entrance to the lab was described. He carefully dons a pair of gloves, puts on the hooded suit with gloves attached to it, and then adds yet another pair of gloves. After a hose from a ceiling pipe is connected to a valve on his suit, you inflate like the Michelin Man, he said. He passes through an airlock and into his lab. But errors can happen, and if they do happen, such as a suit has the tiniest of tear in it, the outcome could be incredibly bleak. It's not like forgetting to turn off the oven. Take, for example, the incident that happened at a lab in China in which severe acute respiratory syndrome, or SARS, escaped not once, but twice in 2004. A spokesperson for the WHO explained, "We suspect 2 people, a 26-year-old female postgraduate student and a 31-year-old male postdoc, were both infected, apparently in 2 separate incidents." How did this happen? We actually don't know because China isn't telling, but we do know that the incidents happened 2 weeks apart. This was especially worrying because foreigners had worked in the same lab and later got on a plane and then went back home. In the end, hundreds of people were tested and had to be isolated, but it seems that it still infected another 7 people outside of the lab. No one died, which is fortunate, seeing as the fatality rate for SARS is somewhere between 11 and 14%. But the question remains, how did it leak? It was never found out, although one SARS expert said the lab might have had all the right rules, but the people may not comply. For example, notebooks are not supposed to be taken out, a lot of things like that. A virus doesn't jump on people. Since the SARS outbreak in 2003, there have been 6 different lab leaks, although it seems that none of them have been too serious. We did find at least 1 fatality, though. Let's just hope human error in those labs doesn't happen much more. It's almost always that, with Bloomberg writing that when a leak happened in a Taiwanese lab, it was down to botched decontamination of laboratory waste. It only takes one mistake, though, and if it's ever proved that COVID was leaked from a lab, well, just look at the havoc that it's caused all over the world. But now let's talk about anthrax. We know you are dying to hear that anthrax story. One time that was leaked, and the outcome was very grim indeed. First of all, the reason why the place we talked about earlier was nicknamed Anthrax Island was because vast amounts of the stuff was put on barges in 1988 and transported there. We're talking up to about 200 tons of it. This is not the kind of place you want to go on your vacation. The Nenets tribe in Russia knows all about that, since 72 of them were not long ago infected with anthrax near where they lived, in the town of Salakhard, close to the Arctic Circle. 2,300 reindeer died as a result, but there was only one human death as well as many hospitalizations. The reason it happened was said to be down to global warming and the ice melting. The bacterium was in animal bones that had been buried for a long time, but they came back to the surface when unusually warm temperatures caused a thaw. The worst symptoms of anthrax have been described like this: inflammation of the membranes and fluid covering the brain and spinal cord, leading to massive bleeding, hemorrhagic meningitis, and death. There are 3 types of anthrax, and fatality rates differ for each one. Those 3 types affect the skin, cutaneous, the lungs, inhalation, and the digestive system, gastrointestinal. The first has only a 1% fatality rate if treated and 20% if untreated. The second has a fatality rate of 20 to 60%, and the third, a 75% fatality rate even if the infected has sought treatment. As you know, it comes from animals, but another reason for getting anthrax is because someone made it as a biological weapon. That's what happened in 1979 in an event sometimes called the Biological Chernobyl. The Soviet Union at the time was developing biological weapons at a military research facility in the city of Sverdlovsk. This was all hush-hush, of course, and when the leak happened, the Soviet authorities said it was down to contaminated meat. That was a huge lie, a lie about an event that killed many people. At first, the doctors saw that there was a sudden influx of people who had pneumonia, and there was no good reason for it. Within a week, dozens of them were dead. American spies were over in Russia at the time, and word got back to the US, and then the Soviets had some explaining to do. Their answer to the riddle was that those people must have eaten contaminated meat. That's how the story stayed for about a decade, after which the truth came out. The 66 people that died had met their end because there had been a lab leak of anthrax. It was discovered that scientists had been working on an anthrax biological weapon at Compound 19 in the Special Zone when the wind blew the anthrax spores and they traveled to nearby villages. Russian researchers later said that there was a defect in the system which carried the contaminated air to the exhaust and then outside. One woman who got sick worked at a ceramics factory near the lab. One day she went into work and her boss asked her, "Why is it that your hands are blue?" That was probably because she had low blood oxygen level. She was rushed to the hospital where she spent 3 whole weeks unconscious. By the time she came around, 18 of her friends at the same factory had already given up the ghost. She survived, but when she was well enough to sit up, the KGB visited her and made her sign a form that stated she'd be in serious trouble if she talked about the incident for a quarter of a century to come. Soviet scientists, of course, knew that this was no food contamination event, but times being the way they were, they didn't exactly voice their thoughts. One of them later said the task was to defend the honor of the country. US researchers said that the Russians weren't trying to create a vaccine-resistant strain of anthrax, with one of them saying that doesn't mean it wasn't nasty. It was extracted from the people who were killed by it. The New York Times did a story on this not long ago, which was where we got the blue hand story from. The article also said that this anthrax leak incident proves that authoritarian governments can suppress the truth for quite a long time. And if they could do that then, could they do that now? In October of 1347, 12 ships dropped anchor at a Sicilian port. Those who eagerly approached were met with a grisly sight. Almost all aboard were either dead or barely alive, their skin erupting with blackened boils that dripped pus and blood. In horror, the Sicilian authorities demanded that the ship set sail, but though they left, the damage had already been done. The Black Death was now in Europe, and millions would die in what is considered one of the greatest disasters in history. Let's explore how the bubonic plague wiped out at least a third of Europe's population, if not more, in this episode of the Infographic Show. What made the Black Death so deadly? Europe was hit hard by the plague, but it was not hit first. It was also not unaware of a disease that was already bringing widespread death and destruction elsewhere. Before the infested ships arrived in Sicily, rumors of a frightful sickness devastating the populations of first China and then India, Egypt, Persia, and Syria had spread near and far. While no one knew what caused it or why, it seemed to follow trade routes spanning the Near and Far East. Further, when it appeared, it was by all accounts unstoppable. Those struck by the Black Death would begin to swell at the lymph nodes located in their groin area or underarm regions. The growths would soon develop into large blackish-blue egg-sized lumps, or for the even less fortunate, expand to the size of apples. These would then fester and ooze various bodily fluids. Beyond this, those with the disease could develop any combination of a series of additional symptoms. These included fever, pain, chills, sweating, upset stomach, and diarrhea. Almost always, this was followed by death. According to those who observed its effects firsthand, all it appeared to take was a brief physical contact with the clothing of someone who was sick to pass the disease onto another. Though some doctors claimed that it was the spirit leaving the body of the deceased that infected others as it passed by. Obviously, at this point in history, the real methods of disease transmission were not yet well understood. Without understanding it, most were helpless to defend against it. Few areas other than some islands cut off from the rest of Europe by the sea made it through the pandemic plague-free. The rest of the population was not so lucky. The bacterium infiltrated virtually every European city's defenses, and many who appeared perfectly healthy one day could be dead a few days later. It was uncommon, though possible, for someone to survive a week or two before he or she died. Compounding problems further, those with the disease would typically be asymptomatic for the first few days, and so no one would be aware that they had caught it. This meant that successfully isolating them from the rest of society at this point was all but impossible. Those who tried the next best thing to protect themselves by fleeing for the country were not safe there either. The plague decimated livestock as well, and countless pigs, cows, chickens, goats, and sheep who also died a brutal death. This was such a problem that it led to a shortage of wool throughout the continent. While many European areas had a death figure of around 30%, 90% of the Italian city of Florence perished. Sometimes bodies of the deceased remained where they had died, as there were not enough people still living to bury them. Thousands of French villages, in addition to areas in other locations, were left without a single remaining soul. The Black Death had mercilessly transformed them into ghost towns. In some instances, nature eventually took over, and areas that people once called home were reclaimed by surrounding forest. It took aerial photography following the end of World War I to rediscover these locations as places where men, women, and children once lived. Most estimates place Europe's death toll between 50 and 70 million, or around 30-some%, though the CDC claims it killed as much as 60% of the population, which is considerably more. Worldwide estimates typically range from 155 to 200 million. The world at the time was a mere 500 million people, so nearly half of all its inhabitants, or again, according to some sources, even more, were killed. So how was it that the Black Death was able to spread so quickly and wipe out so many, people and animals alike? Well, for one, as previously mentioned, there was little in the way of scientific knowledge in the 1300s. Not only did people not understand the plague's causes or modes of transmission, but there were also countless failures in how those in the medical field attempted to treat it. It is true that Yersinia pestis, the bacterium behind the Black Death, or bubonic plague, is highly contagious. It can also be spread in many ways, though obviously contaminated spirits aren't one of them. Many believe that in its later stages it had the ability to morph into an airborne strain that could be passed on to a new host via a simple sneeze or cough. However, all strains, airborne or those in the more initial stages that are not, are believed to have been transferred through a flea or lice bite, and many animals, in addition to countryside livestock, serve as hosts for the bacterium and blood-sucking pests. Examples are things like squirrels, rabbits, chipmunks, and mice. However, many in the scientific field have argued that by far the worst contributor to the spread of the Black Death was the urban rat and its flea. Part of the reason for this belief is that rats have been observed to develop symptoms quite similar to those in people, and in cases of the modern-day plague, many people with the sickness had accompanying bites from fleas. Recent outbreaks often follow what's known as rat falls as well, or where rodents die off in record amounts for whatever reason. Thus, the most prevalent theory is that the Black Death all began when rats with the plague died and their fleas then looked for more blood in another readily available source, which would at times be human. Upon being bitten by the contaminated flea, this person would then be exposed to the deadly bacteria. Seemingly in support of this theory, ships during the mid-1300s were commonly infested with the furry rodents who thrived in their dark, moist environment. And following the death ship's arrival in Sicily, the plague continued to spread further, following a trade route pattern. as it had previously in Asia, to other port locations throughout Europe and as far down as North Africa. However, more recently there have been some proposed tweaks to this rat-based theory. As we just mentioned, the Black Death, after all, is not the only outbreak of the plague in the world's history. There have been outbreaks before as well as after, and those that took place more recently followed a different pattern entirely. Europe's Black Death spread much faster, and as far as historical records are concerned, there was no mention of a mass rat die-off in the days or months preceding it. Now, some scientists suggest that it was human fleas and lice that were the true culprits behind Europe's version of the disease. In this case, fleas would bite infected people and then move on to others one by one who happened to be in their nearby vicinity. They described the underlying mathematical model that a rat flea spread follows is quite different from a human flea or lice one, and when information is plugged into simulations, the human flea model more closely matched data from 7 of 9 plague-hit European cities. Those with this newest evidence admit that the causes of the plague are surrounded by ongoing controversy. However, whether the fleas were of human or rat variety, it's a blood-sucking pest of one kind or another that likely passed it on successfully and so very quickly. It also turns out that the Black Death may not have been causing mass devastation all by itself. When victims' bodies were exhumed from mass graves in England, anthrax spores were also discovered along with them. If anthrax was occurring at the same time as the plague, this would definitely have made things much worse. Anthrax can not only be passed by coming into contact with sweat, saliva, or tears, but also by mere skin contact. In other words, at the time of the Black Death pandemic, people could have come down with a life-threatening disease of one kind or another in pretty much every conceivable way. It's possible anthrax and other diseases made people extra susceptible to the plague due to already compromised immunity. Also, it's possible that the body count of those claimed by the Black Death included victims that actually died from anthrax or other diseases. Beyond its quick transfer from host to host and the contributions of additional disease, the way the Black Death was treated failed to help and may have actually helped kill victims or spread it further unintentionally. For example, at least initially, medical practitioners would do things such as perform bloodletting on patients with the plague. This is where they cut into the veins or arteries in the neck or arms of those who were sick so that their blood flowed freely. This procedure was nothing new, and in fact dated back as far as to the times of ancient Egypt and Greece. Historical figures believed that to be healthy, the body needed the right balance of blood, phlegm, and bile. Bloodletting was believed to correct a possible imbalance of too much blood, which is what caused the person to get sick. Unfortunately, the procedure appeared to be as ineffective for the victims of the plague as it was for Charles II or George Washington centuries later. While Washington awoke with a sore throat and King Charles suffered a seizure, following bloodletting treatment, both died shortly thereafter. Boil lancing was another technique used as a form of treatment, which was just how it sounds. Someone would essentially lance or stick a pointy object into the boils to drain them of their gooey contents. If this wasn't done, they would only continue to grow larger and, in time, poison their host due to the mass buildup of dead blood and pus. Then again, popping them could also cause death due to toxic shock. Beyond the patient likely dying, the boils contain highly contagious matter and possibly spread the disease yet further. Other methods such as burning of various herbs or immersing the sick in vinegar or rose water were also, unsurprisingly, ineffective. In time, after failure upon failure and in an attempt at self-preservation, many doctors simply stopped accepting patients. Even priests began refusing to perform last rites out of danger for their own safety. Where men failed, nature did little to help either. Not only did people have little idea of how to handle the plague, but they were genetically prone to succumbing to it. Studies of the remains of the European population at the time determined that only 0.2% had a gene that offered them any form of immunity. The other 99.8% had none. Since so many of those who were susceptible to the plague died from it, they did not pass their genes on further to the following generations. Many of those who did have the gene lived on to procreate. This is why Caucasian Americans now have a 15% chance of having some resistance to the disease. This is pretty good news, considering the modern form of the plague is still around today. One encounter via the 12 so-called death ships would go on to wipe out men, women, and children to such an extent that it would change the tide of history. You've been feeling pretty lonely lately, so you decide that it's time to get yourself a pet. But you don't want to be too mainstream about it, so instead of a nice dog or a cat, you opt for a rat. Hey, rats can be cute too, you know. You and your rat, Wilbur, quickly become best of friends, but then one day your best rat buddy picks up an unwanted hitchhiker, a flea. Then Wilbur's flea decides that it'd like to take a chomp out of you, and without you even feeling it, the tiny flea has bitten you and sucked on your blood. For the next 3 days, you and Wilbur continue your best friendship, going on best friend adventures and solving mysteries together. And then on the 4th day, you start to not feel so hot. You chalk it up to all the excitement you and Wilbur have been sharing lately. But as the symptoms progress, you start to feel like you might have the flu instead. Then suddenly, you start growing what look like huge blisters in your armpits and groin, and the tips of your fingers turn black as the flesh begins to die. Congratulations, because you've got the bubonic plague, and much like most of Europe back in the 1300s, you're about to be dead. The plague, or Black Death as it was most commonly known, has its origins amongst the fleas of rodents from the Central and Western Asian region of the world. It's believed that climate change during a period of warming during the medieval ages caused the rodents who carried the infected fleas to flee the drying up grasslands, while those rodents who didn't believe in climate change stayed behind and died. Forced into close contact with humanity, the fleas of these rodents began to feast on our soft, supple human flesh and in return infected us with the plague. Historians believe that the plague killed off many early populations of humans before naturally receding. But what would come to be known as the Black Death kicked off in earnest early in the 1300s. A succession of natural disasters and lesser plagues hit South and Central Asia, which led to widespread famine. Not wanting to be left out of the kill-all-humans party, the bubonic plague arrived in 1331 and is believed to have killed 25 million Chinese people before it finally reached Constantinople in 1347. Mongol raids and travelers along the famous Silk Road are believed to have pushed the disease further and further west. But it wasn't until Genoese traders brought the plague-infected fleas into the port city of Kaffa in Crimea in 1347 that the bubonic plague went mainstream. Pretty soon, the Black Death, as it was known by then, was all the rage amongst Europeans, and by 1351 it had reached as far west as Spain and as far north as Russia. Before the Black Death went out of style, it had killed between 75 to 200 million people, and it's believed that it took the world 200 years to recover the numbers lost to the disease. In the wake of the plague, zealous persecution of various scapegoats blamed for the outbreak led to the death of many thousands more, including Jews, friars, foreigners, beggars, pilgrims, lepers, gypsies, and people who get to the front of the line at Starbucks and have to check the menu because they still aren't sure what to order. The plague had such a good time in Europe, though, that it revisited the continent intermittently throughout the 14th and 17th centuries, causing many hundreds of thousands of additional deaths. In 1771, the plague hit Moscow and killed between 50,000 and 100,000 people, or as much as 33% of the city's population. 100 years before that, the plague killed 100,000 in London. Like adventurous European university students, though, the plague went global, and between 1500 and 1850, the plague was present in at least one location throughout the entire Islamic world. So you've just gone and gotten yourself infected with the Black Death because maybe modern diseases are just too trendy for you. Why is this the worst thing that could ever happen to you? Well, first, could it happen to you? The answer to that question is no. Humanity has long since overcome the terrible affliction known as the Black Death and is safe from the ravages that once killed hundreds of millions of people. Just kidding. You can totally get the Black Death today. And if you think you're safe in your first world life because surely it's only a disease that strikes at the most remote, poorest regions of the world, you may want to think again. As of 1900, the Black Death has made its way to the United States, when an epidemic struck San Francisco and lasted until 1904, then quickly made a comeback throughout 1907 and 1908. While that was over 100 years ago and we have developed many drugs and treatments for the plague, just in October of 2017, the deadliest outbreak in modern times hit Madagascar and killed 170 people while infecting thousands more. But that's an island off the coast of Africa, and San Francisco was over 100 years in the past. Surely we're safe today. Once more, no, absolutely not. And in fact, the western United States is one of the largest geographic areas where the plague is reported in wild animals and livestock alike. So keep that in mind next time you decide to hit up a petting zoo. But what about the plague is so terrible? Well, before we tell you, we'll warn you to go ahead and finish eating if you were eating, or to cancel any lunch or dinner plans you may have had coming up, because we doubt you'll have the appetite after this episode. It starts off with a flea bite, or perhaps a bite from an infected rodent, and then suddenly your body is host to a nasty little bacteria called Yersinia pestis. Our bodies, however, have had plenty of exposure to the plague by now, seeing as Yersinia pestis' favorite historical pastime was to murder all humans, and so the body has learned to very quickly recognize Y. pestis from a unique molecule in its outer membrane. Unfortunately, sometime in the past, Yersinia pestis caught on to this fact, and now when it detects a temperature of about 98.6 degrees, the bacteria figures that it's inside a warm-blooded mammal. This triggers Y. pestis to modify the structure of the giveaway molecule, effectively blinding your body's immune system to its real identity. With your immune system fooled, Y. pestis makes a mad dash for your lymph nodes, which seems like an odd choice for an invading bacteria because your body's lymph nodes are basically immune system fortresses and constantly looking for foreign invaders to wipe out. For any other bacteria, this would pretty much be a suicide run, but Y. pestis is basically the SEAL Team 6 of bacteria. Your body immediately tries to stop the bacteria with white blood cells, the cells responsible for immune system response. But Y. pestis responds by shooting these responding cells with an appendage that injects toxins directly inside the cell's membranes, destroying it. After owning the crap out of your immune system, Y. pestis needs to recover by getting a hold of some iron, and luckily for it, your body is chock full of it. Unfortunately for the bacteria, all that precious iron in your body is wrapped up in hemoglobin and other proteins. Or unfortunate for you, really, because if you've learned anything by now, it's that Y. pestis gets what it wants when it wants it. While it holds the fort down in your lymph node, each bacteria releases a molecule called Yersinia bactin, which is a very high affinity for iron. The molecules cruise through your blood system on the lookout for a specific iron-rich protein in your body called transferrin. Once the molecules find some transferrin, they literally rip the iron away from the protein, destroying it in the process and bringing it back home to Y. pestis. By now, the plague is happily making your lymph nodes into its new home, kicking up its feet and replicating out of control thanks to a rich supply of iron. At this point, you're definitely feeling under the weather, with general flu-like symptoms, but if you're like most people, you ignore these symptoms and push through without going to a doctor. In this case, your failure to get checked out will be fatal. As with modern medicine, the plague can be cured in over 90% of cases if caught early. If not, well, your odds aren't very good at all. At this point, your lymph nodes will begin swelling up, which create the iconic buboes so characteristic of the bubonic plague. These look like very large blisters and can appear on the arms, leg, groin, and armpits, can grow to be as big as an apple. By now, you're going to have a really high fever and might even be vomiting blood. And if any of those buboes burst open, you'll be oozing pus and other disgusting fluids from the open source. This can be extremely dangerous because buboes that are burst open can lead to secondary infections from other bacteria. But luckily for you, you'll be dead long before any of those infections can properly set in. Gangrene can also set into extremities, and fingers and toes can blacken as the flesh dies and eventually falls off. Incredibly, it's not the plague that kills you though, but rather your own body that does the deed. With Y. pestis bacteria throughout your bloodstream, your immune system totally loses its cool and triggers a condition known as septic shock, causing your blood vessels to leak, which lowers blood volume, clotting, and eventually organ failure. Luckily, though, modern medicine is able to cure a plague if caught quickly enough, though many doctors today worry that the plague will very quickly begin to develop an immunity to most of the drugs we use against it. This has prompted a renewal of the arms race that has lasted for millennia between man and bacteria, and it's hoped that new vaccines and antibodies can be developed to stop the plague before it kicks off another world tour and leaves millions dead in its wake. Where in the past, the remote nature of most human villages and cities made it difficult for the plague to be transmitted and thus limited its lethality, today's hyper-connected world would let the plague travel around the world in as little as a day, and an outbreak that started far overseas could be in your neighborhood by that evening. In fact, it might already be there, and we might all be on the verge of the next huge outbreak.
This year in many countries throughout the world, the flu has been deadly. The CDC reported that in America it has been unusually active, and in January it was revealed that the virus was killing around 100 people every week in the US. In the UK, they've had the worst flu season in many years, but it's also been a global concern, with countries all over Asia and Africa experiencing what many are calling one of the worst global flu outbreaks in a long time. So much so that scientists said it's imperative to create a much more effective universal influenza vaccine. We might regard ourselves as fortunate though, based on what you're about to hear. In this episode of the Infographic Show, could the Black Death happen again? Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell button so that you can be part of our notification squad. First of all, what is or what was the Black Death, also known as the plague? Well, it was one of the worst pandemics in history, killing somewhere between 75 to 200 million people in Europe and Eurasia in just a few years from 1346 to 1353. After it was done, something like 30 to 60% of Europe's population had been wiped out, with many others dying in other parts of the world as well. In fact, it killed so many people, it took centuries for the world's population to stabilize. It also made comebacks in Europe later on, such as the Great Plague of London from 1665 to 1666, but the 14th century Black Death was the worst pandemic the world has ever seen in terms of loss of life. It's thought it made its way to Europe on Genoese trading ships. The ships arrived at the Sicilian port of Messina, only for those who came to greet them to be faced with a nasty surprise. Most of the occupants of the ships were either dead or dying. It's thought the ships had been to parts of Central Asia, and there it said rats carrying the bacterium Yersinia pestis came aboard the ships. Fleas on these rodents were the vectors that passed the disease to humans. Authorities in Sicily soon ordered all the death ships out of the harbor, but it was too late, and soon people all over Europe were getting infected. It spread so easily because it was airborne, which meant coughing or sneezing was enough to spread the disease around. So, what's it like to get down with a dose of Black Death? During the pandemic, an Italian poet called Giovanni Boccaccio described it like this. At the beginning of the malady, certain swellings, either on the groin or under the armpits, waxed to the bigness of a common apple, others to the size of an egg, some more and some less, and these the vulgar named plague boils. These eggs that he describes are called buboes. Once they appeared, soon after the victim would have a very high fever, usually start coughing up blood because of lung infection, and between 2 and 7 days, it was often game over. If you got it, you most likely died. But not everyone did, and true to Nietzschean philosophy, what didn't kill them made them stronger. Studies have found that those who survived became healthier. It's believed the plague had a mortality rate of 30 to 75%. It was a time of chaos as whole communities lived in fear. Doctors didn't want to treat the infected for fear of being infected themselves, while mobs were busy ascribing the blame to any minority such as lepers, Jews, foreigners, or even people with acne. Entire Jewish communities were destroyed and thousands of Jewish people were murdered. You get the picture. This was a grim time to be European. As we said, it came back many times, but never as virulent as those years in the 1300s. What might surprise you though, is that the bubonic plague is still making appearances around the globe. It killed 10 million in China in the 19th century, more than 1,000 in Australia in the early 20th century, and over 100 in San Francisco, also in the early 19th century. It's thought that in 2017, around 202 people died in Madagascar from the pneumonic plague, according to the WHO. This was from 2,348 confirmed, probable, and suspected cases. Fewer people died, of course, because of modern medicine and healthcare. By the way, there are 3 kinds of plague: bubonic, pneumonic, and septicemic. The difference is in how it infects you, with bubonic getting your lymph nodes, hence the ugly eggs, pneumonic gets the lungs, and septicemic is an infection in the blood. You can be treated for a pneumonic plague with antibiotics, but left untreated you will surely die. Most modern cases have been in developing nations, but there have also been some cases in the USA. In fact, in 2015, 16, and 17, a handful of bubonic plague cases occurred in the country. The CDC reports that more than 80% of United States plague cases have been the bubonic form. It stated that from 2000 to 2016, around 7 cases of plague occurred in the country every year, and most of those were in the rural West, and some in northern New Mexico and northern Arizona. The worst year this century for the US was 2015, when 15 people were infected and 4 of them died. Also, according to the CDC, the Europeans are now in good shape, with the department stating that all continents report instances of plague except Europe, Australia, and Antarctica. The advice given by health professionals if you want to stay plague-free is don't get bitten by fleas and don't mess with rats or other animals that could carry fleas. Easier said than done. In 2014, a man from Oregon was infected with plague after his infected cat bit him. News media reports that he had lumps under his arms the size of lemons, his hands and feet turned black due to gangrene, and he was in a coma on life support for a month. He told The Guardian, "I had collapsed lungs, my heart stopped, and my hands and feet turned black. Technically, I shouldn't be here." He was so violently sick because he had all 3 kinds of plague. His cat didn't fare well, and it ended up being buried in the garden before the man got really sick. The man lives a full life again, minus most of his fingers and toes. So now we come to the essential question: could there be another massive plague outbreak? The answer is that it is very unlikely because we can treat it before it spreads. Most of us these days don't live in rat-infested squalor, as many Londoners did back in those bleak times. When the Smithsonian asked the scientist this question, he, like most others, said an outbreak was unlikely. What was possible, though, was a plague-based bioterror weapon that spreads the disease. Yes, our wonderful species has in the past created plague bioweapons, with some of the guilty countries being Japan, the former Soviet Union, and the United States of America. Despite being one of the most exciting and rich periods in history, the Middle Ages were a tough time to live in. Among other horrible things, that time period experienced a plague that wiped out 75 million folks across Europe, Africa, and the Middle East, high infant mortality, famine, and battles. Add to that a social infrastructure that was frankly shocking, and zero social welfare. But just how dangerous was it to live in the Middle Ages, and what would your chances be of actually surviving the period? That's what we'll find out today, in this episode of the Infographic Show, Most Common Ways People Died in the Middle Ages. The Middle Ages, or medieval period, lasted from the 5th to the 15th century. It began with the fall of the Roman Empire and led into the Renaissance and Age of Discovery. This period predates the discovery of penicillin and germ theory, meaning that death by disease was a common occurrence among medieval people. Poor health conditions and malnutrition added to the problem. Diseases and conditions common to the period were dysentery, gonorrhea, influenza, leprosy, malaria, measles, smallpox, typhoid, and puerperal fever. In the Prussian town of Elbing in August 1349, the Black Death was first recorded, and this terrible illness has long been associated with death in the Middle Ages. Studies have shown that people around this period had a life expectancy somewhere in the 30 to 40s. That piece of data is, according to some sources, misleading, as the life expectancy rate was dragged down significantly by the high infant mortality rate caused by death at childbirth and disease in infancy. Many people did in fact live to 60 or 70 years of age or older during the Middle Ages. Enrico Dandolo became the Doge of Venice at the age of 85 and died old and blind at 98 in the year 1205. However, death by childbirth was a serious problem as hygiene was yet to be fully understood. Both the rich and poor died in childbirth. Queens often died while giving birth to future princes and princesses, thus greatly affecting lines of inheritance and courses of history. Richer families could usually afford to hire a wet nurse if the mother died during childbirth, but peasant families were forced to be more inventive by soaking bread in milk for the infant to ingest, or even soaking a rag in milk and letting the child suckle from the rag. Death arrived to children in the shape of germs and viruses that people in the Middle Ages had no idea led to disease, having had no knowledge of germ theory. There were no antibiotics or vaccines to protect the most vulnerable members of society, the very old and the very young. The death rate for children was horrendously high, and to survive birth and infancy put one in good stead for the pursuant obstacles this tough period in history brought. Poor medical care, weak immune systems, infectious diseases, and hunger killed countless of people during the Middle Ages, but perhaps no event was as undeniably devastating as the Black Death. 1/3 of the population of Europe between 1347 and 1352 were wiped out by bubonic and pneumonic plagues that ravaged the region. This outbreak was probably the most deadly force, the most tragic pandemic event to have swept through a populated region, killing at least 75 million people throughout Europe, Northern Africa, and the Middle East. If we factor in that the population of Europe was thought to be around 70 million in 1350, then yes, the plague was responsible for a huge number of deaths. And if we were living at that time in Europe, many of us would have become part of the estimated 50% of Europe's population who fell victim to it. And then there were those who died on the battlefield. Hacked and cut with weapons, and with no means to properly clean infected wounds, soldiers often led short, brutal lives. However, casualties in medieval battles were often surprisingly light. Once one side had lost 5 to 10% of their number, noblemen and officers were often held to ransom. Many army casualties were slayed by disease, foodborne poisoning, and septicemia instead. Amputations were not to be taken lightly, and many died from contamination and dirty surgical instruments. Anesthetic was unheard of, and if drinking enough alcohol wouldn't stop the screams, you may have been knocked with a blow to the head instead. Those higher-ranking officers, who were able to access the cutting-edge medical science at the time, enjoyed leeches applied to wounds, or perhaps a course of bloodletting. Traveling was no picnic either. Finding a safe place to stop while traveling was troublesome, and folks often had to resort to sleeping out in the open, running a risk of freezing to death in the winter or being robbed or killed on the road. Food was also hard to come by on the road, and the traveler was often forced to forage, steal, or go without. Lack of foreign languages could be problematic, and travelers may find themselves caught up in local disputes or battles, and things weren't much better at sea. While it was faster to travel by sea, boarding a vessel put the traveler at risk of sudden storms or shoddy navigation. The ships themselves weren't particularly safe until later in the Middle Ages, but on land or at sea, life certainly wasn't a breeze during this fascinating period of history.
You've been drinking coffee your entire adult life. Now you've decided to quit. At first, you breathe a sigh of relief, realizing that you are no longer reliant on the drug that is coffee. But this feeling doesn't last long. Your hands start to shake, you get a splitting headache, and you feel an uncontrollable urge to run to the nearest coffee shop and shoot caffeine straight into your veins. What actually happens when you stop drinking coffee? Let's find out. The reason coffee is so addictive isn't because of its taste, but because of a white, bitter chemical found in the coffee plant's beans. We are not talking about any illegal drugs here. Instead, we're referring to caffeine. The surprising thing is that the Food and Drug Administration actually classifies caffeine as an addictive drug. It just happens to be a legal one. Your body craves the substance once it becomes accustomed to it because caffeine causes higher concentrations of dopamine to build up in the brain due to its ability to block specific receptors. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter that makes you feel happy. After you drink coffee, the caffeine enters the bloodstream via your stomach and small intestine. It is then carried around the body where it activates the pleasure centers of the brain. So basically, the caffeine in coffee is tricking your body into producing chemicals that make you happy and more alert. This feeling is a good one, and therefore your body doesn't want to give it up so easily. But how quickly does it take for you to go into withdrawal after your final sip of coffee? And what long-term effects will it have on you? According to a study conducted in psychopharmacology that consisted of a compilation of 170 years of research, the symptoms of caffeine withdrawals can start as early as 12 hours after your last cup. And there is even worse news than that. All of the terrible feelings and changes to your body could persist for 9 days after your body is cut off from the drug. Unfortunately, some of the worst symptoms happen right away. Everyone is different and everyone's body responds differently to coffee withdrawals. However, we're about to take a journey through what will happen to most people who decide to stop drinking coffee cold turkey. Moments after your last sip of coffee, the liquid will descend down your esophagus and into your stomach. From there, some of the caffeine in the drink passes through your stomach lining and into your bloodstream. Seconds after that, the coffee will move into your small intestine, where the rest of the caffeine diffuses through the tissue and begins fully circulating around your body. It only takes a matter of minutes before this process is complete. This is why it only takes a few sips of coffee to help you feel awake. The highest caffeine levels your body will experience occur about an hour after you finish your cup of coffee. From then on, it'll all be downhill. After about an hour, your body slowly starts to use up all that caffeine that's circulating through your bloodstream. This is okay until your body realizes that it will not get a replenishment the next day. When you wake up on your first day without drinking coffee, you will feel groggy, but those nasty symptoms are just about to begin. As you walk into the kitchen and sit down to drink a glass of orange juice instead of your regular cup of coffee, you notice your hands are shaking. Actually, you might feel every part of your body begin to jitter. This is ironic because too much caffeine can cause the same symptoms due to the substance being a powerful stimulant that causes the nervous system to send signals through the body faster than usual. When this stimulant is removed, the same side effects can occur. Your body became so used to the extra boost caffeine gave that when the substance is removed, the nervous system slows down slightly, and the signals from the brain to the rest of the body are less constant. These signals will now be at the appropriate levels, so that's good. But your body is just not used to functioning without the help of coffee. This is one of the reasons why your first day without caffeine might start with the shakes. As you sit at the kitchen table, staring off into space, something begins to creep into the back of your brain. You're probably thinking of coffee and how you would give anything for just one sip. This is when you start to develop a headache. Besides increasing the concentration of dopamine in your body to make you feel happy, caffeine also tricks the brain into thinking there's an emergency, which some scientists think might cause adrenaline to be released. This is another reason why coffee makes you feel so awake. But the unfortunate thing is that once the body gets used to an influx in these chemicals, it starts to crave them. Without its daily dose of caffeine, the body does something strange. Instead of maintaining normal hormone levels, your body begins dumping adenosine into the bloodstream. This is a chemical that signals the body it needs rest or sleep. This change in brain chemistry is what causes caffeine withdrawal headaches to develop. Another change that happens the morning after you've given up coffee is that your blood vessels start to enlarge. This is actually a good thing because it means more oxygen can flow to the brain. However, since your body has become accustomed to shrunken blood vessels as a result of drinking coffee, the return back to normal can be painful. In fact, caffeine can reduce the blood flow to the brain by as much as 27%, which means once it's out of your system, your blood flow can increase by the same figure. This would be a shock to your system. When caffeine causes the blood vessels to narrow, your body increases the number of adenosine receptors on the blood cells, which helps them become enlarged. However, caffeine binds to those same receptors, resulting in the blood cells shrinking. When the caffeine is finally out of your system, the cells still have the extra receptors, but no caffeine to block them, meaning the blood vessels swell. The rapid shift between not getting enough blood flow because of the caffeine to getting too much blood flow can lead to withdrawal headaches the day after you stop drinking coffee. Unfortunately, this symptom can persist for the next several days. After your seething headache starts to subside, you'll notice something odd about your morning constitutional. If you regularly evacuate your bowels after your morning coffee, you are not alone. This is because the caffeine in it can actually cause contractions in the stomach, intestines, and colon that signal the body it is time to poop. For people who want to stay regular, this can be incredibly helpful, but now that you stopped drinking coffee, you might feel backed up. Caffeine also blocks the antidiuretic hormone produced in the pituitary gland, which signals the body that it's more hydrated than it actually is. This can lead to the urge to urinate more frequently while drinking coffee as well. However, on your first day off that brown liquid, your body becomes confused. Your hormones are out of whack, and the body is storing all the fluids and solids it would normally excrete after your morning cup of coffee. The crazy thing is that coffee can cause the body to start preparing itself to go to the bathroom in as little as a few minutes after drinking it. Unfortunately, your first day not drinking coffee will be filled with bathroom frustrations, as you will probably be constipated for most of the day. Besides having bathroom problems, you'll also have concentration problems your first few days after cutting coffee out of your life. As you try to make it through your first workday without coffee, you'll find that you are less productive. This is because your brain is not being filled with dopamine like normal, and there's a buildup of adenosine, a hormone that makes you drowsy. It'll be a struggle to stay focused and get anything done during your first day of work without coffee, but there is even worse news. The next day, you'll probably be just as unproductive. Your body's become so accustomed to the jolt of energy that's given by a cup of coffee that it'll not be able to recover in just a day or two. You could end up feeling a lack of productivity for the entire week. Luckily, there's also good news. In several research studies, it was found that after people got over their caffeine withdrawal, their productivity exceeded what it was before. This is because caffeine might give some more focus when consumed daily, but is artificial. When the body's allowed to operate at optimum levels without the aid of an outside drug, you can be more productive for longer periods of time. You're almost through your first day of no coffee, and it's become brutal. Unfortunately, there are even worse side effects to come. As you progress through the day, you'll find yourself getting annoyed more easily and irritated by the littlest things. This is just another side effect of all the changes occurring in your body. The imbalance of hormones, feelings of being tired, lack of energy will make you wish you could curl up in a ball and just sleep until your body's passed through the withdrawal stages. Along with being irritable, you'll become more and more anxious as well. However, like most of the side effects of coffee, this too will pass and could even be better for your health. The anxiousness comes from an imbalance in all the chemicals mentioned before, along with norepinephrine and glutamate. These two are especially responsible for that anxious feeling lingering in your brain. Unfortunately, even sleep won't help you at this point. You lie in bed staring at the ceiling hoping for rest to come. You expect that since you've been tired all day, you'd just be able to pass right out. But this isn't the case. Your body is struggling to regain some form of the normalcy it had before you made coffee a regular part of your life. Unfortunately, a byproduct of this process is lack of sleep. Your first night since you stopped drinking coffee will likely be restless, as you toss and turn trying to will your body to fall asleep. This is part of the addiction recovery process because even though you might have decided to give up coffee, your body's chemical processes are not yet on board. Hormone levels are still out of balance. The brain is desperately trying to cope with the chemical changes associated with the lack of caffeine throughout the day. Eventually, you'll doze off, but since you probably didn't sleep great, the second day of no coffee will be worse than the first. You will wake up even more tired than the day before. All of those withdrawal symptoms from the previous day will likely persist, along with some new ones. Countless studies have found that the main symptom someone feels after giving up coffee is fatigue. This is kind of interesting because contrary to popular belief, coffee doesn't actually give you much energy at all. It's the way it throws your body's internal chemistry into controlled chaos that tricks you into thinking you have more energy when you drink coffee. Coffee only has around 1 calorie per cup, and since calories are the measurement of energy contained in food and drinks, it's clear that coffee does not give you much energy at all. On average, 1 egg contains around 78 calories, which means you need to drink 78 8 cups of coffee in order to get the same amount of energy from eating a single egg. This would be incredibly damaging to your health, so please do not try this. As day 2 progresses without coffee, you may start to feel depressed. Dopamine, glutamate, and norepinephrine are all chemicals that help you regulate your mood. Caffeine in coffee throws all of them out of balance. Since your body's trying to compensate for the lack of caffeine in your system, it can overcompensate when trying to regulate these hormones and return them back to normal levels. The withdrawal process can also exacerbate symptoms for people who have been diagnosed with a mood disorder. This is why you might feel sad for a few days after you stop drinking coffee. Some studies even claim that long-term coffee drinkers are more at risk of developing mood disorders, such as depression, because of the fundamental changes caffeine can make to the brain's chemistry. So once you start drinking coffee, sadness may be in your future. As you progress through day 2 of no coffee, you will likely feel tired, irritable, and sad all at the same time. But you know you just need to power through, and greener pastures are on the other side. A few days after you give up coffee, you might notice your blood pressure going down. This comes with all sorts of perks. Lower blood pressure is connected to lower stress and anxiety, so after a few days of going through caffeine withdrawal hell, you'll start to see some positive benefits in your body. The caffeine in coffee can cause an increase in blood pressure. It can also trick the body into going into fight or flight mode. An increase in blood pressure for a short amount of time is beneficial when trying to fight off an attack or run away from a predator because it allows more oxygen to circulate to your muscles. However, constantly having high blood pressure can be detrimental to your health. It has even been linked to an increased chance of heart attack or stroke. Less than a week after quitting coffee, your body will begin to adjust to the reduced amount of adrenaline and caffeine in the body. This will cause your blood pressure to decrease to more sustainable levels. A week or so after you stop drinking coffee, the withdrawal symptoms should be almost completely gone, or at least much more manageable. If they're not, it could mean you were drinking way too much coffee. Once you start feeling better, you might find yourself smiling more, which is a good thing because a week or two after you stop drinking coffee, your teeth will start to gain back some of their original color. Coffee is acidic, which means it can stain or damage your teeth. Once you stop consuming the brown liquid, your body can get to work on repairing the damage it's done. Coffee causes the saliva in your mouth to dry out, which normally protects the teeth from enamel buildup. This, along with the acidity, can cause lasting damage. Coffee also contains tannins, which can cause the color from different foods and drinks to stick to the teeth and stain them even more. Interestingly, it's been found that brushing your teeth right after drinking coffee will only exacerbate the problem as it spreads around the acids and compounds that stain your teeth, rather than removing them. Therefore, it's recommended you wait 30 minutes after drinking coffee to brush your teeth. Now that you quit drinking this stuff altogether, your teeth are thanking you, and you'll notice that brownish color associated with coffee-stained teeth is beginning to lighten. In the next week or two, your teeth might even be noticeably brighter. After weeks of fine-tuning, your body chemistry is almost completely back to normal. Without the side effects of caffeine withdrawal, you'll get a good night's sleep practically every night. Your brain can now more consciously spend time in slow wave and REM sleep, which are part of its restoration process. You'll also find that you need to use the bathroom less, which allows you to sleep soundly through the night. And if you usually had a cup of coffee in the afternoon or early evening just to give yourself that one last jolt before the end of the day, these effects will be even more noticeable. Studies have shown that drinking coffee even 6 hours before going to sleep can severely disrupt the sleep cycle, not to mention making it harder to fall asleep initially. This is because the lingering caffeine in your system is enough to trick your body into thinking it should be alert rather than resting. 2 weeks after you stop drinking coffee, you'll feel like a new person, or at least the person you were before becoming addicted to the stuff. It's interesting to note that although many people drink coffee to wake up in the morning, studies have shown that once coffee is removed from someone's daily routine, they tend to feel better rested and more awake than they did when they still drank the caffeinated beverage. This is likely because there is no substitute for a good night's rest and taking care of yourself. You've now reached the long-term effects of cutting coffee out of your life. You've suffered through caffeine withdrawal, mood swings, and the readjustment of your chemical composition. You're now enjoying some of the perks associated with a coffee-free lifestyle. But how will this decision affect you in the long run? It's been several weeks since your last cup of coffee, and you're feeling good. There's a biological reason for this. For as long as you've been drinking coffee, your body has been thrown out of homeostasis by the addictive caffeine compound. Now that it's been flushed from your system, your hormone levels are completely back to normal. Returning to normal hormone levels has been found to be especially beneficial in women, as the caffeine in coffee can throw their estrogen levels out of whack. In some women, caffeine can decrease the amount of estrogen in the body. This can lead to hot flashes, mood swings, and lowered sex drive. These aren't life-threatening conditions, but can definitely cause stress, especially if the coffee drinker doesn't know why it's happening. In other women, caffeine can increase the amount of estrogen produced, causing more severe PMS, depression, and non-cancerous lumps on the breasts and uterus. Now that the amount of caffeine ingested has been reduced over several weeks, estrogen levels are back to normal. To be clear, caffeine consumption for both men and women affects hormone levels. The longer you go without a cup of coffee, the better you will feel. There's no doubt that the days or even weeks of withdrawal sucks, but you will feel so much better in the long run. It's also been found that people who stop drinking coffee can lose weight in the weeks after they kick the habit. The reason for this is most likely connected to the substances added to the coffee, such as milk and sugar, rather than the coffee itself. A Duke University study showed that coffee, along with other caffeinated drinks, increases a person's daily sugar intake by about 10%. Now that you've removed coffee from your diet, your body is using more stored fats instead of burning the extra sugars that are in your morning beverage. This could cause you to lose weight and feel better all at the same time. However, there is something everyone should be aware of when they stop drinking coffee. Although there are benefits, and for many people they may experience weight loss, there's a chance you may gain weight instead. Coffee can suppress your appetite without you even realizing it. This means that after your body recovers from the initial shock of being deprived of caffeine, you might have a bigger appetite each morning. There are a couple of reasons for this. In the early days, when your body was still craving caffeine, you might have tried to fix the problem by consuming sugar in the form of donuts or cookies. However, as time progressed, you may begin to realize that you should have been having a bigger breakfast every morning and that coffee was tricking your body into thinking it was full when it was not. There's some important thing to learn from this. After a few weeks of not drinking coffee, you might realize you're hungrier than you were previously. This is just your body telling you that you should be taking in more calories. It doesn't mean that you should be loading up on sugary foods, but that your morning routine should be filled with more fruits and cereals instead of an addictive drug found in a hot beverage. This could in turn cause you to gain some weight, but perhaps that's okay. Just because you gain a little weight from eating a bigger, healthier breakfast instead of skipping the meal for a cup of coffee doesn't mean you should panic. Maybe now that you're feeling better overall, you'll have more time for exercise or to pursue other activities. This could lead to you dropping whatever weight you gained while also living a healthier life. One of the most pleasing results you might see after a few weeks of no coffee could be a younger you. That's right, research suggests that removing coffee from your daily routine could result in healthier skin. Your body is no longer under the influence of the diuretic tendencies of caffeine, so it's retaining more water. This is not only good for your internal processes, but for your skin as well. Now that you're sleeping better, less anxious, and have healthier skin, your body seems to go back in time. You aren't actually becoming younger, but the damage coffee and caffeine cause to your skin and your body is almost completely reversed. One study concluded that the caffeine in coffee prevented skin cells from producing collagen. This protein gives your skin its structure and aids in repairing damage to cells, helping you maintain a more youthful look. There also might be a connection between caffeine and the disruption of DNA synthesis in skin cells. If this is true, removing coffee from your daily life could allow skin cells to multiply more efficiently. The benefits of reducing the amount of coffee you consume or giving it up completely are numerous. However, most things in moderation tend to be okay. One rumor that many people have heard about drinking coffee is that it can stunt your growth or cause bone loss. But is there any actual truth to this? The answer might surprise you. According to the National Institutes of Health's Office of Dietary Supplements and Harvard Health Publishing, there's evidence that the caffeine in coffee can affect your bones. So after you stop drinking coffee, will your bones become stronger? The answer is no. According to scientists, caffeine in coffee can increase calcium excretion and reduce absorption, but not by any significant amount. The total amount of calcium lost from drinking coffee is around 2 to 3 milligrams in someone's lifetime and has no ill effects on growth. The prevalence of this myth is actually a perfect example of correlation not meaning causation. The research studies found that people who drank more coffee tended to drink less milk and other beverages that contained calcium. The lack of calcium-rich drinks led to weaker bones, not the coffee itself. Therefore, doctors warn that if you stop drinking coffee, it will not help your bones become stronger. However, they do recommend replacing coffee with a beverage that's rich in calcium and vitamin D, which will most certainly help you build stronger bones and prevent osteoporosis. What it comes down to is that removing coffee from your life will make you feel awful at first, but it's better in the long run. That being said, studies show the average American consumes 200 milligrams of caffeine a day between the food they eat and the liquids they drink. This is a little much, but probably won't kill you. However, if you take in 600 milligrams or the equivalent of 4 cups of coffee in a day, it could cause serious health problems. If this is you, it might be time to remove the addictive substance from your daily routine. The eternal vape versus cigarettes debate is still raging on. In the red corner, you have cigarettes, the established foul-smelling way to intake your nicotine with years of research behind its effects. In the blue corner, you have the newcomer, vapes, with little research behind their effects and nice-smelling clouds of nicotine to mask their dangerous nature. They've become a crowd favorite. But which alternative is worse for your health? First, let's take a look at smoking. You can smoke lots of things, obviously. Since we here at the Infographics Show don't want to condone anything illegal, let's assume smoking means regular tobacco cigarettes. Tobacco is the common name for plants in the Nicotiana genus, a type of leafy herbaceous plant native to North and South America. The one tobacco subspecies, Nicotiana suaveolens, is found on the east coast of Australia. Tobacco plants are a member of the nightshade family, a group of plants that also includes tomatoes and eggplants. The leaves contain a type of neurotoxin called nicotine, which acts as a natural insecticide and makes the plant unappealing to most plant-eating animals. But as we've seen throughout history with things like magic mushrooms and ghost peppers, a plant being poisonous and tasting unpleasant has never deterred humans from putting it in their mouths. Tobacco leaves have always been incredibly popular among the indigenous people of the Americas, with archaeological evidence suggesting that medicinal, recreational, and spiritual use of the plant dates back over 12,000 years. Even today, tobacco is an important part of religious rites and political agreements for the Native Americans. You've probably seen the native characters in cowboy movies smoking peace pipes before. Well, that's only one ceremonial use of tobacco in Native American culture. It's also given as an offering to the gods or as a gift to tribal leaders, and among the Cree and Ojibwe people, it's a crucial part of their purification rituals performed in a sweat lodge. When Europeans first colonized the New World, tobacco was one of the many discoveries they brought back with them, and it was an instant hit. Like the Native Americans, Europeans took to using it as a stimulant, decongestant, and topical painkiller, but they also started smoking it recreationally. Doctors raved about its effects in medical journals. One Spanish doctor even claimed it could cure 36 different illnesses in 1571. In the 1600s, there was even a popular song by Tobias Hume called "Tobacco is Like Love." But like a lot of things that were used medicinally in the 1600s, tobacco's supposed benefits would later be shown to come with some pretty serious side effects. You're not watching this video from the 1600s, presumably, so we probably don't need to tell you that smoking tobacco is actually really bad for you. So let's go through all the negative health effects of smoking tobacco. First off, while nicotine is a very effective stimulant and a painkiller, it's extremely poisonous if consumed in large enough doses. And considering the leaf of Nicotiana tabacum, the tobacco plant most often used to make cigarettes, contains about 20,000 parts per million of nicotine, it's very possible to feel some of these effects if you smoke enough. On the mild end, nicotine poisoning can cause nausea, lightheadedness, nightmares, uncontrollable hiccuping, and flatulence. On the severe end, it can cause vasoconstriction, the shrinking of blood vessels, heart palpitations, diarrhea, severe anxiety, and even death. That's bad enough on its own, but when you combine that with the fact that nicotine is also highly addictive, you got yourself a potentially lethal cocktail. Even if you decide to quit, you're still not out of the woods. You can still get nicotine poisoning from chewing nicotine gum and topical patches that smokers use to wean themselves off cigarettes. Worse than the nicotine itself is the slew of other chemicals introduced into the cigarette by the curing process. Tobacco has to be dried in the sun before being sold. This decreases the potency of the nicotine and makes it safer to consume. However, that decreased potency is quickly canceled out by the chemicals that are added during the curing process. These chemicals are meant to improve the smoking experience by doing things like helping the tobacco and cigarette wrapper burn at a more even rate and helping the body process the nicotine. But most of these chemicals are also poisonous in their own right. According to the American Lung Association, among the 600 chemicals that make up your average cigarette are ammonia, acetone, methanol, butane, and carbon monoxide. Some of those chemicals might sound familiar, so let's quickly elaborate. Ammonia is one of the chemicals that your body flushes out when you pee. It's typically also used to bleach hair and as a component of explosives. Acetone is commonly available as a paint remover. Butane is highly flammable and normally sold as barbecue fuel. Carbon monoxide isn't really used for anything, but it is a byproduct of gas stoves and fireplaces that is so toxic you rarely hear about it outside of the sentence, "Make sure to replace the batteries in your carbon monoxide detector." Cigarettes also contain formaldehyde, a preservative used to embalm dead bodies and museum specimens. These chemicals are already pretty scary, but the addition of fire to the equation makes things even more sketchy as it causes those 600 chemicals to combine and remix into more than 7,000 new compounds. At least 69 of these chemicals are proven to be carcinogenic, which is just a fancy way of saying they cause cancer. One of these compounds is known as freebase nicotine, which reaches your brain much faster than normal nicotine when inhaled. In addition to the increased risk for pretty much every type of cancer, smoking also increases your risk of stroke, heart disease, osteoporosis, vision problems, and diabetes. That's a result of the vasoconstriction that we mentioned earlier. When your veins shrink, oxygen can't be distributed through your body as efficiently, and that leads to a whole host of chronic health conditions. One of the most gruesome side effects of smoking is the fact that a lot of those chemical compounds stick around in your lungs even after you've exhaled. These compounds bind together with burnt particulates that enter your lungs along with the smoke, combining together into a sticky black substance called tar, which can seriously clog up your lungs and cause long-term breathing problems. Another big health risk of smoking tobacco is secondhand smoke. This is the reason why smoking indoors is banned in most places, and public smoking is restricted to specific places. Once there's a lit cigarette in an enclosed area, all those fun chemicals dissipate into the air, meaning that if you smoke indoors, you expose everyone around you to the same chemicals that you're putting into your own body. Obviously, it's a much smaller amount, but it can still be a significant health risk. Studies have shown that repeated exposure to secondhand smoke can increase the risk of stroke by 20 to 30% and increase the risk of heart disease by 25 to 30%. And if that wasn't bad enough, a study published in the National Library of Medicine has suggested that there might even be such a thing as third-hand smoke. It sounds crazy, but it's true according to the researchers. You can even be exposed to carcinogens left behind on surfaces that someone has recently smoked around. So yeah, your school's health class teacher was not lying. And those scary PSAs you saw on YouTube weren't exaggerating. Smoking is actually bad for you. No wonder so many people are now quitting smoking and switching to vapes. It's so much cleaner and less addictive, and most vape juices still contain nicotine? Even some of the ones that advertise themselves as nicotine-free? Well, that's a bummer. Already, that's a mark against vaping, since everything we already said about the nicotine in cigarettes is also true for the majority of vapes. The history of vaping is much shorter than the history of cigarettes. While tobacco companies had been researching nicotine vaporizers and smokeless alternatives to cigarettes since the 60s, the first commercially available electronic cigarette was invented in 2003 by pharmacist Han Lick. Han was a heavy smoker, but after his father's death from lung cancer, he decided to quit. But like a lot of people, he struggled to quit. In 2001, he had the idea to patent an electronic alternative to cigarettes that would vaporize nicotine and give people trying to quit something to mimic the sensation of holding a cigarette. Han had lofty goals for his invention, hoping that someday it would replace cigarettes entirely. Unfortunately, it seems that might not work out. As of the writing of this video, Han Lick has still not successfully quit smoking. Since their invention in 2003, e-cigarettes are now more commonly known as vapes and have evolved into a variety of styles ranging from those designed to look like cigars or pipes to more futuristic designs that can cost up to $200. Regardless of what they look like, most vapes work the same way. They have a mouthpiece, a heating element, a microprocessor, a battery, and a cartridge, which is loaded with e-liquid or vape juice. The atomizer contains a heating element and a wicking material that draws the juice out of the cartridge where it gets vaporized by the heating element, hence the name. Once the liquid is vaporized, it can be inhaled just like regular cigarette smoke. On the face of it, it sounds a lot cleaner than smoking. It's basically just breathing in steam with a bit of nicotine, right? Well, just like with cigarettes, it's not just the nicotine that you have to worry about. Vaping really took off in the West in the 2010s when it evolved its own subculture. The explosion of popularity was so fast, despite most countries not yet having regulations in place, bootleg e-liquids started showing up on the markets. And just like with alcohol during Prohibition, most of the bootleg stuff wasn't exactly made with consumer safety in mind. Back in 2019, the United States experienced an outbreak of over 1,600 cases of unexplained lung injury, 34 of which were fatal. The victims of this mystery illness had one major thing in common: they were all vapers. 92% of patients admitted they'd been using black market THC vape cartridges, while the remainder reported only smoking nicotine. The CDC notes that this might not be entirely reflective of the truth, since many of these victims lived in states where cannabis was illegal at the time. The lung injury, which doctors now call e-cigarette or vaping-associated lung injury, or EVALI for short, is primarily caused by an additive called vitamin E acetate, which is a type of synthetic vitamin E typically used in topical skin cream. Research has suggested that while vitamin E acetate is harmless when applied externally, it might have adverse effects on lung functionality if inhaled. Though this is the prevailing theory, the reality is EVALI could really be caused by any number of chemicals and additives that you can find in vape juice. At first glance, vape juice's typical ingredients seem pretty simple. Most e-liquids contain propylene glycol, which is pretty common in foods and medicine as a solvent. It serves as a base liquid that suspends the nicotine and flavoring. If the e-liquid doesn't use propylene, it'll probably use vegetable glycerin, a food thickening agent, which serves the same purpose but creates a denser vapor. With those as a base, the rest of the ingredients are nicotine and whatever food coloring and flavoring the manufacturers feel like adding. A lot of people would look at those ingredients and not see a problem. The kinds of flavorings and additives in e-liquids are probably also found in most kinds of soda. So what's the issue? Well, what they're not taking into account is that even though vapes use electronic atomizers instead of fire, they still create carcinogenic substances, even out of non-toxic materials. Since there's still so little regulation on the ingredients of e-liquids, there's always the risk that two perfectly innocent elements, when vaporized, could combine together to create something toxic. There are also plenty of things that, while they're safe to eat, you really shouldn't be inhaling. Take diacetyl, for example. It's got a scary-sounding name, but it's fairly common in artificial flavoring used in the US to flavor things like instant coffee, caramel, fruity drinks, and to add a butter-like flavor to microwave popcorn. It also occurs naturally in some wines. Sounds pretty tasty, but trust us when we say you do not want this stuff getting in your lungs. That's because if it does, you might develop a chronic condition called bronchiolitis obliterans. This nasty illness is colloquially known as popcorn lung due to the fact that the first recognized cases of it were all employees at a microwave popcorn factory in Jasper, Missouri. They spent so much time around the diacetyl that they ended up breathing in enough of it to become toxic. Following the discovery of the disease, a lot of food companies have switched out diacetyl for less harmful flavor compounds, but since it's still approved by the FDA, it still finds its way into a few products. As you can probably guess, flavored vape juice is one of them. A 2016 study published in Environmental Health Perspectives reported that out of 51 e-liquid flavors, 39 contained diacetyl, another chemical, cinnamaldehyde, which as you can probably guess is found naturally in cinnamon, has been shown to impair lung function in a study done by the University of North Carolina. These are just two examples, and given how inconsistent vape liquid production tends to be, that could just be the tip of the iceberg. Overwhelmingly, the advice from medical professionals tends to be that if it's not air, it shouldn't be going in your lungs. This is because it can disrupt movements of the lung cilia. Cilia are the little hair-like structures inside the lungs that move in regular wave patterns. Their job is to push bacteria and other nasties up and out of the lungs so they can be coughed out. Cinnamaldehyde, formaldehyde, and a bunch of other chemicals that end in aldehyde can have a paralytic effect on the lung cilia, which can take weeks to recover from. During that time, your lungs are missing a crucial line of defense against infection. Like we said before, formaldehyde is often added to cigarettes, and the effects of that on lung cilia of regular smokers have been well documented. The fact that other aldehydes, even the ones that are safe to eat, can have the same effect when added to vape liquid and inhaled is a relatively new discovery. Alright, so now we've explained the science behind the effects of both. It's time to answer the question, is vaping really healthier than smoking cigarettes? If you asked, most experts would probably tell you, yes, but only barely. E-liquid contains less nicotine than your average cigarette, and it usually doesn't contain any acetone or butane, but that doesn't automatically make it a healthier alternative. In fact, given that the effects of vaping still aren't fully understood, it is likely that new information could come out sometime in the future that proves it's just as bad for you as cigarettes. What about the commonly heard claim that vaping can help people quit smoking? Unfortunately, despite his hopes that his invention would make smoking obsolete, Honlick's ability to quit himself is pretty typical for a vapor. Most vapors continue to smoke cigarettes even after they start vaping. Emily Banks from the Australian National University Centre for Epidemiology has said that based on her research, there was limited evidence to suggest that vaping can help people quit smoking. As for secondhand smoke, there's not much research currently on whether or not walking through that guy's hot dog-scented vape cloud at the bus stop is going to put you at risk for lung disease, but a lot of people have theorized that we ought to err on the safe side and restrict vaping in public the same way we restrict smoking. Ultimately, e-cigarettes are still such a new technology, it's impossible to know the full extent to which they can be harmful to your health. The fact of the matter is, there's probably no fully safe way to consume nicotine on a regular basis. When it comes to the question of which one is the least bad, the World Health Organization's website probably sums it up best. Both tobacco products and e-cigarettes pose risk to health. The safest approach is to use neither. You've decided to go on a hunger strike. You vow not to eat a single thing for days or even weeks if you can last that long. The worst part is that as each day goes by, things will get worse and worse. By the time you reach the end, you'll be a husk of the person you once were, the day you stop eating. You take your final bite of a delicious meal. This will be the last food you will eat for weeks. The food is broken down into small pieces in your mouth by your teeth. Spit and saliva lubricate the chewed up food, so it's easier for you to consume. When you swallow, your throat muscles expand and contract, pushing the food down into your stomach. This process is called peristalsis, and it's what allows you to swallow even if you are upside down. Ironically, it's also a process that enables you to throw up when it's done in reverse. Once the food reaches your stomach, the acids in it break down your food into basic components, one of the most important of which is glucose. Glucose is the sugar molecule that your body uses to produce energy. It's arguably the most important molecule you ingest while eating. There are other important nutrients and vitamins your body gets from your food, but the main goal is to break down anything you put into your mouth into glucose so that the mitochondria, the powerhouses of your cells, can use it to make energy. If this doesn't happen, you'll die. In the days to come, it'll be the glucose that your body craves. Everything else is inconsequential, as you'll soon find out. The food sitting in your stomach is torn apart by the acid contained within it. Some of the molecules diffuse through your stomach lining and into your bloodstream. Others are released into your intestines, where they'll travel through around 20 feet of tubes. It's here that the majority of the nutrients that come from your food are absorbed into the bloodstream, and the waste is carried to your bowels to be pooped out. Digestion can take hours to complete, which means once you stop eating, you'll not feel the effects of starvation for some time. 6 hours after you stop eating, your body's now broken down all the food from your last meal. Some of your nutrients are still in your bloodstream, but in lower numbers than they were while your food was still being digested. However, the glucose from that meal is almost completely used up. This is where your brain starts sending signals to your body that make you feel hungry. Hunger is your body telling you it needs more glucose to make energy. Really, it's just your brain's way of tricking you into eating more food so it can make more energy. But since you decided to stop eating altogether, those signals will go unanswered. It's at this point you might start to become irritable, or what's been known as hangry. Many people have a shift in their mood when they get hungry. Your brain is signaling your stomach to make hormones such as ghrelin, which stimulates feelings of hunger. Ghrelin can also make you feel anxious, which is one of the reasons you become irritable and grouchy when you're hungry. After several hours of not eating, people will not want to be around you. You might have a short temper, experience mood swings, and heightened emotions, all because your body is craving more glucose. One day after you stop eating, you wake up after a good night's sleep. Biological changes have started to occur within your body. The surprising thing is you might feel like you have more energy now than you did the day before. While you slept, your body tried to conserve energy, and now that you're awake, it's pulling whatever glucose is left out of your bloodstream to keep your body going. It's been a full 24 hours since your last meal, which means your body quickly goes from feeling good to sluggish and miserable. The energy you conserved is slowly being sapped from you. You drink a lot of water to keep yourself hydrated because although you can survive for weeks without food, you would be dead within days if you became dehydrated. You have sworn off juices and soda, so you'll not be replenishing your glucose supply that way. And although the water quenches your thirst, it will never provide you the energy you need to stay alive. You carry on and complete your daily activities. That night, as you look at your bed, it manifests into a hot, juicy cheeseburger right before your eyes. It's just your mind playing tricks on you because you're so hungry, but it seems so real at the same time. This will become a common occurrence as you drift in and out of consciousness in the days to come. Not eating will begin to mess with your mind in ways you can't possibly imagine, and in the end, it might just make you go crazy. Your hunger strike continues and you go to bed with a grumbling stomach and a brain that's screaming at you to eat something. In the coming days, your body will take drastic measures to keep you alive. 2 days after you stop eating, the glucose in your body is now completely gone. You enter ketosis, which is when the liver produces ketone bodies that can be broken down and used for energy. Although glucose is the most desirable molecule for energy production, it's not the only one. The brain will use ketone bodies as a replacement in dire situations. There is a lag time between the depletion of glucose in the blood and the breaking down of your body's energy-storing molecules, such as carbohydrates and fats. During this transition time, the ketone bodies are a vital resource your brain uses to maintain its basic functions. When the liver is producing ketone bodies, it's signaling the beginning of what will become a very destructive process for other parts of your body. As your internal systems try to keep vital organs functioning, they'll break down anything and everything to keep you alive. Once the ketone bodies are all gone, things will start to get even worse. Your body has to resort to destroying itself to generate more energy, and all of this destruction will come with some dire consequences. 3 days after you stop eating, your body is in full-blown starvation mode at this point, and it begins feeding on itself. Whenever you eat, some of the nutrients you ingest, such as carbohydrates, fats, and proteins, are stored in your tissue. This is the reason why your weight increases if you eat too much food on a regular basis. However, now that you're starving, your body takes those energy stores and starts to break them down. Carbohydrates and fats are the first macronutrients to be used. The most common location where fats and carbohydrates are stored is in the abdominal region. However, they can be found throughout the body. As they're broken down, you lose weight and your BMI decreases. Carbohydrates are made up of complex sugars. Enzymes in your body break them down into components that are easier to use. Many carbohydrates contain glucose molecules, which are stripped and quickly used up by your starving body. The fatty acids that are broken down contain acetyl-CoA. This molecule can be used by your cells to generate energy. Acetyl-CoA does not contain as much energy as glucose, but in this situation your body doesn't care where the energy is coming from, as long as there's enough to carry out basic life functions. Your metabolism slows immensely and you feel tired all the time. It's at this point that your organs begin to shrink. This is another step your body takes to lower the amount of energy required to keep things running. At the same time, your body temperature drops, which also helps conserve energy. All of these changes can be dangerous and are clear signs your body is starving. In any other circumstance, you would eat a huge meal to replenish the nutrients and stored energy that's being lost. But since this is not an option, you power through the pain and exhaustion. You find it hard to move around even for short periods of time, and keeping your eyes open is a chore. The most dangerous effect of starvation is that your brain is not receiving the glucose it needs to run smoothly. If the brain shuts down, it is game over. You die. The brain cannot use fatty acids and other energy stores as efficiently as glucose, so it monopolizes any remaining glucose in your system. On average, your brain uses around 120 grams of glucose every day. This is a significant amount of your daily sugar intake, which is why if you don't eat enough, your brain will signal that you are still hungry. Now that you're not consuming any new sugars, all the energy your brain requires must come from the body itself. Things go haywire as your body's broken down to keep you alive. Your blood pressure drops, your heart rate slows. These are countermeasures to try to reduce energy needs. From here on out, every day that passes without food entering your body will cause even more serious damage to occur. In the coming days, your body will do some pretty miraculous things to keep you going, but eventually it will shut down. 5 days after you stop eating. Your body is now in a constant state of feeling threatened. You haven't eaten in almost a week, so you begin to act more like a cornered wild animal than a rational human. Your brain can't function properly, so animalistic instincts take over, and you're driven only by the will to survive. This means you might become aggressive or aggravated more quickly. Around this time, non-essential organs begin to shut down. Your body is trying to conserve as many resources as possible to keep the brain going. The digestive system is one of the first organ systems to be shut down as it hasn't been used in days. However, there are some nasty side effects that develop as a result of this occurring. Once the digestive and excretory systems start to lose energy and cells due to starvation, they cause a buildup of excess water in your body. As a result, you begin to have diarrhea. Even though you might be drinking water constantly, this can still have life-threatening consequences. As the liquid explodes out of your bowels, nutrients go with it. There's no way for your body to separate the vital nutrients from the waste being excreted. With even less nutrients available now, the brain becomes more and more strained. Your brain cells begin to die. Your brain matter loss escalates. This is especially dangerous for brains that are still developing. Children and young adults affected by starvation could end up with permanent neurological impairment even if they eventually start eating a healthy diet again. It's true that since the brain is more plastic during development, it might be able to repair itself, but the danger of causing irreparable damage to the nervous system due to starvation is a real concern. 7 days after you stop eating. Your body has used up its energy stores of carbohydrates and fats. It's now starting to break down your own proteins in a last-ditch effort to generate energy. This is when things get really bad. Once your body starts breaking down proteins, death is not too far away. You're literally tearing apart your own muscles in order to keep your brain going. Unfortunately, this is at the expense of other vital organs, including your heart. You could start to develop convulsions or disrupted heart rhythms. You're also becoming weaker and more toxins are building up in your body as your kidneys and liver begin to shut down. The brain tries to conserve as much energy as possible by reducing the amount of glucose it requires, but it still needs to send signals to the rest of the body to keep things functioning. Long-term starvation can cause you to experience hallucinations and fade in and out of consciousness. The process of breaking down proteins into amino acids and small amounts of glucose helps the body initially, but it'll only be a matter of days until a major system fails and you die. 10 days after you stop eating. You're cold all the time. You can barely lift your head off the ground, let alone stand up. Your eyes have become super sensitive to light, so you have to sit in the shade or in a dark room just to prevent a throbbing headache from developing. You start to cough as you feel yourself getting sick. You become more susceptible to disease without the necessary resources or energy to make antibodies. Your immune system has become compromised. And even if you are just lying in isolation as you suffer through starvation, it's only a matter of time until you're attacked by a harmful pathogen. When this happens, your body will not have the energy or nutrients it requires to fight off the infection. Your white blood cell count is low. The antibody proteins your immune system would normally develop cannot be made due due to a lack of resources. Much of the protein in your body has already been broken down and repurposed as an energy source. There just isn't enough left over to generate the components needed to defeat the pathogen. If you're lucky, you might receive medical interventions before the disease kills you. But this will do nothing if you don't get food into your system. Chances are that even if you do catch a cold after close to 2 weeks without eating, it'll be starvation that causes your body to shut down, not the illness. 14 days after you stop eating, your teeth begin to decay. Even if you decided to eat something, you're not sure you'd be able to chew and swallow it. You feel so weak that you're almost positive that if you fall asleep, you won't wake up. Your bones have become brittle and seem as if they'll snap if you move. All you can do is lay on your back and stare into the darkness. Your body has broken down every store of energy it can find. Your muscles have all been torn apart. Your bones have lost density. 21 days after you stop eating. When you shift your head, you find hair all over your pillow. Your bones are pressed up against your skin as there's practically no more muscle or fat left in your entire body. You're nothing more than a skeleton with skin wrapped around it. Breathing becomes a chore. Your heart begins to shut down. Your brain can no longer generate energy it needs to send signals through your body, and you take your final breath before your nervous system becomes completely inactive and you die. However, you're lucky. Someone's about to rescue you from dying of starvation. Unfortunately, this is easier said than done. Your body is just a shell of what it once was. If you're not reintroduced to food properly, you'll still end up dying. First, doctors must give you a thorough medical exam to figure out the best course of action to save your life. Day 1 of the recovery process. It's likely you'll be given antibiotics to try to fight off any infections or harmful bacteria that have found their way into your body. Since your immune system has been all but destroyed, pathogens are running rampant through your system. You're hooked up to an IV to make sure you get the fluids you need to stay hydrated. In the solution are electrolytes, nutrients, and most importantly, glucose, the life-saving substance that flows into your body, and your brain starts using it to reactivate long, inert muscles and organs. Day 2 of the recovery process. You might be given soft foods full of nutrients, such as peanut butter paste. If you're able to drink on your own, skim milk could be one of the fluids that doctors ask you to consume. Both are high in vitamins and minerals and will help your body begin the recovery process. You would not be able to eat solid foods as you would be too weak. If you try to eat too much too quickly, you'll make yourself sick and throw it all up. This would obviously defeat the purpose of trying to eat in the first place. Day 3 of the recovery process. You're monitored for any swelling that might occur as a result of introducing food back into your system. The doctors also check your heart, as people who are brought back from starvation often develop cardiovascular problems as the heart muscles have become so weak they struggle to move blood around the body. Even if you're pumped full of glucose and nutrients, it won't matter if they can't get to your brain. Your diet will eventually return to normal, but during the recovery process you'll be eating boiled vegetables along with other supplements. Your protein intake will remain relatively low until your body becomes stronger. And even though you would think that you should be dumping sugar into your system to generate energy, it's not the case. Your cells would not be able to use up all the sugar, which could lead to insulin resistance that could develop into type 2 diabetes. Recovery from starvation is possible with the help of medical professionals, but it's highly likely your body will sustain long-term damage from the ordeal. Your heart might not fully recover, and you may need to be put on blood pressure medication. Your cognitive functions could be impaired for the foreseeable future, and there might be irreparable damage to organs within your body. The amount of time you'd survive without eating varies depending on your body type, weight, age, how active you are, and your hydration levels. Some people only survive a week without eating, while others can survive 21 days. This tends to be the normal time range people can last without food, but there are some who can survive much longer. How much longer, you might ask? We're talking months without anything to eat. Mahatma Gandhi survived for 21 days while only sipping water during one of his nonviolent protests for India's independence. There have also been accounts of people on hunger strikes that have lasted up to 40 days. This might seem incredible, but it's actually been done a number of times. Several studies have recorded people on hunger strikes exceeding a month without food. That being said, the longest someone has ever gone without solid food is so astonishing it'll blow your mind. According to the Guinness Book of World Records, Angus Barbary lasted for over a year without any solid food. In June of 1965, Angus stopped eating any food and only drank tea, coffee, water, and soda while at a Merrifield hospital in Dundee, Scotland. He was also given supplemental vitamins to keep his body going. In July 1966, 382 days after starting his no-food diet, Angus had his first real food in over a year. He went from weighing 472 pounds to 178 pounds. This was a special circumstance, as doctors were present to monitor him and he was given supplemental vitamins. But 382 days is an extremely long time to go without any solid food. In cases where people go on hunger strikes for long periods of time, they're likely drinking water and have access to other supplements. Also, life expectancy due to starvation is drastically different when it's by choice rather than in a survival situation. If you found yourself trapped on a deserted island with no food and only water, it's highly improbable that you'd make it past 2 weeks before dying. This is because you would be already in survival mode, which would dump adrenaline into your system and cause you to start using your glucose much quicker than if you actively chose to stop eating. There's also some evidence to suggest that females are able to last longer without food than males. This has not been definitively proven because an experiment to gather these results would be highly unethical. But women tend to have a higher percentage of stored body fat than men. This means their body has more resources to pull from before needing to tear apart proteins to generate energy. The longer a body can go before it runs out of carbohydrates and fats, the longer the person will survive. That being said, if you do ever find yourself in a situation where you're in danger of starving, there are a few things you can do to extend your life expectancy. In the best of circumstances, you'll need to drink a lot of water and make sure you don't become dehydrated. Dehydration will kill you much quicker than starvation ever could. To conserve energy, you should move as little as possible and try to remain calm. The faster your heart is beating, the more energy you're using. The quicker you deplete your glucose levels, the sooner your body will start consuming itself to generate energy it needs to keep you alive. Your body is using the least amount of energy while you're sleeping, so resting is your best course of action to extend the amount of time you can go without food. The bottom line is that if you have a choice between eating or going on a hunger strike, it's best to just keep eating. Starvation can have long-term effects that you might never recover from. 3 minutes to death. It's the evening after a hard day's work at the Amazon warehouse for young Jake. He and his girlfriend Becky are grumpily sitting on each side of the long sofa watching Love Island. Jake, who still feels a bit raw about a recent union vote going the wrong way, suddenly stands up and shouts, "Why in God's name are we watching this brain-rotting garbage? It's stupid. They're all idiots." Minute 1. And that's it. That's all it takes. He collapses on the spot, and let's just say he doesn't look very good. He's fit, he's young, he's never really had any health issues, but there he is on the floor, and he's not breathing. Minute 3. Becky, who's a big fan of the TV shows ER and General Hospital, believes she's more or less qualified for a medical emergency. Having graduated from the school of couch potato, she remembers exactly what to do, and fortunately, thanks to some drunken karaoke sessions, she remembers the words to a song whose beat is perfect for performing CPR, aka cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Minute 6. As she gets over Jake's chest, she starts compressions with both her hands. The song's going through her head at the same time. "Well, you can tell by the way I use my walk, I'm a woman's man, no time to talk." And she stops to breathe air into his mouth 2 times after 30 compressions, and then she carries on. And we're staying alive, staying alive. Minute 7. The good news is that her neighbor has heard her screams and is at her door immediately. The emergency services have been called and are already on their way. But Becky doesn't really know what's happened to Jake, and she's not all that savvy to statistical data relating to out-of-hospital sudden cardiac mortality rates. It's grim, with less than 10% of all victims surviving. It's a pity then that in the US 70% of out-of-hospital cardiac cases happen in the home and only 6% survive. What's happened here is that this young and healthy man's heart just stopped. We're going to tell you why later, but before that we suggest you listen to all the clues we'll give you throughout this show. Jake was really fit. He was on his feet all day at work. He went to the gym when he could, although he was stressed and argued a hell of a lot with Becky. You should also know that cardiac arrest can come out of nowhere and kill the healthiest of people, even young people. Sometimes doctors don't even know why it's happened. Minute 12. It seems Becky's TV-honed medical expertise has done the job for now. Her CPR technique isn't bad at all. She thought he was dead. And for a while, he technically was. And Jake became one of around 9 million people in the US who have had a near-death experience, aka NDE. Minute 14. He didn't have an out-of-body experience, or OBE, meaning he didn't rise up into the air and see his girlfriend trying to keep him alive. But like many people who've had NDEs, he felt a wonderful comfort as he was crossing over. He felt calm, and as he walked toward an ethereal light, he embraced death with a feeling that you could call ecstatic. This isn't out of the ordinary with cardiac arrest victims. He would have died for sure had those chest compressions and kisses of life not helped blood and oxygen circulate around his body and get to his brain. Still, an issue that Becky's unaware of is for some time no oxygen was getting to Jake's brain, and that can cause all manner of mental and physical disabilities. He might not even have had enough brain power to enjoy Love Island again. But even with limited consciousness, he should still be okay in that regard. Even if he does get to the hospital alive, statistically he only has about a 5% chance of coming out alive. Minute 25. The red emergency phone has been called at the hospital, so the doctors and nurses are all set up, which includes having a cart full of medical supplies nearby, known as a crash cart. It contains many things, including adrenaline, which Jake will receive every 3 to 5 minutes in the hopes that it'll return spontaneous circulation, meaning his heart rhythm. Minute 35. After the ambulance arrives, the team gets the essential information from the paramedics, the people who've been keeping Jake alive by shocking his heart, better known as cardiac defibrillation. They explained that they've managed to get some amount of heart rhythm back, so on their checklist, they put a tick in a few boxes. One tick has gone in the bystander CPR box. That was the work of Becky. They also tick the boxes for compression started, ventilations, and defib. They've gladly put a tick in the return of pulse box, but also the box for re-arrest. The best news is that they haven't checked the box that says termination of resuscitation. This hospital resuscitation team is about 6 people, consisting of a lead doctor, someone to do the compressing, an airway manager, the person in charge of the defibrillator, and the person administering the medications. There's also a person just keeping track of time, important when every second counts. Minute 45. After each shock, the compressions start again, and air is pumped into Jake via something called bag valve mask ventilation, at a rate of 8 to 10 breaths per minute. The team is doing its best. It might just be a day at work for them, but they hate losing a person, especially when that patient is so young. The person doing the compressing has even broken one of Jake's ribs, which isn't all that unusual in these situations. A broken bone is the last thing anyone's concerned about right now. And when you're doing something like 100 compressions a minute at a depth of 5 centimeters, it's easy to injure someone. At least they don't require disco music to do their job. As is protocol during all this time, hospital staff has been getting as much information from Becky as possible, such as listening to her when she says, "We were just watching Love Island and he got up and shouted at the TV and then just collapsed. It came out of nowhere. Jake's fit as anything." This information, though scant, is actually important since the doctors need to know what might have caused the cardiac arrest, so if Jake does survive, they might be able to stabilize him. There's just no way he can get any scans at the moment, as all efforts are concentrated on trying to make his heart beat again properly. Minute 59. In the end, though, the return of spontaneous circulation doesn't happen after about 20 minutes of trying. Poor Jake is not coming back, but before he goes, he has an out-of-body experience this time and sees himself being worked on. He feels no fear whatsoever. He meets death with open arms. It beats working for Amazon. Meanwhile, Jake's parents have arrived at the hospital and are waiting in a special room not far from trauma. They're hoping for the best. When not too far away, Jake's pupils are fixed and dilated. Make no mistake, the lead doctor is thinking about those parents. The entire team has the weight of the world on their backs right now. 1 hour, 10 minutes. It's the lead doctor that makes the final call to terminate resuscitation, but he doesn't do that until he's consulted everyone in the room. It comes at the time they're no longer to think there's even a shred of hope of Jake surviving, and the lack of oxygen to his brain and other tissues have caused catastrophic damage. Jake is brain dead. His current state meets with something called the determination of death protocol. Still, you can't just say that, you need some technical evidence. Part of this is a printed slip of paper that shows there is no heart rhythm at all. Everyone in the room knows this, and they all agree with the head doctor that all resuscitation efforts should be stopped. The cover is pulled over Jake's face, and someone reads the time of death. There are a lot of things that are going to happen right now with Jake, his parents, his girlfriend, and of course, we still don't know how this fit young man died. 1 hour, 25 minutes. First of all, the doctor who's about to give the family the bad news will get out of his scrubs. He knows to use Jake's name rather than just say your son is dead. He'll recount as much as is possible to explain what happened. In this case, as in many cases, he'll make sure to explain to the family that everything that could have possibly been done to save Jake's life was done. The doctor tells it how it is, meaning he says dead and not passed away or no longer with us. You have to be clear in these situations. Jake's parents are sitting down as they should be, and after the doctor tells them, he doesn't just get up and leave. It's especially hard for the parents in this case, because the death is totally unexpected, so they need to know all the details. 1 hour, 40 minutes. There's a lot of initial shock, but unlike some parents in these situations, Jake's family does not get angry and blame someone. It should be said, how a doctor relays such devastating news is a skill itself, and something medical school can't really teach you. Older doctors with more experience are often the best ones for this difficult task. You never sent interns to do such a job. With tears streaming from the family's eyes, the doctor explains to them that Jake was not in any pain when he died, and he tells them at this point they don't know why he went into cardiac arrest. Jake's case right now meets the requirements for sudden unexplained death, or SUD. 1 hour 50 minutes. Jake's body is lying on the bed and the room is cleared of any clutter. All the life support equipment that was connected to him is removed and taken away, and he's made to look as presentable as possible. Since it was cardiac arrest and nothing too messy, Jake already looks quite serene, although some of the jelly on his chest used during the shocking of his heart has been wiped off. The doctor waits with the parents until he thinks they're emotionally strong enough to see their son's body. They have to confirm identification, and of course, they'll want to see him anyway. They also have to collect Jake's belongings and at some point fill in some details so a death certificate can be made. When all that's done, they'll be talked through what was going to happen during the autopsy. They've already said that they want one done, and while autopsies are usually rare, they aren't with SUDs. Hour 2. What we do know for sure is that he's now legally dead, and his body's beginning to cool. Also, just a few minutes after he technically died, his muscles started relaxing, something known as primary flaccidity. Under the covers, some of the urine and feces that were stored in Jake are released, as the muscles can't hold it in. This is quite normal. 2 hours 15 minutes. It's during this time, just after death, that Jake takes a shade of white. That's because his small blood vessels called capillaries have collapsed. The technical term for this is pallor mortis. It usually happens at just 15 to 25 minutes after death. You might have seen pictures of dead people and noticed that they don't just turn pale, but they have a red-purple color starting to show on parts of their body. This is called livor mortis. Jake's blood is no longer being circulated around his body, and the blood is starting to pool where gravity wants it to pool. That's because blood cells have broken out of blood vessels. This is already happening to Jake, but it'll take a couple of hours at least for these colorful patches to appear on his body. Hour 4. There's also algor mortis, which means Jake's body is no longer in charge of its own temperature, so it starts to be warm or as cold as the temperature of its surroundings, in this case an air-conditioned hospital. As you probably know, when people die where it's hot and when no one finds them, they start to get very stinky and oozy pretty fast. But Jake's in good hands at the hospital. The temperature will also affect how quickly the body stiffens, something called rigor mortis. The hotter it is, the faster a body gets hard. Hour 5. As you know, Jake's parents want to know what happened to him, so they give their permission for the hospital to do an autopsy. A medical examiner will open up the corpse and take a look around to see if the death seems unnatural, or at least unusual, and certainly when it involves crime. Jake's death isn't suspicious as yet, although who knows if he didn't suffer a toxic cardiac arrest after being poisoned. We say this because Jake's girlfriend has a personality disorder, and she threatened to put rat poison in his coffee in the past. Not long after another one of her violent outbursts, followed by a dramatic, erratic, and unpredictable behavior, she broke down in tears and then became extremely threatening to Jake when he informed her that he was leaving her. Sure, she helped save his life, but with this girl, nothing is predictable. She's also cunning enough to know that no attempt at saving him might arouse suspicion, and she's also smart enough to know poisoning can cause cardiac arrest. What she might not have bargained for is a toxicology report, which, let's face it, any good killer would have thought about. So, in Jake's case, the authorities can't just say cardiac arrest and leave it at that. They must look under the hood and in the blood to see what caused his heart to stop. The medical examiner will first be looking for signs of heart disease that were never apparent to Jake or his family. He might have had a structural abnormality of his heart for various reasons, including the possibility that he inherited it. He could have another abnormality such as clotting. He might have had an underlying sickness that played havoc on his heart. Some viruses can cause cardiac arrest too. He might also have had an arrhythmia syndrome, meaning something that caused his heart not to beat, and this can go undetected until it kills a person. In short, the sudden cardiac arrest has many causes, and sometimes they aren't that obvious. Even though Jake was young when he died, his lifestyle might have brought about his heart problems. Jake didn't smoke or drink very much, but he did have a weakness for a drug he used to call the devil's dandruff: cocaine. This drug has been known to cause cardiovascular toxicity, heart attack, and cardiac arrest. Maybe he slinked off to the bathroom during the commercial break to do a line, so he might better endure Love Island. Maybe that's why he lost his temper. We just don't know, so the medical examiner will be looking for various toxins in his blood, which is called a toxicology exam. On a paper recently published in the Journal of the American Heart Association, in 31 cases of young people that had died from sudden cardiac arrest and were then autopsied, drugs were found. And although cocaine is often the drug talked about when it comes to heart damage, other drugs included booze, opiates, antidepressants, and benzodiazepines. His eyelids, jaw, face, and neck are now stiff, but all of his muscles are gradually affected, including his internal organs. And he'll remain stiff like this for at least a couple of days, and then he'll start to become loose again. By the way, doctors can easily move a stiff body part into a different position, but if something called a cadaveric spasm has occurred, it might be more difficult. Hour 6. Jake even lets out a groan, which is nothing but trapped air leaving him. It's quite normal, though upsetting to people if they haven't heard it before. If he were left outside in a garden or dumped in some waste ground, once his body was getting looser, he'd be visited by lots of creepy crawlies. They would start laying eggs in his body as it turned a shade of greenish yellow. The eggs hatch, and then you have maggots. They gobble up what they can, and then turn into flies themselves. And as the cycle starts again, what you have is a very efficient cleanup job. Jake would start to stink as this happens because he would now be in the stage of putrefaction. This is the breaking down of the body. It's natural decomposition, including the eventual liquefaction of the internal organs. His immune system would no longer be functioning, and that would mean trillions of bacteria, many of them in his gut, leaking out and starting to devour other organs and tissues. The body starts eating itself, which thankfully doesn't happen when people have a working immune system. Again, loads of factors affect how fast this happens, but it happens to all of us in the end. We become a great big bag of stinking gases that distends the stomach. These gases, including smelly methane, hydrogen sulfide, and ammonia, can build up so much that the stomach basically bursts. So we're time bombs in some respects. Liquid also comes out of various parts of the body, which is called post-mortem purging. You might wonder why dead bodies stink. That's because chemical compounds such as cadaverine and putrescine make your body smell like rotten eggs, scatoli smells like poop, hydrogen sulfide like rotten eggs, and methanethiol like old cabbage. Given enough time, the face won't look much like the face of the person that died, and the hair and nails will go. Everything becomes soft and liquefies, and eventually all that's left is the skeleton. All this is going to take a long time with Jake because he's being treated to 5-star hospitality at the morgue. There, he's afforded a first-class fridge that's going to keep him in tip-top condition, and later he's going to experience a makeover. 6 hours and 30 minutes. Jake is lying on the examination table ready for autopsy. First, the pathologist gives the body an overall inspection. Blood samples have already been sent off to the lab, and his family has already been questioned more thoroughly about possible genetic problems. Jake's body also goes through genetic testing, which is testing his blood or tissue for alterations in chromosomes or genes. The pathologist is wondering if a cardiac disease might have caused either an arrhythmic or a mechanical issue with the heart, and she's also thinking about possible trauma to the heart. She now has the information as to state of mind Jake was in when he first collapsed, tired after work, getting angry at the TV, which is very different from something happening in his sleep or on a sports field. She knows he had no significant illness, has never complained of chest pain or palpitations, and didn't have hypertension, respiratory problems, or had fairly recent infectious disease. Neither had he recently had any kind of surgery. Hour 7. She checks for abnormalities on the skin and hair, then opens him up with a Y incision. 7 hours, 45 minutes. Jake's skin is pulled across his chest and his ribs are clipped with a pair of special shears. At first, the doctor just takes a look at what's inside and then takes a blood sample from the heart. She weighs it, looks at the thickness of the heart wall, and considers what she finds with his height and total body weight. 8 hours, 15 minutes. She carefully weighs other organs and takes samples for chemical analysis and microbiological culture. His brain will also have to come out. There's a chance he could have been bleeding in his skull, i.e. a subarachnoid or intracerebral hemorrhage. Hour 9. A saw is used for this procedure, and when it goes through the skull, the smell is similar to the smell at the dentist when a drill is used. Something called a skull key is then used to pry open the bone at the cutting line. The sound is a kind of pop, what you'd expect from the suction. The last part before removal consists of cutting down at the brainstem and severing the optic nerves. Jake's brain is now ready to be weighed and analyzed. 9 hours, 20 minutes. She also looks at his great arteries and veins to check for any abnormalities, and to further help her, she'll use x-rays and other imaging methods to get a better look at the intricacies of all his organs. This will include post-mortem magnetic resonance imaging. A microscope is also used. Problems might be evident at the macroscopic level, but sometimes they're only seen at the microscopic level. 10 hours, 30 minutes. Now she's finished. She puts the organs back in the correct anatomical place, minus the bits she used for tests. She sews Jake back up again. If this were a criminal case, those organs might be kept for a while longer, with the next of kin's consent at least, but so far Jake's death is not being looked at as a crime. She thinks she now knows why he died, but it's going to be a talking point, that's for sure. In the meantime, Jake can at least be placed back in his fridge waiting his big day when he gets put in the ground. Hour 48. It's decided Jake will be viewed during his big day, so his parents have asked for the body to be embalmed. They pay the going rate for this, $800, but they have to fork out another $500 on flowers, $200 for a wreath, $3,000 for a headstone, $5,000 for a casket, $1,000 for the funeral plot, and some more cash for the service itself. At just over $10,000 for the whole affair, that's about the average funeral cost in the US. But rich folks' funerals and poor folks' funerals can differ in cost by quite a lot. Cremation can be cheaper, but it sometimes works out the same as Jake's burial. In the USA, families in general are pretty split between choosing cremations or burials. Hour 72. Jake is now in the embalming room and his body has been moved to a stainless steel table. The funeral director holds Jake's arms at the side of his body and closes his eyes and mouth. To ensure they stay closed and don't shock people who later come to see Jake, he glues the eyelids down and also the lips. Jake should look peaceful in the coffin, not like he's just seen a ghost or needs to take a poop. Cotton wool is also stuffed into the facial cavities to prevent anything from leaking out. Hour 73. Some incisions are made in Jake so the embalming fluid can enter him via an artery and a vein, taking out the blood while pumping in a mix of a few chemicals: formaldehyde, glutaraldehyde, methanol, and a few other solvents. This will preserve Jake, although once in the ground, he'll start decomposing in a few days or a week. Again, there are multiple factors as to how fast he'll decompose, including the temperature, the casket, and the soil. Hour 75. As the embalming machine is doing its job, Jake's body is washed from head to toe, including his hair. His fingernails and toenails are clipped, and then when the embalming is done, he gets a blow dry and a styling of his hair. Some makeup is applied to his face, and then the clothes supplied by his family are put on his body. Hour 76. Remember that Jake had a cranial autopsy, and unfortunately, even though the stitches were really well done, the funeral director uses a bit of skin-colored wax to cover the small marks. He now thinks Jake's face looks a bit dried out, so he uses a hypodermic needle to pump a solution in to puff it out. Hour 78. When Jake is put in the coffin, the funeral director fluffs up the pillow to hide any possible skull damage he hasn't been able to fully hide. Goes without saying that shifting a dead body is grueling work, and all that hard work could come undone if Jake's not handled carefully. But fortunately, at this funeral home, they have a machine to lift Jake's 200-pound mass. Hour 79. Finally, his body tag is checked against the tag on the coffin. You really don't want the wrong body in the wrong coffin, and trust us, it's happened. In a very recent case in the US involving a 51-year-old woman, the body was wrong but the clothes were right. Hour 80. They then give Jake one last touch-up and put a block under his pillow so his face is at an angle. A dead person looking down at their feet doesn't look cool, but just looking straight forward looks a bit too corpse-like. When the head is turned slightly to the right, it also ensures that people won't have to bend right over the body to take a look. That might seem like someone's rubbernecking, also not cool at a funeral. Cause of death. We guess you want to know how Jake died. The reason the pathologist wrote down and what was told to Becky and his parents was arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy, ARVC. The problem with this rare kind of death is there are no definitive autopsy criteria to confidently give a diagnosis. What ARVC basically means is the muscles of the heart have been replaced by fatty or fibrous tissue, which is a genetic defect in this case, so Jake was always going to have problems. ARVC often lies silently in wait. Then when someone exerts themselves in sports or when shouting at Love Island, the heart's electrical signals get all out of whack, and that can lead to a dangerous, life-threatening heart rhythm. It's a controversial diagnosis though, because as we said, even though there might be some fat tissues and fibrosis to see, ARVC is still not that well understood. It's rare, but some of those cases have been stated in the literature have included young people who'd not shown symptoms prior to collapsing. A recent one involved a teenager with no family history of heart problems. He was strong and healthy and then collapsed on the football field at school. His name was also Jake. His story isn't really related to our Jake, but it shows you that if you have a genetic heart problem and it isn't discovered, exertion can send you over the edge, even if it is just screaming at dumb couples after a hard day making chump change in a warehouse so Mr. Bezos can hang out in space. The real-life Jake, by the way, might have survived had he been screened. Our Jake, well, all that hard work, his bad temper, and his occasional cocaine binge didn't bode well for him, and because of the fact that he never got so much as a palpitation, he didn't really have a chance. At least it wasn't Becky that killed him, though. Shame on you for thinking that. She was in a terrible state at the funeral. Love Island will never be the same again. What can cause your heart to work so hard that it stops beating? Junk food. What can cause your intestines to burst and spew their contents into your abdomen? Junk food. What can cause you to fall into a spiraling form of depression? You guessed it, junk food. Everyone craves junk food from time to time, but after learning what it does to your body, you might think twice before biting into a piece of fried chicken or snacking on some chips. Let's start off with what junk food actually is. Usually when you think of junk food, the first thing that comes to mind are candy, chips, and fast food. But you can't forget about the liquids like soda, slushies, and energy drinks. Fast food options have diversified recently, and even at places like Burger King and McDonald's, you're able to get plant-based meat substitutes and salads. However, pretty much all the things you crave at those types of joints are considered junk food. No one's going to KFC and asking for a salad with no dressing or croutons. They're there for that salty, fatty fried chicken. Therefore, when we're talking about junk food, what we're referring to is anything that has high amounts of added sugar, salt, or saturated fat in them. If you think about what you've eaten today, you can probably identify at least one item as being junk food. So, what are all these delicious yet unhealthy foods doing to your body? The short answer is nothing good. We're going to start with the short-term effects of eating only junk food before moving to the long-term health risks. Although long-term is relative, because if all you eat is junk food, you won't be alive long enough to even notice long-term effects. It's scary just how quickly junk food can change your body and cause serious health problems. Studies have shown that eating one meal made up of junk food a week can be detrimental to your health if you're not an active person. So can you imagine that only eating junk food every day will cause mayhem to all the systems in your body in a very short amount of time? The immediate effects of junk food are based on what you're consuming and how active you are. If you binge eat an entire bag of chips or a whole fried chicken, you're consuming a massive amount of sodium or salt. And after a very salty meal, your blood pressure might become elevated. This can cause all sorts of problems in the body, from fatigue to heart attacks. Obviously, a heart attack would be an extreme unlikelihood, and you would have to be very unhealthy for that to be a concern, but it is possible. This is especially true if you have a pre-existing heart condition or a non-active lifestyle. When you consume very salty junk food, it causes your blood vessels to constrict as the salt extracts water from them. There's a reason that over half of your body is made up of water. It plays a vital role in the circulation of all nutrients, cell function, and chemical reactions in the body. Eating extremely salty foods all the time can mess with your body's ability to maintain homeostasis or its internal balance. When your blood vessels constrict, your body needs to work harder to get oxygen and nutrients circulated to all your vital organs. On top of that, your arteries narrow, which then slows the flow of blood, exacerbating the situation even further. When all of these things happen as a result of eating too much salt, you begin to feel fatigued since your body is working harder than it should to keep you going. Now you're probably going to want a soda to go with that salty food because you'll start to feel dehydrated. Plus, it'd be ridiculous not to have a dessert to finish off your meal, which leads to the next dangerous ingredient in the junk food you're eating: sugar. Your body craves this stuff because it's what your cells use to make energy. Therefore, you are biologically programmed to like the taste of things with sugar in them. Junk food companies understand that at some level and take advantage of your biological programming by increasing the amount of sugar in their products so they taste good to us. These types of foods might be delicious, but they have terrible side effects almost immediately after you consume them. The problem with bombarding your body with sugars from junk food is that it forces your body to try and balance the sudden influx of glucose. Your pancreas begins dumping insulin into your bloodstream to signal to your cells that sugar is available to make energy with. Your cells then allow the sugar into them, and the mitochondria converts it to energy, hence why it's considered a powerhouse of the cell. This leads to a sugar rush, which makes you feel like you have an abundance of energy. However, we all know what happens next. You crash. Any junk food that's high in added sugars will give you this rush and then leave you feeling tired, because your body panics and you quickly use up the influx of sugar, depleting it in a relatively short amount of time. When there's only a little sugar left in your bloodstream, your cells slow their energy production and it leads to you feeling fatigued and groggy. It can also lead to irritability and cravings for more sugary food. These are some of the most notable short-term side effects of eating junk food. However, the high sugar content of junk food has even worse long-term effects on your body. Each day that you consume junk food, you're at risk of developing a disease that could change your life forever. Let's get into the long-term health effects of consuming junk food so that you can learn the risks to your body and hopefully modify your diet. Over time, the high amounts of sugar in junk food wreak havoc on your organs. The sudden surge of sugar and the automatic response of the pancreas dumping insulin into the bloodstream can cause all types of long-term problems. Studies have shown that people who eat junk food a few times a week dramatically increase their chances of developing type 2 diabetes. And since you're only eating a junk food diet, you're all but guaranteed to develop this disease at some point. Type 2 diabetes occurs when your body doesn't produce enough insulin, or the insulin no longer signals your cells to take in sugar and use it to make energy. This leads to a buildup of sugar in the bloodstream while simultaneously causing a dramatic drop in energy production. Type 2 diabetes can develop during a person's lifetime isn't something you have to be born with. This ultimately leads to a pancreas being overworked or damaged due to an unhealthy diet or lifestyle. The high amounts of added sugar in junk food are one of the things that can cause this to occur. The crazy thing is that with every meal you eat that's made up of junk food, you're rolling the dice with developing type 2 diabetes. Research has shown that consistently eating junk food can greatly reduce your muscles' ability to take in sugars and create energy. Given enough time, your cells can develop a resistance to this process altogether, which results in type 2 diabetes and the need for medical intervention. Left untreated, diabetes can be life-threatening. Too much of a good thing can definitely be detrimental to your health, and there is no clearer example of this than overconsumption of sugars from junk food. But there are so many other components of junk food that can lead to long-term health problems. In fact, there's a connection between eating junk food and depression. How could consuming unhealthy food lead to a change in brain chemistry? It actually has more to do with what junk food is lacking than what's contained in it. A 2021 study out of Binghamton University found a connection between eating healthy foods such as fruits and vegetables, nuts and fish, and an increase in positive mood and brain function. This begs the question, what happens to someone's brain who lacks nutrients these foods contain? Another way to put it is this: if all you eat is junk food, low in nutrients, what will happen to your brain? Nothing good, it turns out. It has been determined that junk food satisfies hunger in the short term, which seems to make the brain happy, but this is just an illusion. The brain might be tricked into thinking you've gotten the nutrients you need from the junk food due to the increase in available energy. But over time, your brain and body cells will begin to degrade as they don't have access to the vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants they need to stay healthy. Your body can only last so long on sugar and fat alone, and your brain eventually realizes this. It's not clear what exactly the trigger is, but some studies suggest that people who consistently eat junk food are around 51% more likely to develop depression than people on a healthy diet. This is a staggering number. It really makes you think if the short-term pleasures of eating junk food are worth the risk of developing long-term depression. The most likely reason this occurs is due to a mix of diet and lifestyle. If you're eating junk food all day every day, you're probably not very active. This has a cascading effect on the brain. The more junk food you eat, the worse you begin to feel. The chemistry of the brain is affected by these mood swings, might be one of the triggers that leads to depression. A healthy and active lifestyle has been shown to go a long way in maintaining happiness. But junk food doesn't only have long-term effects on your brain, it can also cause irreparable damage to your heart. In fact, the most shocking part about eating a lot of junk food is that it can kill you. So if you're on the junk food diet, what we're about to tell you could save your life. One of the long-term effects of all that salt and fats in the junk food is that they can increase the amount of low-density lipoprotein, also known as bad cholesterol, in your body. At the same time, these same substances can lower your high-density lipoprotein or good cholesterol. The result of these two shifts in cholesterol can lead to heart disease and even heart attack. It's the increase in bad cholesterol along with the increase in blood pressure associated with eating junk food that can put an enormous strain on your heart. The heart is a strong and resilient muscle, which is a good thing because it literally keeps blood, nutrients, and oxygen flowing around your body. Without a happy heart, you can't survive. However, like any of your muscles, it can become overworked and tired. The problem with this is that if your biceps get tired from lifting too much weight, it just means your workout's over. But if your heart becomes tired due to you gaining too much weight, a buildup of cholesterol and an increase in blood pressure means that you die. So you can see why it's so important to maintain a healthy lifestyle and a diet instead of loading up on junk food every day. It cannot be stressed enough how bad it is for your heart if all you eat is junk food. You'll likely be able to last a month or two on a junk food-only diet before your heart gives out completely. However, if you decide to change your ways and save your life, the damage has already been done. It'll be a long uphill battle to get back to healthy living. That being said, it most certainly can be done, and the sooner the better. The rest of your life will likely be spent monitoring your blood pressure and sodium levels. You'll probably have to choose everything that you put into your body carefully, but this will go a long way toward keeping your heart healthy. The American Heart Association recommends that adults consume less than 2,300 milligrams of sodium per day, and this number is for someone who is relatively healthy and making good choices as to what they put into their body. If you're eating only junk food, you're likely not making good choices and consuming many times more sodium than recommended by the AHA. In fact, one full meal of junk food would be enough to put you over the threshold, as a bag of chips and a cheeseburger gets you around 2,000 milligrams of sodium between the two of them. If you're eating 3 meals a day filled with junk, you're consuming 3 times as much sodium as recommended. This is a recipe for disaster. All that salt will make you feel bloated and tired, which is your body's way of saying, knock it off with the junk food, or there will be some serious consequences. So, your junk food diet has now negatively affected your pancreas, brain, and heart. This should be enough to make you want to put down the candy bar and pick up a carrot. But if not, there is even worse damage to come. What if you couldn't poop? Not only would you be uncomfortable, but you'd have a buildup of waste in your system that could cause some really nasty problems. The main reason why junk food isn't great for your digestive system is that it lacks fiber. Fiber is a key component of a healthy bowel movement. High amounts of fiber are found in foods like fruits, veggies, beans, and oats. None of those ingredients are in your typical junk food diet. What that means is that all those fats, salts, and sugars you consume get backed up in your digestive tract, where they sit until they become too much for your body to handle, and they have to be evacuated. Unfortunately, they might not come out the end you want. But the real problems begin with the constipation that results from only eating junk food. Being constipated puts a lot of strain on your body, especially the digestive system, which can lead to hemorrhoids and hernias. It also has been found that junk food can be harmful to the microbiome in your body as well. You have trillions of little bacteria that do important jobs inside your guts, especially when it comes to digestion. This means you want to keep those microorganisms happy because if they're not, they can begin to cause you some serious problems. For example, if there are a lot of sugars and carbohydrates available, certain bacteria might begin to grow uncontrollably. Most often, the ones that do this are not the helpful microorganisms. This can lead to fewer resources for your helpful microbes. We're just beginning to understand how important a person's microbiome is, but according to some scientists, it plays a major role in several processes throughout the body. If your microbiome becomes damaged due to a poor diet, it could initially lead to a buildup of gases and incredibly painful cramps as harmful bacteria begin to reproduce inside of you. As time progresses, you might find yourself in need of a fecal transplant or any number of other unpleasant procedures to try to regrow that healthy microbiome once again. One of the most frightening risks to your digestive system as a result of consuming too much junk food is the development of diverticulitis. This disease happens when there's an infection or inflammation in your intestines. It can end up being incredibly painful and includes symptoms such as fever and nausea, as your body tries to fix the damage that's been done to it. The worst part is the pain doesn't go away overnight, and there's no quick fix. In extreme circumstances, peritonitis can occur, which is when an inflamed pouch in the digestive tract ruptures and spills its contents into your midsection. This requires immediate medical attention. If everything mentioned so far hasn't made you change your mind about eating only junk food, maybe cancer will. That's right, new research suggests that a diet full of junk food can actually increase your risk of cancer. In 2019, a study determined that a diet consisting of mainly junk food resulted in a weaker immune system, higher rates of inflammation, more risk of developing allergies, and higher cancer rates. Researchers think the low nutritional value of only eating junk food every day is what causes these problems to occur. If you only eat junk food, your risk for colon, rectal, respiratory tract, and stomach cancers all increase. Obviously, these are all extremely serious and life-threatening, which should give you another incentive to refine your eating habits. But some of the negative side effects of only eating junk food happen outside of your body. Eating high cholesterol foods with lots of carbs can increase acne. This doesn't just happen to teenagers going through puberty, but to anyone who constantly eats junk food. Even young children are at risk of skin diseases if they consume too much junk food. One study found that adolescents who eat junk 3 times a week are more likely to develop eczema than children on a healthy diet. These skin conditions are not life-threatening like many of the other effects of junk food on your body, but they can also become irritating and uncomfortable. Everything mentioned so far is an unpleasant consequence of a junk food diet. But there is something else that is unavoidable with this lifestyle. With high amounts of fat, sugar, and salts come high amounts of weight gain. Obesity is a major problem that results from consuming too much junk food. If you gain too much weight, your heart has to beat more frequently to circulate blood around your body. Your lungs need to suck in more air to get you the oxygen you need, and your muscles need more energy to support your weight. Any of these factors can eventually become too much for the body to handle and cause it to shut down. Eating junk food has also been connected to an increase in respiratory illnesses, including asthma. This goes hand in hand with obesity, as the airways and channels of your circulatory and respiratory systems become constricted or blocked. All of these factors increase your chances of having a heart attack, suffering a stroke, or developing diabetes. And the larger you become, the more calories your body will need to keep itself going. This means that you'll need to eat more, and if you continue to eat only junk food, there's only one inevitable outcome. An organ in your body will fail and you will die. So, what it comes down to is that you need to relinquish your junk food diet immediately and switch to a healthy alternative. We're not saying you can't eat any junk food. In fact, some research suggests that indulging in junk food occasionally might help you with weight loss and can be a morale booster. However, there is absolutely no benefit to eating only junk food. So the recommendation by some nutritionists is to allow yourself a junk food meal once every week or two and savor it. But once you've had your fix, you should go back to eating healthy alternatives. That being said, there are definitely some junk food options that are worse for you than others. Here are 5 different ones that you probably didn't know were causing your body distress. Pizza is delicious, there's no denying it. However, not all pizza is created equal. An average slice can contain 680 milligrams of sodium, 12 grams of fat, and 300 calories. And when was the last time you had just one slice when you ordered pizza? To be fair, there are some pizzas that are made with more fresh ingredients and less grease than others, which adds nutritional value while reducing the junk part of the food. On the other hand, a fast food meal of burgers and fries has very little upside to it. One of those meals can consist of 1,200 calories and up to 1,700 milligrams of sodium, and that's not even counting drinks or dessert that you probably will have with it. Basically, one fast food burger puts you very close to your recommended daily dose of sodium and saturated fats, so hopefully everything else you eat that day is made up of plants and fruit. You might think having a homemade sandwich might be a healthy alternative to eating out at a fast food restaurant, but this might not necessarily be the case. Cold-cut meats can contain large amounts of sodium. 3 ounces of processed meat can have up to 1,300 milligrams of sodium, which means that if you're consuming a large deli sub every day for lunch, those sodium levels might lead to your blood pressure potentially skyrocketing. Also, some research suggests that when lunch meats aren't processed or stored properly, they can contain nitrates and nitrites, which are known carcinogens. To put it plainly, processed meats might cause cancer. If you ever watched a hot dog eating contest, you probably wondered how the contestants can have so much of the universally loved fast food treat. What you probably didn't know is that one hot dog can contain half the amount of saturated fat you're supposed to consume in one day. Also, hot dogs are full of sodium to the point where a single hot dog can make up 33% of your allotted daily sodium intake. This means those people who are eating dozens of hot dogs in a sitting are literally consuming enough junk food to last them for months. This might be an activity that has one of the worst long-term effects on the body out of any competition in the world. You can put anything that's fried into the junk food category, and one of the most common fried foods is chicken. It's not the calories that make fried chicken so unhealthy, but the amount of fat and salt in it. One piece of fried chicken can contain 34 grams of fat and 1,200 plus milligrams of sodium. After just 2 pieces of fried chicken, you probably overshot your recommended fat and sodium intake for the day. So what is a junk food lover to do? We're going to say this again because it's so important. Eating a junk food only diet will end up killing you in one way or another. Depending on who you are and how active your lifestyle is, you might be able to live a couple of months if you only eat junk food. However, most medical professionals agree that your body would give up sometime between 1 and 10 weeks if all you ate was junk food. If you really need to get your junk food fix from time to time, that's okay. Just don't do it every day. Most nutritionists agree that having a cheat meal every now and then is alright as long as the majority of your meals consist of healthy food. In order to protect yourself and the people you care about from succumbing to one of those nasty side effects of eating too much junk food, there are a couple of things that can be done. Education is always key. Make sure to read the food labels of the things you put into your body. You might be surprised to find your favorite snack is incredibly high in salt or sugar, and it might be time to cut back a bit. Also, it's important that kids from a young age begin to think about what's healthy versus what's not. Many people who rely heavily on junk food for sustenance were never taught about the detrimental effects it can have on their bodies. Therefore, cooking meals with lots of vegetables, fruits, lean meats, and fish is a great way to start introducing others to delicious foods that are good for them. When making decisions about your own diet, some nutritionists recommend using the 80-20 rule. This means 80% of the food you eat should be healthy and full of nutrients, while 20% can be from the junk food realm. Ideally, you'll want to find healthy foods that you enjoy and satisfy your hunger so that more than 80% of your daily intake is from those sources, but this is not always possible. Even if you try and eat one healthy meal every day, it can have a huge impact on your overall health. Any reduction in junk food is going to be good for you, no matter how small. As a rule of thumb, if you're trying to stay away from junk food, you should cut out fried food, highly processed food, and anything with added salt or sugar from your diet. And if you're just not sure what the best options are, don't be afraid to ask your doctor. They'll be able to point you in the right direction. You wake up in the morning and instantly, you know something's wrong. You're feverish, you ache all over, and you're afraid you're going to be sick to your stomach. You hope you're not coming down with something. After a few more grueling days of fighting it, you finally admit that it's time to see the doctor. Maybe he can give you a pill or something that will kill this virus. The next day at your doctor's office, you describe the overwhelming exhaustion you feel, the blinding headache you've had for days, the aching pain all over your body. Flushing with embarrassment, you finally tell him about the more, icky symptoms you've been experiencing, like the vomiting, cramps, and the diarrhea that have had you practically living in the bathroom between bouts of restless, feverish sleep. "I'm desperate, doc," you say. "Is there a pill or an antibiotic or something I can take?" To your dismay, he shakes his head and he says, "Unfortunately, an antibiotic won't do anything to help you. We'll take blood and urine samples and run a culture test to be sure, but it sounds to me like you have a viral infection, and unfortunately, antibiotics don't work on viruses." This is news to you, so your doctor patiently explains to you exactly what a virus is and how viral infections, like the one you apparently have, are different from bacterial ones. Viruses and bacteria are both microbes or tiny organisms that are too small to see with the naked eye. Viruses are much smaller than bacteria. The largest virus is smaller than the tiniest bacteria, and it takes a power microscope to be able to observe these tiny intruders. Both bacteria and viruses spread through contact with infected people, animals, surfaces, or food. And both can cause symptoms like yours: digestive upset, muscle and joint pain, and respiratory distress. But the similarities end there. Bacteria are single-celled creatures and can reproduce on their own and survive in huge variety of environments, living comfortably in extreme hot or extreme cold, in radioactive waste, and even in the human body. The fossil record shows that bacteria have been thriving on Earth for more than 3.5 billion years. Most bacteria are harmless to us, and many are actually helpful. For example, certain strains of bacteria thrive in our digestive system where they help us break down food. No wonder probiotic yogurt has been all the rage lately. Trillions of bacterial microorganisms live in our bodies, making themselves at home in our digestive system, on our skin, and even in our eyes and nose. In fact, according to Megan Jardine, Associate Director of Diabetes Nutrition Education at Physicians Committee, we might actually be only 10% human. 90% of our cells are non-human microbial cells. In recent years, scientists have put this number at closer to 40% human cells, but that's still pretty crazy when you think about it. Although less than 1% of all bacteria are actually harmful to people, the ones that do cause diseases can do some serious damage. Bacteria give off toxic chemicals which can damage human tissue and make us sick. The most dramatic example of a bacterial infection is the bubonic plague in Europe in the 1300s. As the plague spread, people throughout Europe were coming down with fevers, chills, vomiting and diarrhea, and aches and pains. They also had nasty black boils that oozed blood and pus, a gruesome symptom that earned this plague the name the Black Death. We now know that the infection was caused by a bacteria called Yersinia pestis, but of course, people knew nothing about that in the 14th century, and by the time the plague subsided, it had killed an estimated 20 million people, a third of the entire population of Europe at the time. Since precise numbers are hard to come by, the death toll could have been much higher. Some experts estimate that up to 60% of the population was wiped out by a tiny single-celled bacteria. But thankfully, we can now treat bacteria infections with antibiotics, which kill the bacteria causing the infection, or at least slow its growth. Antibiotics are a fairly recent discovery. The first antibiotic was used in 1936, and it wasn't until the late 18th century that a German doctor named Robert Koch even discovered that bacteria caused diseases. In the year 1900, before the invention of antibiotics, nearly 30% of all deaths worldwide could be blamed on bacterial infections that could be easily treated with antibiotics today. Viruses are much more fragile than bacteria. The virus's core of genetic material is protected only by a thin protein coating. A virus can't survive without a host and can only reproduce by attaching itself to the host cell and inserting its genetic material into it. Unlike bacteria, nearly all viruses cause diseases in humans. Viruses are usually programmed to target specific cells before it gets to work, either replicating itself or making new viruses until the host cells burst and die, or turning normal healthy cells into malignant ones. Viruses are responsible for a lot of common diseases, everything from the common cold and flu to painful conditions like the chickenpox and shingles to serious infectious diseases like hepatitis and herpes. All are caused by viruses. The 1918 Spanish flu was the deadliest pandemic in history, and it was all caused by a microscopic virus. By the time the outbreak ended in 1919, nearly one-third of the entire global population had been infected, and as many as 100 million people had died, 3% of the world's population. During the outbreak, the average life expectancy in America dropped by nearly 12 years in the course of a single year. And in 1918, more U.S. soldiers died of the flu than in combat, which is shocking considering that America was in the middle of World War I at the time. You thank your doctor for educating you and correcting your misconceptions, but there's still something that doesn't make sense to you. I don't get it, doc, you say. I got my flu shot this year. How did I end up still getting sick? That's a great question, actually, he replies. He goes on to explain why getting the flu shot doesn't always guarantee that you won't get sick. The flu shot isn't always effective in part because there's no one single virus that's responsible for the flu. And because viruses are constantly mutating and changing, vaccines are developed for the most common and most serious strains of the flu virus, but it's impossible to predict which strains will hit in any given year. And it takes time to produce a vaccine after a new strain becomes problematic. And even if you get the right flu shot for the right strain, you can still get sick if your body's response to the virus isn't fast enough or strong enough, which can happen to older people, those with suppressed immune systems, or anyone who's had significant exposure to the virus. Vaccines work by exposing your body to antigens, part of an inactive version of the virus, training your immune system to release the antibodies and quickly and aggressively attack the virus before it can spread. Wow, you say. I had no idea how cool vaccines are. Thanks for explaining it to me, but doc, now that I have the virus, how do I kill it? It turns out there are lots of ways to kill a virus. Antiviral drugs exist to treat conditions like herpes and hepatitis, and they work by interfering with an enzyme in the virus and preventing it from leaving one cell to infect another. But they don't destroy the actual virus itself. One of the most exciting developments in virus-fighting technology is the use of lasers. Researchers at Arizona State University have shown that blasting a virus with a purple laser light for 100 femtoseconds, a femtosecond is the 1/millionth of 1/billionth of a second, damages the virus's outer shell, deactivating it. That's great news! Bring on the drugs and lasers, you say. You can't wait to get some relief from the constant fatigue and nausea. Again, your doctor shakes his head. Unfortunately, these treatments only work for specific viruses, and the common flu virus isn't one of them. There's not much we can do to kill the flu virus except let it run its course and give your immune system time to do its job. The symptoms you're experiencing, the vomiting and the diarrhea, the fever and the aches, these are all your body's way of trying to rid itself of an unwelcome intruder, in this case, the flu virus. Although there's nothing you can take to kill the virus on the spot, there's lots you can do to manage your symptoms. Your doctor recommends that you get plenty of rest and give your body time to do its job. He says you can take cough drops or honey for your sore throat and use a humidifier to make breathing a little easier. He also suggests that you drink lots of fluids to combat the dehydration caused by all of your time in the bathroom, although he cautions you to avoid caffeine, as it can actually make dehydration worse. He reassures you that you should be feeling better in a few days, but if you're not, you're to come back in to see him so he can prescribe medication to treat any secondary infections or serious symptoms. While you're a little bit disappointed that there isn't a magic pill to cure you and that you won't be seeing a laser today, you do feel reassured by your doctor's words, and you're ready to head home to get some rest. But just as you turn to leave, a wave of anxiety comes over you. Hey, doc, you say hesitantly. All this talk of vaccines and flu outbreaks has me a little bit freaked out. What's to stop another flu pandemic from happening, like, say, the Spanish flu outbreak that you mentioned earlier? Another great question, he says. He explains that we know so much more about viruses and have so many more tools to fight them than we did back in 1918. Aside from vaccines and antiviral drugs, we now have technology that allows us to share information about viruses and track outbreaks in real time. We also have a much better understanding of how viruses spread, which means we know how to contain them. Viruses spread through contact with infected people, especially in situations where bodily fluids are exchanged, like coughing, sneezing, kissing, and, sex. You can also contract the virus through contaminated food and water, and many viruses can survive on hard surfaces for a few hours or even a few days. Animals can carry viruses too. Livestock, insects, birds, bats, and even our pets can unwittingly spread viruses to humans. Simple habits can help stop the spread of viruses. Wash your hands frequently and use hand sanitizer, especially after touching germy surfaces like doorknobs. Disinfect surfaces, avoid shaking hands, and try not to touch your face or rub your eyes. During outbreaks, medical officials may implement quarantine measures to limit the spread of a virus. And even with all these advances, a viral outbreak is still a major concern, especially since the world is more connected today than ever before. The precautions I just mentioned can help limit the spread of a virus, but stopping outbreaks before they start is a much more effective way to kill a virus. Vaccines are the best weapon we have against viruses. Since Louis Pasteur debuted his rabies vaccine in 1885, we can thank vaccines for all but eradicating countless diseases that had previously caused untold suffering and devastation. Because of vaccines, formerly common diseases like polio, smallpox, typhoid, and tuberculosis have become incredibly rare in most of the world over the course of just a few generations. One of the most important parts of the vaccination strategy is something called herd immunity. When a significant portion of the population is vaccinated, it makes it difficult for a virus to travel from person to person, limiting the spread of the virus. Herd immunity is important for protecting vulnerable people who can't be vaccinated, like very young children, older individuals, and people with compromised immune systems. These groups also tend to be the most at risk for complications from viral infections. So even if you're not worried about protecting yourself from viruses, others are depending on you being vaccinated to protect them. Yes, your doctor says as he walks out, vaccines are certainly the most effective way to kill a virus. You thank your doctor for setting your mind at ease about the most effective way to kill a virus. After making a follow-up appointment to get your vaccines up to date, you head home for some much-needed rest and lots of binge-watching YouTube. You're at your local watering hole. You order your favorite drink, tip the bartender, and take your first sip. The cool liquid hits your lips and enters your body. In the next few minutes, a bunch of crazy chemical reactions will occur. Over the next several minutes and hours, your body will swell, you'll lose control of your bladder and bowels, and you could black out and die. 1 minute after you drink alcohol. The alcohol flows down your throat and into your stomach. What happens next depends on who you are, what you've done that day, and if you've eaten recently. When the alcohol enters your stomach, it's either absorbed through your stomach lining into your bloodstream or released into your intestines, where it'll diffuse into your circulatory system. Either way, the alcohol will be spreading around your body in a matter of minutes. If you ate recently, this process is slowed down as some of the alcohol is absorbed by the food being digested in your stomach. However, your stomach and intestines cannot metabolize or break down alcohol, so it will eventually end up in your bloodstream anyway. 3 minutes after you drink alcohol. More and more alcohol from your drink seeps into your bloodstream and enters cells through your body. This causes several reactions to occur, but it's unlikely you'll feel their effects at this point. However, some pretty strange stuff will happen to your body in the minutes to come. Some will feel good, while others will make you wish you'd never put a drop of booze into your body. The alcohol percentage in your drink plays a role in how quickly it diffuses into your bloodstream. Surprisingly, liquors that have an alcohol percentage between 20 and 30% are absorbed more quickly than drinks with a higher alcohol percentage. This means a glass of port, which is around 20% alcohol, will get you drunker faster than a drink with whiskey, vodka, or rum in it. These types of liquors tend to be above 35% alcohol. They will most certainly get you drunk, but they're not absorbed into your bloodstream as quickly as drinks with alcohol percentages in the 20% range. 5 minutes after you drink alcohol. You're starting to feel the effects of the alcohol on your body. The fact that you mix your alcohol with a carbonated beverage means it enters your bloodstream slightly faster than other drinks. Cocktails like rum and cokes, gin and tonics, and vodka sodas will all be absorbed into your bloodstream quicker than if those liquors were consumed without a mixer. It's at this point your brain starts to feel the effects of the alcohol. You're not quite drunk yet, but you are definitely on your way. Chemical changes are happening in your body and they will alter your mood, senses, and balance. 10 minutes after you drink alcohol. You gulp down the last remnants of your beverage and order another one. While you wait, the alcohol from your first drink is changing the size of your blood vessels. They begin to widen, which causes your skin to become flush and turn a reddish color. It looks like you're blushing or having a slight allergic reaction, but this is all just a normal reaction to drinking alcohol. You pull at your shirt as you begin to feel warmer. This is because alcohol is a vasodilator, meaning it opens up blood vessels such as capillaries just under the surface of your skin. The more blood that flows to the surface of your body, the warmer you feel. At the same time, your blood pressure begins to drop for a short period of time. And even though you initially feel warmer, the changes to your blood flow are actually causing your internal temperature to drop as blood moves away from your body's core. The female body reacts slightly differently than the male body when alcohol is consumed. The average female has less body water in their system to dilute the alcohol that's being absorbed into their bloodstream. This results in a higher blood alcohol concentration occurring more quickly in women than men. Females also produce less alcohol dehydrogenase on average, which is an important enzyme the liver creates to break down ethanol. This means that if a male and female around the same weight and size start drinking the same alcoholic beverage simultaneously, the woman will likely begin to feel the effects of the alcohol first. 15 minutes after you drink alcohol. Now you start to feel pretty good. The alcohol is playing mind games with you. It's caused the release of dopamine and serotonin, which make you feel happy. more confident, and ready to try new things. This is because both dopamine and serotonin are neurotransmitters that allow for more connections between brain cells. Serotonin is known to make people feel calm and content, while dopamine is associated with feelings of being rewarded or motivated. The alcohol causes your body to release these hormones in higher concentrations than normal, which then alters your mood. At the same time, it suppresses certain parts of your nervous system. This is the reason why your speech begins to slur, you feel less coordinated, and your vision becomes impaired. As you sip on another drink, the levels of the hormones inside your body become even more imbalanced. You begin to make decisions and do things that you wouldn't normally while sober. You become bolder and throw inhibition to the wind. It's at this point you start to feel buzzed or drunk. This is your body's way of telling you something is not quite right. But since it feels good at the time, you ignore those warning signs. You begin to stagger around as your balance is thrown off. The influx of dopamine and serotonin allows you to come out of your cocoon, and you soon become a social butterfly. 20 minutes after you drink alcohol, your liver has now started to process the alcohol flowing through your body. It's a slow process, which is why the effects of drinking can last so long. On average, the liver can metabolize around 1 ounce of alcohol every hour. In most mixed drinks, you're consuming at least 2 ounces of alcohol, and chances are you're having more than one drink during a night out. This means that if your blood alcohol level reaches 0.08, which is the legal limit, it can take around 5.5 hours for your liver to remove all of it from your system. As your liver works overtime to break down the poison you're putting into your body, you continue to talk to everyone you come across and make new friends. With every breath, you exhale some of the alcohol in your system. This is why you can literally smell alcohol on someone's breath after they've been drinking. By the time your body completely breaks down the alcohol flowing through your bloodstream, you will have breathed out around 8% of the total alcohol you consumed. The alcohol gets into your breath by diffusing out of the blood and passing through your lungs. This is the same way that your body releases carbon dioxide. It's this evaporated alcohol that's released by your respiratory system that breathalyzers use to calculate blood alcohol levels. Even if you mask the scent of the alcohol using gum or mints, the molecules are still being released in your breath. You might be able to hide the smell from another person, but this will never trick a breathalyzer. 25 minutes after you drink alcohol, you now look a little red in the cheeks. You have a slight cognitive impairment and are releasing alcohol from your lungs like a fire-breathing dragon. But while all this is happening, you also have the irresistible urge to go pee. You race to the bathroom before you have an accident in your pants to relieve yourself. If you don't make it in time, you can blame it on the alcohol, but you'll still need to change clothes. The alcohol in your blood suppresses the creation of the antidiuretic hormone, or ADH, that's produced by the body. ADH signals the kidneys to reduce the amount of water they're releasing, and now that there's less of this important molecule being produced, your kidneys are flooding your systems with more and more water. This causes you to have to urinate frequently as a way of excreting the excess water. However, it also can cause another nasty side effect. Other than being at risk of peeing your pants, the suppression of ADH by alcohol can also lead to dehydration. As you release more and more fluids by peeing constantly, your body is unable to retain the water it needs for cellular and life processes. This is one of the reasons it's important to drink water with every alcoholic beverage you have. If you don't replenish your fluids while drinking, it can lead to headaches, exhaustion, and a nasty hangover the next day. It's also important to note that even if you are mixing your alcohol with another liquid, this will never be enough to keep you hydrated. You should also steer clear of sodas and sugary drinks, as they can only exacerbate the hidden problem of dehydration. Your best bet for replenishing your body's fluids is to drink water, and lots of it. Yes, this might cause you to pee even more, but as long as you keep drinking water, your body will be able to break down and excrete the alcohol in your system while maintaining somewhat stable fluid levels. 30 minutes after you drink alcohol. Now that your body has released some of your water stores, it makes it slightly more difficult for some cellular processes to occur. H2O is a vital component in most reactions in your body. Your liver is the only organ that can actually break down the alcohol, and it is working overtime to try to eliminate the poison that's circulating through your system. Because that's what alcohol is, you're essentially poisoning yourself. It just happens to make you feel good. That being said, almost anything in moderation is okay, and that goes for alcohol as well. Too much alcohol can definitely kill you, but so can too much sugar, salt, and water. At this point, your liver starts to oxidize the alcohol and convert it into water and acetaldehyde. This molecule can cause problems for your body later on in life, but right now, it's the only way that the alcohol can be removed from your system. The more you drink, the longer this process takes, and the higher your blood alcohol content will be. It's the inability of your liver to keep up with the amount of alcohol you're consuming that leads to alcohol poisoning. As you continue to drink, your body continues to try to keep you alive. Something terrible is happening to your brain. At first, the alcohol makes you feel good, but behind this illusion, damage is being done to your brain cells. What happens next could determine whether you live or die. 45 minutes after you drink alcohol. Your choices while drinking matter. If you've consumed several drinks very quickly, your blood alcohol levels will be high. If you have been sipping on a drink or two throughout your time at the bar, your blood alcohol levels will be relatively low. This doesn't mean you won't become drunk, it just means you've given your body time to break down some of the alcohol before consuming more. Your blood alcohol level determines how much damage is being done to your brain. Subliminal intoxication is the first stage of being drunk. It occurs when your blood alcohol content reaches between 0.01 and 0.05. You might not look intoxicated at this point, but you are definitely getting there. Your reaction time has slowed and your judgment has been altered slightly. Everyone's body is different, which means people will respond differently to the amount of alcohol in their system. But as you pass this first stage, you will develop the telltale signs of someone who is intoxicated. At a blood alcohol content of between 0.012 and 0.03, you're in the euphoria stage of becoming drunk. This is when the body has raised dopamine levels, and you're feeling pretty good. It's at this point that you feel buzzed or tipsy. Your reasoning and memory become impaired, and you feel confident and relaxed. Many people try to achieve this by having a drink to wind down after work. However, if you continue drinking, you will inevitably pass into the next zone of inebriation. As your body reaches a blood alcohol content of over 0.08, you're now considered legally intoxicated. It's when your blood alcohol content reaches 0.09 to 0.25 that the connections within your occipital lobe, temporal lobe, and your frontal lobe are highly affected. This can cause blurred vision and impaired decision-making. Your reaction time becomes immensely slower than normal, which makes doing basic tasks more difficult and even dangerous. You should not be driving a car or engaging in any activities that could potentially put yourself or others at risk. It's around this level that you might begin to feel nauseous as your body tries to lower the amount of alcohol in your system any way possible. If you reach a blood alcohol content of between 0.18 and 0.3, many parts of your brain struggle to function properly. The cerebellum, which is the area responsible for coordination, is especially impacted negatively. This is why when your blood alcohol content reaches these levels, you might have trouble walking. You might even black out or have short-term memory loss due to damage to your hippocampus. Anything over a blood alcohol level of 0.25 means you're in danger of developing alcohol poisoning. Every one of your senses is impaired, and there's a chance you could suffocate or sustain internal injuries. Once you reach levels of 0.35, you're at risk of entering a coma. This is because your breathing and circulation have become compromised due to your nervous system shutting down. It's at this point you could actually die, as critical areas of the brain that control breathing and heart rate stop functioning properly. Again, the time it takes to reach these different levels of intoxication is determined by a person's body, the type and quantity of alcohol they consumed, and how fast they've been drinking. But regardless of all that, if someone has been going hard on the booze for close to an hour, their blood alcohol levels will likely be pretty high. 60 minutes after you drink alcohol. Your body has been working overtime to break down the alcohol in your system. The shot of liquor you had at the beginning of the night has been dealt with. However, your liver still needs another hour to deal with the alcohol in that beer you drank. Luckily, you didn't have a large glass of wine, as the alcohol in that beverage can take up to 3 hours to completely be broken down. If you have been drinking consistently for an hour and you continue to do so, your blood alcohol level is sure to rise. You'll feel the levels of intoxication, and if you aren't careful, you could do serious damage to your body. 3 hours after you drink alcohol. You're home now. You feel exhausted. Your body aches slightly, and all you want to do is go to bed. Unfortunately, as you lie awake staring at the ceiling, you find you're having trouble falling asleep. The room is spinning, which makes you nauseous, and even if you don't throw up, it'll be a restless night. The alcohol in your system interferes with your brain transitioning from being awake to REM sleep. That's when your body does a lot of its repairs, and the brain converts short-term memories to long-term ones. One of the reasons you can't remember everything that happened after a night of drinking is because the alcohol you consumed disrupts the process. REM sleep is also the stage of sleep when you dream, and alcohol has been shown to do some incredibly weird things to your dreams. Consuming alcohol before sleeping has been connected to people having more vivid dreams and even nightmares. It's not clear why this happens, but it likely has to do with damage caused to brain cells or interference between neural pathways. You might have had a fun night out drinking with your friends, but as you toss and turn all night and have strange dreams, you will likely curse your past self for making such bad decisions. The morning after you drink alcohol. You wake up feeling like crap. You definitely overdid it the night before. To be fair, if you had only had a drink or two spaced out over the evening, you'd probably feel completely fine. But you went hard and drank a bit past your limit. Your blood sugar is low and you're dehydrated. These factors put a lot of stress on your brain, causing a killer headache to develop. Another side effect of the imbalances in your body is an increase in anxiety levels. You may have thrown inhibition to the wind the previous night, but now you're questioning every decision you made and hating yourself for overindulging. Even though you didn't black out, you can't remember the entire night. This is not because the alcohol causes you to forget memories, but it impedes your brain's ability to create new memories while you're drunk. As you struggle to remember what happened the night before, your stomach starts to grumble, your eyes open wide. You run to the bathroom and make it just in time. An explosion of diarrhea escapes your body. The alcohol you consumed the previous day has increased acid in your stomach, which has caused your stomach lining to become inflamed. On top of that, your body has been suppressing the production of the antidiuretic hormone for several hours. This has caused more and more liquid to build up in the intestines, which results in bad diarrhea the morning after a night of drinking. Now you have one mission in life: drink lots of water and force yourself to eat something. You need to make sure you replenish any fluids that are either lost from vomiting or diarrhea. On top of that, you need to consume some form of food, preferably something starchy, to soak up any remaining alcohol in your digestive system. The following days, weeks, and months after you drink alcohol. Having an alcoholic drink every now and then will likely have very minimal effects on your body. Even if you have a drink a few times a week, as long as it's in moderation, your body probably won't develop any adverse health conditions. However, having multiple drinks every day or binge drinking on weekends has been linked to several severe health problems. Consuming large amounts of alcohol can greatly increase your risk for certain types of cancers. The most well-known ones are liver and colon cancer. However, alcohol also increases your chances of developing throat, larynx, and cancer of the esophagus. Ethanol, the molecule that makes up alcohol, is not a carcinogen in and of itself. However, when your body breaks down the alcohol into acetaldehyde, this is where things can get dicey. The International Agency for Research on Cancer identifies acetaldehyde as a Group 2 carcinogen. This means that when you're drinking too much, your body produces a known carcinogen. And if you do this too often, you're rolling the dice with cancer. Your body can remove dangerous molecules such as acetaldehyde from your system, but only if you give it enough time to carry out the process. The more alcohol you consume in a short period of time, the more acetaldehyde builds up in your body, and the more likely you are to develop cancer. Heavy drinking has also been connected to an increased risk of high blood pressure, heart disease, and stroke. All of these things can be life-threatening. It's the stress you put on your brain and body when consuming large quantities of alcohol that leads to these factors developing. When drinking, your heart needs to work harder to circulate the blood around your body, so the alcohol can be broken down and removed. At the same time, alcoholic drinks can contain high amounts of calories and carbohydrates. This can lead to weight gain as a result of drinking too much. All of these factors combined put even more stress on the heart. The damage done to brain cells and pathways within the brain by alcohol can lead to memory problems and dementia, and this is in full-grown adults. Children and teens whose minds are still developing can become stunted if they consume alcohol. This can lead to learning disabilities and the underdevelopment of their brains. These side effects are one of the main reasons why the drinking age is 21 in the US. It's around this age that the brain has been fully developed, although this is still debated. Many scientists believe the brain isn't fully developed until you turn 25. Regardless, even a developed brain can be damaged by drinking too much alcohol. There's also some research that suggests drinking can weaken your immune system. This could leave you vulnerable to viruses and bacteria that often frequent bars or anywhere where large numbers of people gather. And even if you're drinking at home, alcohol can inhibit your immune system to the point where you become more susceptible to colds or the flu. Normally, your body would easily fight off these pathogens, but overconsumption of alcohol can hinder your immune system to the point that even a small cold makes you very sick. Alcoholism is a disease and an addiction. Alcohol can fundamentally change your brain chemistry, making you dependent on the substance. This addiction can happen to anyone and is influenced by genetic, psychological, social, and environmental factors. If you or someone you know is dependent on alcohol or overconsuming the substance on a regular basis, you should talk to a medical professional immediately. Drinking socially or having an alcoholic beverage every now and then, and in moderation, will probably not cause you any harm. However, it's important to know exactly how it affects your body and what signs to look out for. Remember, your body needs time to break down alcohol. This is a slow process, and it's why you should pace yourself and drink a lot of water during a night of drinking. It's summertime, the sun is shining, the waves are crashing on the beach, and you're laying out getting a nice tan. Everything's going great until you head inside and look in the mirror. Your skin is bright red, and you seem to be radiating heat. You got sunburned, and the next few days are going to be really uncomfortable. But what is a sunburn and why does it happen? When we think of a burn, the first thing that comes to mind is a thermal burn from a fire or stove. This is when your body is exposed to extreme heat, and although the sun is definitely a source of extreme heat, a sunburn is not a thermal burn. Sunburn itself is actually a radiation burn. In particular, it's caused by the ultraviolet radiation that comes from the sun. Ultraviolet radiation is the wavelengths of energy slightly shorter than what we can see as the color purple. When they strike your skin in high doses from the sun, they can cause radiation burns. This is actually what causes your skin to turn red and uncomfortable when you spend too much time in the sun, not a thermal burn from the sun's heat. There are, of course, ways to prevent sunburn as well as to treat it to reduce the pain, heat, and swelling. Some of those remedies you probably already know, others might not be so familiar. But first, let's look at what happens to your body when you get a sunburn. Hopefully you're watching this video before going out and spending the day in the sun. We know that sunburn isn't caused by intense thermal heat because you can get a sunburn even when it's cold out. If you've ever spent the day skiing, snowboarding, or sledding on a cloudless winter day, you've probably gotten a mild sunburn once or twice during the winter season. This is because during all times of the year, the sun is bombarding us with ultraviolet radiation. The ozone layer of our atmosphere protects us from much of this radiation. If it didn't, we'd all been dead a long time ago, but some does get through. When the radiation comes into contact with your skin and other cells of your body, it causes chemical reactions to occur. What this means is the cells in your body start creating proteins and enzymes that are not necessarily needed at the time. The most common proteins being produced are the ones your body uses to repair and replenish damaged cells. This makes sense because the sun's radiation is literally destroying your body's cells. This flood of proteins is one of the things that causes discomfort as they try to repair the damage the sun is causing. The next thing that happens when the radiation interacts with your body is that blood vessels dilate to increase the amount of blood flow. This is also a reaction your body undertakes to try to repair itself from the damage being done by the sun. It also allows immune cells to reach the skin and combat the biggest health threat caused by the sun's radiation, cancer. It is the increased blood flow and immune response that causes the inflammation and redness associated with sunburn. It takes a little while for your body to start mounting defenses against the sun's radiation, which is why sunburn symptoms normally don't manifest until 4 to 6 hours after being burnt. Once your body is exposed to intense amounts of radiation from the sun, it immediately tries to protect itself. However, the repair proteins and immune system response need time to ramp up production and disperse throughout the body. So, to put it bluntly, sunburn is the sun's radiation destroying the cells of your body. We know that sunburn is caused by radiation and that it's the body reacting to this radiation that causes the symptoms of sunburn, but what's actually happening to your cells, and is it dangerous? The answers to these questions might surprise you. When we think of a burn, we think of an increase in temperature. This is actually not the case within your body when you get sunburned. Even though you may feel like you're radiating heat, your internal temperature is almost always staying at its normal level of 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. Irritation and dehydration may make you feel hotter, but your actual temperature does not increase because of a sunburn. However, the inflammation and biochemical responses your body goes through can cause a slight rise in temperature at the skin's surface due to more blood and fluids being brought to the sunburnt areas of the body to fix the damage that's been done. The symptoms of a sunburn are caused by the body trying to repair itself after being cooked by radiation. But what is the actual damage? When your skin cells are bombarded by the ultraviolet radiation from the sun, they begin to cook, and the structures within the cells begin to denature. This means that proteins, lipids, and other molecules that make up your cells and help them carry out their life functions begin to change shape or fall apart. When this happens, the cell cannot perform the tasks necessary to stay alive and it dies. Now, this isn't necessarily a problem as long as your body can replace the cells with new ones. However, this does not always happen. Your cells are able to divide and replace themselves with new cells only a set number of times. This is actually what causes some of the symptoms of aging, since your cells stop generating new versions of themselves once they've reached the end of their replication life cycle. But that's a topic for another video. The most dangerous thing radiation does to your cells is alter their DNA. The DNA in every one of your body cells is identical. It's what makes you you. However, changes in the DNA called mutations can cause some life-threatening changes in your body. When the radiation enters your cells and interacts with your genetic material, it can literally rip the DNA apart. This will cause the cell to try and repair your DNA, but mistakes happen, and those mistakes could have drastic consequences. If the mutation occurs in the wrong place, it can lead to that cell reproducing uncontrollably. Normally, when a cell divides, there's a code of DNA that tells the division to stop once completed. However, when this does not happen, the cell will continue to divide and replicate itself over and over and over again. We more commonly refer to this process as cancer. Even when the sunburn heals, if just one cell has DNA that's been mutated to cause it to reproduce uncontrollably, you could get cancer. Your body does have ways of identifying and repairing damaged DNA, but if one really bad mistake is missed and the cancerous cell begins to duplicate, your body can rarely do anything about it. The reason for this is because cancer is the uncontrolled division of your own cells. Your immune system does not recognize cancer as a threat because it's not a foreign pathogen that's harming your body, it's your own cells. This means that the immune system almost never identifies cancerous cells as harmful because it just thinks they're a normal part of your own body. And that's why cancer is so dangerous and hard to cure. The most common form of cancer associated with sunburn is skin cancer, which can be removed by a doctor pretty easily. However, if the cancerous cells get into the bloodstream and are carried throughout your body via the circulatory system, the consequences could be dire. That is why it's always important to take precautions when being out in the sun for long periods of time. But don't worry, we're here to help protect you from the sun's radiation. Let's start with preventative measures for protecting your body from sunburn. In terms of staying healthy, it's always better to prevent something harmful than to treat it after the fact. We all know that when spending long periods of time out in the sun, we should wear sunscreen. But did you know that medical professionals recommend using sunscreen with an SPF of 30 or higher? This is because a lower SPF provides little to no protection at all and is not effective in preventing sunburn. Medical professionals also recommend using water-resistant and broad-spectrum sunscreen as well to reduce the risk of it being washed off by water or sweat. Also, something we take for granted is the power of shade to protect us from the harmful UV rays of sun. Wearing clothing that's thick enough that light does not pass through will provide protection from the sun's radiation as well. But what should you do if you get a sunburn? There are lots of so-called remedies out there, but what do the professionals actually recommend? Most agree that there is no silver bullet that will cure all the pain and symptoms of sunburn once it occurs. What they do agree on is that after the skin has been exposed to intense amounts of sunlight, you should immediately begin treating it to reduce the effects of the sunburn. It's recommended that you take cool showers and gently pat yourself dry to avoid irritation. Make sure to use moisturizer that contains aloe vera, and for more intense sunburns, apply hydrocortisone. Both of these products reduce pain and irritation. Also, aspirin or ibuprofen might be used to help block the pain receptors and reduce swelling of the burn. A key thing to remember when you get a sunburn is to drink lots of water. When sunburnt, you lose water as the liquid in your body is drawn to the skin's surface to help with the repair process of the damaged cells. This means water is not circulating through the rest of the bodies at the levels it should. When this happens, it can lead to dehydration, which can cause all sorts of other problems with your body. Sunburn is preventable, but we're all human and bound to get too much sun at some point in our lives. Just remember that a sunburn is caused by radiation. Along with being uncomfortable, it can be harmful or even deadly in some circumstances. When you get sunburn, radiation from the sun is literally destroying the cells that make up your body. And although your body is really good at repairing itself, if the radiation causes a change to your DNA that's missed by your repair mechanisms, it could lead to cancer. So do yourself a favor and put on sunscreen next time you plan to spend the day out in the sun. These are 50 crazy facts about the world's most painful conditions. First, let's talk about gout. Number 50. A pain in the toe? Gout is a condition that can often slip under the radar, as it normally starts off as just pain and swelling in the big toe and the surrounding area. It's easy to mistake as a simple stubbed toe or arthritis, but it's actually a serious condition. It's most common in men, but women aren't immune either, and most people who get gout are older. The pain can be minor in some cases, but in serious flare-ups, it can make walking extremely painful or even impossible, leading to people having to walk with a crutch. And the culprit isn't what you might think. Number 50. You're in trouble. Gout is joint inflammation, and the best way to detect it is for a doctor to draw fluid from the joints and test it for uric acid crystals. This comes from a substance called purines, which occur naturally in the body but are also found in certain foods and drinks. When they break down, they produce uric acid, which is typically dissolved in the blood. However, when the body produces too much or has excess introduced through foods and drinks, the kidneys can't keep up. Crystals form and the crystals build up in the joints and cause serious pain. And gout can be the unfortunate aftermath of a party. Number 48. Let the good times hobble. If there's one behavior associated with gout, it's probably drinking. Beer and red wine both contain high levels of purines, and if someone's going to engage heavily in drinking regularly, the odds are they already are working their kidneys overtime. The result might be a frequent recurrence of gout, which is just another reason why a doctor might advise you to cut back on the alcohol. But purines are also found in red meat and fatty meats, which means people who have an unhealthy diet might also get an unpleasant surprise as well. But no one is immune to gout, not even royalty. Number 47. The disease of kings. In medieval times, the odds are a king would be the healthiest person around. After all, he was secluded in his castle while the peasants toiled in the field and lived in less than hygienic conditions. But there was one disease royalty couldn't hide from their castles: gout. Peasant diets usually consisted of grain, whatever vegetables they could grow, and whatever little meat they could scrape up. The king, meanwhile, sat down to sumptuous banquets frequently, and usually chased it with flagon after flagon of wine. So it's no surprise that if anyone in the old days got gout, it would be the king. But hey, at least he probably didn't have to walk that far. And gout even became shorthand in politics. Number 46. Tune in. It was a weird trend in the early 20th century socialist and liberal cartoons. Why exactly did they portray old rich men as hobbling around on crutches? It was because, much like in the time of kings, the rich were most likely to get gout due to their meat-rich diet and easy access to wine, especially during the Great Depression, when many working stiffs were struggling to get enough food on the table, and the idea of disease that was often caused by eating and drinking too much was the perfect way to make fun of the elite. Now let's talk about a condition that comes from a natural part of every month until something goes wrong. Number 45. What is endometriosis? Sorry guys, this might be a little TMI, but the ladies have it harder. Endometriosis gets its name from the endometrium, which is the tissue that lines the uterus. Every month it sheds, and this is the process of menstruation, which is not a fun time to begin with. But endometriosis happens when the body goes a little haywire, when tissue that resembles endometrium is found outside of the uterus, usually in other reproductive areas. The immune system goes haywire, it responds to the hormones, and the body starts growing new blood vessels and nerves in this tissue, and the result is chronic pain and swelling, even scarring. And for those who suffer from it, the effects can be life-altering. Number 44. All-consuming. The most common sign of endometriosis is intensive pelvic pain that comes and goes. Some areas only experience mild pain, but during periods the pain is usually at its worst. This can be bad enough that women will be unable to go to school, perform at work, or even get out of bed in some cases. Additionally, the damage this condition causes to the body over long periods can result in heavy scarring in the pelvic region, which can lead to difficulties conceiving or carrying a child to term without treatment. But sometimes it can be invisible. Number 43. A sneaky condition. If you ask many endometriosis sufferers what is the most frustrating part of their condition, they'll tell you it's not the condition itself, it's the fact that it took them so long to be diagnosed. Many doctors assume it's either standard period pain and offer only regular painkillers, or even disregard the woman's pain and assume she's hypochondriac or seeking pills. Complicating things, many endometriosis sufferers may be lucky enough to not experience severe pain, which means that every case manifests differently, meaning that diagnosing the condition is often challenging. The good news is it can be treated. Number 42. Multiple options. Once a doctor has successfully diagnosed a woman with endometriosis, there are a few options for treatment, but it comes with mixed results. Doctors prefer this option because of the lack of complications, but success can be mixed. Medications can include anti-inflammatory pain pills, simply to make the condition manageable, but it can also include birth control pills to slow down the process that causes the disorder. In other cases, surgery to remove the damaged tissue and allow for recovery is recommended, but only for severe cases. And the scariest thing is, no one is sure what causes it. Number 41. A lingering mystery. What causes endometriosis? No case is the same, but a few factors have been identified. For one thing, genetics is likely a cause, which means this may be mom's most unwelcome family legacy. Endometriosis is also caused by elevated estrogen levels, so taking birth control pills can help to reduce your chances of suffering from it. The good news is, this same effect happens during pregnancy. It can also be caused by a retrograde menstrual flow and the exaggerated immune response that happens as a result. And only a thorough exam can discover which of the above is the culprit. Now let's look at another mysterious condition, another one that also targets women. Number 40. What is fibromyalgia? Another disorder that plagues people and is often very hard to get diagnosed. Fibromyalgia is a chronic illness of the central nervous system characterized by one primary symptom: pain, and lots of it. Along with chronic fatigue, it can significantly impact people's ability to function on a day-to-day basis. But because it spreads throughout the body, there is no one cause that a doctor can pinpoint. And that makes it very hard to diagnose, especially since many doctors don't know how to identify it. That's because the pain is actually coming from the brain. But there are some key symptoms to watch out for. Number 39. All over the place. As vague as it might seem, the American College of Rheumatology has identified some key symptoms to make it easy to identify the disorder and make it possible for people to seek treatment. These include multiple painful areas of the body, especially when they're far apart from each other with no other apparent cause, and symptoms that include fatigue and difficulty sleeping or concentrating. If these symptoms are temporary, you're normally fine, but if they last more than 3 months, it's a red flag for fibromyalgia. And one group of people is more vulnerable. Number 38. Why the ladies? Much like endometriosis, fibromyalgia is a disease that heavily affects women. In fact, it's believed that 75 to 90% of people diagnosed with the disorder are women. But unlike the prior disorder, which affects the reproductive system, there's no indication of why this is the case. Increased research has indicated the number of men with the disorder is increasing, and this might be the result of better research. But there is another possibility. The subtle and often invisible nature of fibromyalgia's pain means it can be written off as just regular aches and pains, and for some men, they're not going to go to the doctor for anything short of a stab wound. The good news is there is hope. Number 37. Cutting back. A lot of alternative medicine experts have been pushing fibromyalgia diets, claiming to have a miracle cure for the frustrating disorder. But while some of them might show some effectiveness, it's not any sort of miracle cure. Rather, it's just common sense. Doctors suggest cutting back on things that can cause inflammation. This includes alcohol, red meat, refined sugars, caffeine, and processed or fried food. Which sounds like most fun things. But hey, at least you'll have the energy to enjoy those occasional treat days. And another treatment has shown surprising success. Number 36. Usually when a doctor prescribes yoga to treat a medical condition, many people might wonder if they know what they're talking about. But surprisingly, yoga, along with Tai Chi, has shown results in reducing the pain of fibromyalgia. Is this an actual miracle cure tied to the practice? Probably not, but the calming nature of meditative therapy might help to alleviate some of the symptoms like fatigue and lack of sleep. Getting a good night's sleep might reduce inflammation, which might make the disorder a bit more manageable. The next disease has a clear cause, but that doesn't make it any less painful. Number 35. What is peripheral neuropathy? This painful condition comes back to one thing: our nervous system, or specifically the peripheral nerves. These massively long nerves extend all the way from our hands to our feet, extending to our extremities, which means when they're damaged, we're most likely to feel the condition in those areas. That means the fingers and the toes are the first warning system for this condition, and the alarms are anything but pleasant. Peripheral neuropathy manifests as stabbing pains and weakness in the hands and feet, and it can strike at any time. And the culprit is one that's all too common in many countries. Number 34. Diabetes. No, Wilford Brimley, it's diabetes, and it's the leading cause of neuropathy. The chronic disorder is caused by issues with regulating the blood sugar, and while some cases are early onset and don't correlate with the diet, the most common type of diabetes is type 2, or adult onset diabetes. Getting the blood sugar under control can reduce the symptoms of diabetes as well as the neuropathy and results in better overall health. But managing your blood sugar isn't exactly easy when it feels like nails are being driven into your hands and feet. And unfortunately, even those who aren't diabetic aren't safe. Number 33. A mystery disorder. The first thing any good doctor will do when testing people for peripheral neuropathy is to check for diabetes or pre-diabetic readings, but often that isn't the case. Other top causes for this disorder include vitamin B12 deficiency, a side effect from chemotherapy, traumatic injury, or poisoning. The latter three might heal, and the former can be easily fixed with supplements. But another cause might be more concern. Alcoholism is a risk factor for neuropathy. And left untreated, things can get much worse. Number 32. Failure to grasp. The tingling and stabbing pains might seem terrible, but they're also a warning sign of ongoing damage. There are 3 types of peripheral nerves: sensory, motor, and autonomic, and this disorder can affect all 3. The sensory nerves deliver the pain. The motor nerves might make it harder to grab onto things or walk if damaged, and the autonomic nerve damage could even affect basic functions like breathing and sweating if left untreated. So when the body starts talking, it's definitely a good idea to listen. And the good or bad news is your diet makes a difference. Number 31. Eating for your nerves. Your mother might have told you to cut back on that junk food years back. After all, that soda will rot your teeth. But could it be rotting your nerves as well? Studies show that foods with excess sugar, excess fat, artificial sweeteners, and refined grains cause stress on the nerves and can irritate the disorder. While it won't address the core of the condition unless it's caused by diabetes, and the diet change will help get it under control, it can calm the nerves and make it easier to manage peripheral neuropathy until the main cause is fixed. Many of these disorders are a warning sign, but a few are a blaring alarm, like this next one. Number 30. What is acute pancreatitis? The pancreas is the little workhorse of the body, an organ in the upper gut that produces the juices to digest food and the insulin to regulate blood sugar. If it stops working, that's usually lights out, which is why it's one of the most feared cancers. While not every pancreatic disorder is fatal, all of them are serious. Acute pancreatitis is a sudden swelling of the pancreas and is usually characterized by sudden onset intense pain, the kind that can stop a grown man in their tracks and send them to the hospital. And doctors take any pancreatic issues seriously. Number 29. Better safe than sorry. Almost immediately, someone suffering from acute pancreatitis will be swept into a series of tests, including blood tests and a CT scan. This is to initially rule out the possibility of cancer, as well as to check for gallstones, one of the most common causes of pancreatic swelling. An ultrasound or MRI can usually identify those quickly, but neither of those are the most common cause of pancreatitis, and it's important to identify it quickly because when left untreated, severe pancreatitis can lead to infection or damage to other organs. And the culprit is our old friend. Number 28. No one wants old Billy to drink. Gallstones are the most common cause of pancreatitis, and doctors will check for them immediately. If there are none present, they'll usually ask one simple question: how much do you drink and for how long? Alcohol puts the body under stress as it processes it, and the pancreas has to work overtime to get rid of the toxins. Over the years, the pancreas wears down and becomes more vulnerable to infection and inflammation. If neither of these are the culprit, doctors will check for medication side effects, infections, and injury. And if you happen to be diagnosed with this, better plan on some time off. Number 27. Sorry, boss. Doctors don't mess around with pancreatitis. Unlike the previous conditions, this is generally treated with a short stay in the hospital, while the patient is given pain medication and fluids to help bring the swelling down. But there is another much less pleasant part of the treatment: the pancreas needs to rest, and that means usually doctors will prescribe several days of fasting as part of the treatment. This keeps the pancreas from being under excess stress during the healing process, but leaves the patient very hungry, and in cases when longer rests are needed, the patient may receive intravenous nutrition. And there's one cause that is often unexpected. Number 26. Thanks, Dad. Most causes of pancreatitis are due to gallstones, alcohol abuse, or other illnesses, but there's a form of the disease that can be inherited, and it gets passed down from generation to generation like a tacky family heirloom. Hereditary pancreatitis is associated with a gene named PRSS1, and it provides an increased chance of pancreatic swelling as well as pancreatic cancer. There is no cure for bad luck with the genes. Doctors just recommend keeping on your diet and getting regular screenings to fend off the attack at the pass. Most of these conditions are painful, but this next one can be deadly. Number 25. Appendix attack. It might be one of the most common causes of surgery among kids: appendectomy. The odds are we all had a kid in our class who was out of school for a week and came back with a gnarly scar that he couldn't wait to show off. It's all due to the appendix, a tiny organ located in the lower right corner of the abdomen. The appendix isn't completely useless, but it plays a minor role as a store for good bacteria. That is, until it gets an infection. And when the infection grows and turns into appendicitis, watch out, because the last thing you need is for the appendix to blow. Number 24. Emergency surgery. Appendicitis is an emergency that is typically characterized by pain in the middle of the abdomen, followed by moving to the lower right side of the abdomen. It can start as mild, but then become agonizing and be associated with fever and nausea. At this point, the treatment is usually to remove the appendix, which is a simple procedure, if gotten to in time. Because if the appendix bursts and leaks toxic contents into the digestive tract, it could become a life-threatening emergency at worst, or a long hospital stay at best. The good news is you might be back to normal sooner rather than later. Number 23. Be back in soon, boss. Appendectomies are among the most common surgeries performed today, and they usually involve only a small incision in the abdomen and a removal of a minor organ. This means that most patients leave the hospital after only a day or two, and unlike many surgeries, you're gonna feel better almost immediately after getting your appendix out. After release, doctors advise taking it easy for 2 to 4 weeks, but if your job doesn't involve heavy lifting, odds are you'll be back to work or school within a week. That is, assuming nothing goes wrong. Number 22. Ticking clock. When someone's diagnosed with appendicitis, it's usually a very fast process to get that organ out. unless there's a hitch in the works. During the COVID-19 pandemic, many hospitals put a complete stop on non-emergency surgeries, and appendectomies weren't considered emergencies except in certain cases. It was possible for patients to instead be outfitted with shunts that would relieve the pressure on the appendix and allow it to drain non-surgically, but left them with some level of constant pain until the crisis was over. But a misdiagnosis can be deadly, and no one is safe. Number 21. The closest of calls. Alice Tapper was an ordinary 15-year-old when she came into the hospital with signs of appendicitis in 2021, but doctors quickly ruled it out after a quick scan and diagnosed her with a viral infection instead. But as her symptoms got worse, her parents battled to get a second opinion, and it probably helped that her father was the famous news anchor Jake Trapper. After a second examination, it was revealed that Alice's appendix was already perforated, and they caught it just in time to save her life. Alice wrote an op-ed after her recovery, revealing that the condition can be misdiagnosed up to 15% in children, and a misdiagnosis can be deadly. This next disorder won't kill you, but for many men at the urinal, it might feel like it. Number 20. Pain in the… What exactly is a kidney stone? It's a giant pain in the last area where someone wants one. These are hard deposits made out of minerals and salt that form in the body and get lodged in the kidneys. They're typically hard and sharp and can cause massive pain in the kidneys while they're stuck in there. But when something is lodged somewhere, it has to come out eventually. And it can only come out through the same route which everything that gets filtered through the kidney takes, the urethra. That can make for an agonizing time when you try to pass kidney stones. But there isn't just one type of stone, there's a veritable gem mine in there. Number 19. Not exactly a treasure chest. Did you know there are 4 types of kidney stones? Calcium stones are the most common, hard stones that form after a buildup of too much calcium. They make over 80% of kidney stones, but the other 3 are rarer and tend to have other causes. Struvite stones, which are the largest, form after repeated urinary tract infections. Uric acid stones form when the urine is too acidic and leaves mineral deposits behind, while rare cystine stones are usually the result of a genetic disorder, and when they're passed, they can be just about any shape or size. But is what they say about them really true? Number 18. More painful than childbirth? Ask any woman if a kidney stone is more painful than childbirth and she's likely to laugh. But the reality could be different because kidney stones can get terrifyingly big. While many are smaller, they can be as big as a pea or even as large as a golf ball. The largest ever passed, according to the Guinness Book of World Records, is over 5 inches long. Stones of this size would be impossible to pass naturally, and we bet most people are cringing just thinking about it. The biggest stones are usually removed with surgery or by using ultrasonic therapy to break them up so they can be safely passed. And as for how they form, Mom was right again. Number 17. Drink up. Certain foods can lead to the forming of kidney stones, such as high salt and animal protein foods, but you don't need to worry about calcium. Salt keeps calcium from being absorbed, and so high salt foods should be avoided. But while changing your diet can help, there is a much better way to fend off kidney stones. Mom always said keep drinking water, and she turned out to be right. Lack of hydration is a factor in as many as half of kidney stones, and if you're peeing anything more than pale yellow, watch out. But unlike past disorders, this one is not rare. Number 16. So many painful pees. While many of the most painful conditions are rare occurrences that come down to bad genetics, it's not the case for kidney stones. It's estimated that as many as 12% of Americans will develop a kidney stone in their life, and that's likely to only go up as high-salt fast foods become more and more popular. Fortunately, this means that there are always urologists ready to make money by treating kidney stones and developing new and improved technology to break them up. But seriously, just keep drinking water. Ask anyone who's had kidney stones. There's no faster way to ruin a good time. This next disorder can show up in an unexpected place and completely derail a person's life. Number 15. What is trigeminal neuralgia? It's been said that a toothache is one of the worst pains imaginable, except that fortunately is usually easily resolved. The dentist numbs the area and either performs a root canal or yanks that troublesome tooth right out. But trigeminal neuralgia duplicates that pain on a recurring basis with seemingly no rhyme or reason. Anything can trigger it, something as simple as shaving, eating, or brushing teeth. The result is immediate, intense nerve pain in the jaw and the face, described by sufferers as the equivalent of getting a root canal with no anesthesia, and the cause is next to invisible. Number 14. One small pinch. What causes this mysterious disorder? No one is sure, but in most cases, the most common cause seems to be when an artery becomes compressed against the trigeminal nerve. As the two rub against each other, the nerve's protective barrier gets worn away, exposing the nerve to painful stimuli that can cause it to go into overdrive. This can be corrected via a tricky surgery, but in many cases this isn't the cause of never-ending pain. The issue might be an underlying defect in the nerve or its sheath, meaning that it can be easily corrected in all cases, and this can lead to some extreme solutions. Number 13. The lesser evil. The pain of trigeminal neuralgia is so intense that people are often willing to do anything to stop it, and the first solution is usually medication. Anti-epileptic drugs often help slow down the nerve's overreaction, but it comes with many side effects. If surgery to move the artery away from the nerve isn't effective, some patients have even chosen to have the nerve blocked or disconnected, which removes the ability to feel pain caused by the disorder, but can also result in permanent lack of feeling in part of the jaw. The good news is you're not likely to have the disorder anytime soon. Number 12. 1 in a million? Trigeminal neuralgia is one of the rarest disorders out there, although not as rare as that. It's estimated only 12 in 100,000 people will be diagnosed with the disorder. This means you're not likely to suffer from it, but for those who do, it can be a double-edged sword. Much like fibromyalgia, which is largely an invisible disorder, the rarity of the disorder means it can be hard to get diagnosed, and many doctors might be tempted to prescribe pain medication and get the patient out of their office so they can move on to something they understand better. But the more people are diagnosed, the more answers people are finding. Number 11. An evolving puzzle. No one likes a visit to the dentist, and that's putting it lightly. So people who feel that level of pain intermittently will be seeking answers in a hurry. So far, it's been determined that it seems to occur more in people over 50, and women are more likely to have it than men. But with so many possible causes and the trouble being rooted in a nerve under the skin and not associated with any visible physical symptoms, it's likely the disorder will continue to be a mystery for years to come. Invisible disorders are the trickiest, but this next one may be one of the deadliest. Number 10. Not a migraine. We've all had headaches. Maybe you didn't sleep enough and tried to cover it up with too much coffee, or maybe you woken up from a night out drinking with your friends with your head spinning. But some headaches are worse than others, and none are worse than cluster headaches. Getting that name because they tend to occur in clusters of time, usually at the same time each day. These headaches are associated with intense bursts of head pain that make the worst migraine or brain freeze feel like nothing, and they can be completely debilitating. Number 9. High intensity. What does a cluster headache feel like? Sufferers have said it's worse than a kidney stone or childbirth, normally beginning suddenly and resulting in intense pain on one side of the head, usually grounded around the eye. It can last between 15 minutes and 3 hours and can be associated with other symptoms, affecting the eye and the nose. These cluster headaches can happen multiple times a day, which leads to it being near impossible to concentrate on work, school, or anything else you might have to do that day. And like so many other disorders, it's hard to find the cause. Number 8. All in the mind? Doctors have examined the brains of cluster headache sufferers but haven't come up with any concrete answers to what causes them. However, they did find a possible clue in one tiny gland deep in the brain. Via brain scans, they were able to examine activity in different parts of the brain during an attack and found elevated activity in the hypothalamus, which is responsible for regulating several key nervous system roles. Is this the cause of the disorder or just an unfortunate side effect? No one is sure yet. But for those suffering from the disorder, time is at a premium. Number 7. Stopgap measures. For those dealing with cluster headaches, they're usually desperate for any answers. Bad attacks of cluster headaches can take a person from a high-functioning professional to a shut-in only a few weeks. There are no concrete cures. The main focus is on prevention and alleviation. The best way to stop or slow down a cluster headache mid-attack is through the use of high-flow oxygen, which has shown 75% effectiveness in reducing their severity. Medication is also used, but standard headache relief medications have proven ineffective. But there may be hope if research is allowed to proceed. Number 6. Fun guys? One of the most promising new treatments for cluster headaches comes from Connecticut, where researchers from Yale and the Veteran Affairs Division are working on treatments using the compound psilocybin, which might sound familiar. That's because it's the key compound found in magic mushrooms, psychedelic fungi which are illegal federally for recreational use, but are becoming increasingly involved in medical research in the same way cannabis has been for decades. These treatments are showing some good results in reducing the frequency of the attacks. Will this become the gold standard? Maybe, if the government lets it. But the most painful condition out there can start with the simplest of things, a minor injury. Number 5. Just one bump. Imagine a young athlete breaks her ankle in a game, gets a cast and crutches, and goes through rehab to get back to her old strength once healed. But while her bone is strong as ever after only a few months, somehow the pain doesn't go away, shooting up her leg frequently at random times, and to make it worse, it seems to be spreading. This is reality for those who suffer from complex regional pain syndrome, a disorder characterized by intense, chronic pain that starts after an injury but sends the body's pain receptors into overdrive. And much like some of the previous disorders, it can completely derail a person's life. Number 4. A painful mystery. CPRS is a rare disease, but it's becoming increasingly common, with as many as 200,000 Americans diagnosed with it each year. It most commonly starts in the arms or legs and usually starts after a sprain, fracture, or stroke. Whatever the cause, it has some common symptoms: an intense throbbing pain in the affected area, swelling and hotness of the skin, and reduced mobility. It can even affect nail and hair growth in the area and make a sufferer more susceptible to heat or cold near the injury. And that's where things get weird, because it migrates. Number 3. A traveling disorder. Chronic pain is a common issue after an injury, but it can be easy to assume it's simply the result of an unresolved injury in the affected area. But that doesn't make sense when it starts in one limb and then starts causing intense pain in another one. Roughly half of CRPS sufferers report that the pain started in one limb but eventually moved to another. How it migrates varies, but about half cases reported that it moved to the opposite side of the body, while about 30% said it moved up or down the same side of the body. And this bizarre behavior led to many doctors assuming it was a mental health issue. But it was anything but. Number 2. A plan of attack. Many patients give up hope after meeting one doctor after another who dismisses their concern. After all, the x-rays aren't showing anything and the doctor has many other patients to look at that day. But while there's no cure for CRPS right now, doctors have made a lot of progress in developing treatments. Many cases, especially those where treatment starts early, are able to be alleviated with physical therapy. This works because it boosts the circulation and the blood flow in the affected area and reverses the nervous system issues that occur when an injured body part is kept from moving. But serious cases demand serious solutions. Number 1. Calling in the reinforcements. When physical therapy isn't cutting it, doctors can prescribe medications, starting with over-the-counter drugs like acetaminophen, but including addictive opioids. This condition may have made many people more vulnerable during the opioid epidemic. After all, it's a condition with no clear cause and no clear cure. That means if people find a medication that works, they're likely to be on it perpetually. And that's why doctors have stopped leaning so heavily on these medications for treatment and now often suggest nerve blocks, injections that turn off a nerve's pain receptors temporarily and give the nerve time to heal. And as for many CRPS sufferers, nothing is more important than neutralizing that pain and getting back on the sports field. Want to know more about painful conditions? Check out The Worst Pain Ever. These injuries will make you cry like a baby. Or watch Why Do You Have Pain Here When You Run for another strange mystery of the human body.